The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
On the shadow echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps, feel our malice. Fire every soul they took away. Rearm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Will come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant place. To think we would stand in their way. Oh, face 'em up, face 'em up. For we're true to our name. Once, I steal the course. Strike twice. We deal this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. $2 so we tend on our red. We refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, steal the throne. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一套，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们恭喜 Scott 选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打得有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次， 我们会走出属于自己的那条路。
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Welcome back, one and all. We have waited, we have tried, we've been turbulence, we finally are here. It is the start of the LPL 2024 Spring Split. I am Just Oshin. I'm physically beside the notorious Nymera. You're here, and we are bringing you here the broadcast from the Riot Broadcast Centre in Dublin, Ireland. Welcome.
Thank you
to my home country.
It has been, it's my first time here and I'm enjoying it a lot. We did
Glad
get
to
hit
hear.
by a cannon ult, which meant that some flights got a bit weird. Munchables, we'd love to have you here. Glad you're safe all the same, though. It has been 5 months and 15 days since we've been here as LPL.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. I hope you're ready for it. I am.
I mean, I am too. But yeah, Munchables was supposed to be here. His flight got a bit crazy. He had to go home. But we'll carry on. He'll be on the broadcast later on in the week. Don't you worry about that whatsoever. But we can talk about the preseason. We can talk about all these different changes, because as much as we've changed a bit, a hell of a lot has changed in the game as well.
Yeah, so we're now playing on 14.1b. If you've been watching other regions, then you will have seen some of these. The map has changed. Items have changed. There's been an awful lot of objectives in the early game changed too. So, I mean, where do we start? I suppose one of the big things is talking about...
The Eddies.
Oh, yeah.
I am dubbing them, well, you dubbed them and gave me the great thing. The Void Grubs are Ed, and Eddie, and they're the Eddies. And I'm sticking to it.
I have brainstormed like 80 different names to them. There are a great many trios, but the Grubs on the top side of the map, Ed, and Eddie, that's what I'm calling for now. We'll get around to that at some point.
I like those.
A lot of things have changed, and I think particularly the way that Bruisers are playing around top and jungle have changed a massive amount. There's no Gore Drinker anymore. There's no Divine Sunderer anymore. That will change the way that some of these champions play, even if the same ones are on the Rift.
Yeah, and like, I wasn't a Mythic hater by any means whatsoever, but seeing the build diversity, seeing champions kind of build into different things, different styles, one particular champion doesn't necessarily mean one particular style. It's quite refreshing kind of coming into that.
It is, and what that means is that players have to get different muscle memories. They can't just go down the same item tracks again and again. God knows we've ended up complaining about that over time.
Yes, we really, really have. But as much as we have a lot of things changing and have changed, a couple of things still to go, and we have a sneak peek at League's latest champion.
Oh no! It's a dragon! Run away! Fire! At least I didn't end up in a tree again. Hi, I'm Smolder. Oh, my mom says hi too. Who's the best dragon? I'm the best dragon. Hey Mom, what are the fire thingies next to my ears called? Oh, okay. Was that me? Whoa! Look what I can do! Foolish mortal! Hey, where'd everybody go? Oh yeah! Did you see that, Mom? I smoked them! Fine.
Well, there you go. Newest AD carry, apparently. That's what it's meant to be towards. Has a Q stacking mechanics. They'll get stronger as it gets through the game. So potentially something we'll see in the hands of some of our great LPL AD carries later in the year.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what they can do with that, kind of moving on to it. But of course, we can kind of see, you know, great AD carries. I'm excited to see what they can do with that, and just kind of, you know, the history of this league with that position.
That's a role we're good at.
It's a role we can pretty confidently say that we're pretty damn good at. You know, even with the likes of Elk and stuff already, Jackie Love still going in the league.
For sure. And of course, the most important point, when Silas steals Smolder's ult, do they also steal Smolder's mum as well? There's some important things we'll delve into later.
These are the real questions we ask here on the LPL. But of course, we are going to be kind of seeing, kind of legendary AD carries already in the league, but maybe some featuring later on in the year, as we've got ourselves the newest and improved Hall of Legends adding to the League of Legends roster.
There is no one path to greatness. But there are things all greats have in common. Every path begins with mastery. The game sense, the mechanics, the foundation. But mastery alone is not enough. They need resilience. The mental fortitude to clutch time and time again. And true greatness has a ripple effect. Leading, carrying, unlocking their team to play beyond their highest potential. Greatness always finds the unexpected, forcing openings, creating advantages, reshaping the meta in their image. From these elements, their impact is born. Their name as shorthand, their plays as textbooks, a story that inspires more stories in its wake. Only then will greatness be immortalized in our minds. And only now, greatness is immortalized in our history. Introducing the LoL Esports Hall of Legends.
Chills coming out from this one here. The Hall of Legends. The game is now 15 years old. I mean, there's so many names. There are so many. We're gonna have a little bit of. I want to know what your picks are. I'm gonna say it straight away. Faker, he's already in. We know he's already in. We have him. Elephant in the room already taken out. So who would be your two picks?
Okay, if I was going to put two people in, I'd love to celebrate the pioneers of early League of Legends and developing the roles into what we know today. I chose Diamondprox and Mata. Mata, obviously our household name around the LPL, is a Worlds winner, did so much in RNG after that point as well, invented so much of the early Vision game, and Diamondprox, the counter jungler extraordinaire himself. I love both these players for different reasons.
Yeah, I went with fan favorites. I went from pure clout, nothing more. Uzi, I mean, you can't say LPL without thinking of Uzi. And of course, Insect. Very few people get a literal mechanic named after him, and it's become the standard of like, oh, you're a jungler.
He's already in a Hall of Fame, just in the vocabulary terms.
Literally in the vocabulary terms of this kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm excited to see how they kind of work with this. I'm excited to see what names will come in. I'm excited for new players and new people watching this to kind of realize, you know, again, I've been watching since 2011. These are some of the names that they don't even know who Insect is. They probably just hear the Insect term and they actually don't know the history.
It wasn't that long ago. I remember watching 2014 Worlds and watching Insect play for an LPL team at that tournament. It was a heck of a long time ago, but still fresh in my mind.
It is. Well, we gotta start moving forward a little bit. We gotta bring the meat and potatoes. We gotta start talking about today's games. Of course, we got our schedule, our first day of the LPL, and my God, are we starting off with a bang. BLG with Top Esports in our first one, and then El Clasico, RNG versus EDG.
Bringing it in to the here and now. Day one of 2024 LPL is started off by probably our strongest team on paper, BLG. They smashed Demacia Cup. They've made one roster change, but it is a hell of a roster change in Knight coming into the roster versus Top Esports, arguably another top 4 team who've made changes of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can narrow in a little bit onto BLG right now. now, because BLG, they are a great team, and last year they really did kind of try and start to go a little bit more kind of beyond what they usually did. And this roster, it feels like it was the one thing they could have improved on. It was, I mean, like, no disrespect to Yagao, but I mean, when you get Knight over Yagao, Knight is still an incredible talent.
Dude's a monster, and he has stood in the way of BLG for the entirety of 2023. Had an 8-0 series record versus them. Now he's joining the roster. Worth noting that Tabe has now stepped back from the roster as well after an incredible year leading this roster from the coaching position too.
Yeah, I mean, like, for BLG, this is their continual pursuit of a title. And yes, they did just win the, you know, Demacia Cup, and that's all great and good, but a real title, you know, you're really, like an LPL championship, an MSI, an international of some description. It does feel like for BLG last year was good, but it just fell short of great.
BLG have tried to be an elite team for many years. Remember, this is the team that brought Uzi out of retirement the first time and put a lot of effort into that roster back then. But last year, that was when they rose from being, you know, a good team to actually an elite team. No, they didn't get that LPL title, but did get a finals at Spring, a finals at MSI. They had the best regular season record in summer of all time, 15-1, I think it was you were saying there as well. There was a little bit of a dip towards the end of the year with a third place finish in summer, and then, of course, semi-finals of Worlds. But those results would be excellent for so many other teams. This was a great year for BLG.
It really was, and you can see that at MSI, they were the LCK killers. They took out Gen.G, T1 back-to-back. See you later, son. Nothing you can do about it. But
that's
again,
my Yago.
that is my Yago, but unfortunately, we're felled every time at the final hurdle against JDG. But now they have themselves their own knight in shining armor coming in to save the day and to really kind of cement themselves as a top team in the world.
And if I had 100 yuan for every time that Knight has replaced Yagao on a roster, I would have 200 yuan, which isn't a huge amount, but it's really quite strange and quite sad for Yagao that it's happened twice in consecutive years.
It really has. I mean, look, it's becoming a trend, you know, death, taxes, and Knight versus Yagao. That just seems to be the inevitabilities of this world. But I mean, like, this is kind of the big thing right now. Doesn't feel like you can go much higher in terms of adding personnel to your roster here as BLG.
And hitting again just on how much of a thorn in BLG's side Knight has been, he has an incredible win rate versus BLG all time. Ridiculous win rate, 39-9. And now BLG have added that thorn to their own arsenal.
Yeah, if you can't beat them, get them to join you. That's just kind of how it is, unfortunately. But Top Esports on the other side of this one here, they are out for a little bit of a redemption right now. You're talking about some of the most biggest names we've had in the LPL for quite a while, sprinkled in with a couple, one or two new faces for this year.
Now, this is 2 out of the 5 rosters from 2023 returning to 2024 in Tien and JackeyLove. They are joined by, or rejoined by, 369, and then also Cream from OMG of last year, and Mako leaving EDG after 9 years on that roster to join Top Esports.
Feels weird seeing him anything but black.
Strange.
It just feels very, very strange. But again, for Top Esports, this kind of has to go well for them right now. We kind of look back and, you know, kind of think about them even domestically, maybe not internationally as such, but they were a huge talent. They were massively important in terms of the ecosystem. We think of the golden era for this team, the 2020 up to the 2022 year. They were smashing people in that.
Because we just talked about how BLG went from being a good team to actually an elite team, the second best team in the LPL across the average of 2023. Top Esports, you know, they had themselves an LPL title and multiple second place finishes in the years just before last one as well. They would love to return to that because honestly, even though, you know, they had a 4th place in summer and then regional finals, there's no international performances on there. They want to return to, again, that cream of the crop, no pun intended because the mid laner, at the top of the table in the LPL.
Yeah, and again, you're not only mentioning Cream, but someone who's come back for this team is 369. He has returned. I mean, I think right now, what we're talking about, these rosters, he's still the most dominant LPL top laner we've had in a very long time. Like, the title and the accolades he has speak for themselves.
And he's against Bin today, and I think that, you know, BLG, they come in as probably, you know, LPL favorites on paper in preseason. It's hard to tell until we hit the Rift, don't get me wrong. 369 has owned this record for a long time, and he's now, you know, rejoining that team which he made his identity on. He was such a mainstay, part of the mojo, as Munch would say it. He's back on the roster, and maybe that can rekindle some of the glory years.
Absolutely, and as per those stats, every 2 out of 3 times, 369 wins. That's just kind of how it is.
That's how statistics work.
That's just how statistics work. Statistics-based results analysis. That's how we kind of go here. But obviously, one of the big elephants in this particular roster is going to be Mako. Mako, for the first time in his career, not on EDG. It feels weird.
Oh my word.
I'm glad, but it feels weird.
No, just looking at the numbers down there, though, almost 1,100 games since 2014. That's what, at the end of it, that's when he signed. Over almost 3,300 days on that roster. That is... It's still so strange to try and process this.
It's got to go down as like one of the most like kind of faithful players to a team alongside Faker in terms of like this guy's just been on this roster full stop. You know,
I'm going to throw a Yutapon from Detonation Focus me.
All right, stop the timer. When did he mention LGL? What was the timer?
I get one of them. I get one of them per broadcast day. That's the one we've had. I've used it early.
Yeah, I mean, like this guy has been exceptional pretty much his entire career. Had a little bit of a quiet one last year. I think we can all be very honest with ourselves in that. EDG weren't looking the greatest either, but this is definitely a moment for him to be able to redeem that title as one of the best.
I was having a conversation with some of the other casters, just, you know, in a couple of messages, and I posed a question saying, is this the best support which JackeyLove has ever played with? And then the response was laughter, saying it's not even a question. I mean, maybe you could throw like Baolan into the equation from some of the IG when he was at his peak.
I was gonna say, it's like that's a long time ago.
But that's more of a comment on how Mako's had a couple of missteps in the last year or so. If he comes in on form, though, this guy is such a force in the bot lane, and also particularly given some of the support champions, we're saying it's a lot of range support still. We have a lot of Ashe, we have some Renata. Mako's one of these players which is very good at range supports, and if he goes alongside JackeyLove, who is just flat out one of the best AD carries in the LPL from last year, this is a heck of a bot lane to be playing around.
Absolutely, and I think the thing is with JackeyLove, it's always he rides that line between absolute god and pure inter, and the funny thing is you have to ride that line if you want to be with some of the best. Some of the biggest blunders in JackeyLove's career have literally been a centimeter, a Teemo away from being literally a massively god tier play.
And I have to say, over last year, it felt like when he was making those plays, it was a position where if he didn't make that play, they were going to slowly bleed out anyway. So I'm not saying that facet of his gameplay is gone. I feel like the moments were better placed and better timed, though. So if he keeps up, you know, that slightly more, I'm not going to call it reserved, but the thinking of those players a little bit at a higher form. Again, I'm really excited for this roster. And as we said, BLG may be coming in as favorites today and maybe even for the entirety of the split, but this top esports team is still top 4, I would say. This is a really strong roster.
Arguably, if not top 3, to be perfectly honest. Depending again on paper, different things can go all these different ways, but we're obviously getting closer and closer towards our opening ceremony. I want to get a little bit of a meta discussion right now because so much has changed, and we were having a little bit of discussion, obviously in rehearsals and stuff, about how some regions are waiting for other regions, but LPL's never really been that kind of a region. We have been, in a good and a bad way, trendsetters, and we've looked for our own way through the meta.
Yeah, so if you look at LEC week 1 and then LCK start playing, and then how things change in week 2, you can just see like how everyone tries to converge on the picks which you see working in some other regions. But as you said, LPL has typically conformed to their own meta. Now, there were some in-houses between the entire APAC regions. That's, you know, the VCS, the PCS, and the Galgel was in there too. And then also you had LPL and LCK players joining in those in-houses. They've had a bit more hands-on time with each other's regions too. So I'm interested to see who's picked up some strange stuff. Later in the day, we've got EDG playing, of course. Ala was playing Zac top lane there. And in fact, I think Insanity was playing that in mid lane over in the LCS just the other day.
Quite possibly, yeah.
I am not ready for like any specific picks, but just be aware that there's been a heck of a lot of action in the kitchen cooking up some picks.
Yeah, there really, really has. And I mean, like, you know, we even had people talking about kind of like things like Riven. I believe that was picked up there the other day in LCS. I think Sniper played that for 100 Thieves. But these are the things that the LPL will go. And again, look, full disclosure, LCK have proven definitively they're the best in the world. They're current world champions with T1. I still think the LPL is going to be held. It hurts.
We had 3 teams in semis, man.
I talked a lot of smack. Like I was like, you know what?
We've both
I'm
been there.
so ready for the. I was not ready for the amount of pure disappointment that I would feel, and I was just. It wasn't a great time. But it's a new year. It's a new dawn. And again, the LPL teams haven't stood on ceremony. A lot of changes.
And I think the consensus which I've come to see with a couple other people I've been talking with is, while we might not have the out-and-out super teams, absolutely first golden roading JDG as we had in 23, and you know they were an incredible team.
Except for BLG.
I think our top 4 to 5 teams are all very, very strong. I would argue even with the spreading of talent around, maybe we even have a stronger top 4 or 5 than we did last year. Depends how LNG do. They looked a little bit shaky in Demacia Cup, but then again, they might still be getting used to the new roster. As we said, top esports, they had some issues last year, but it feels like this roster is a step up for them. We'll see what happens with Weibo. Of course, the Shy's taking a step back, and ZDZ is coming to that roster. Xiao Hao has replaced Weiwei. Weiwei's gone to LNG. So there's a lot of roster changes. We'll get through them as we go on.
We'll get a board up, and you'll just be like, now listen, it's all over here.
But, you know, we've got a good crop of things. NIP, Rookie, he's moved to a new team as well.
Yeah, Shanji as well.
Shanji, Aki, and Rookie.
I'm a little sad about that one there. Like, I was very much on the I will dominate hype train with OMG, and when they fell short, I was very kind of, man, I bet on the wrong team. It's, again, you know, it's kind of fun to see what's going to happen with all these teams. And again, it's great to see these teams taking such proactive moves. They're going to say, no, we need to improve. We need to get better.
I am going to miss OMG 23, though.
I am going to miss OMG 23. But someone I'm very excited about, and we saw him in the opening teaser, Xiao Hao. A man who cried after getting one victory there for Anyone's Legend because it meant that much to him. And now he's on Weibo with Xiaohu, the finalist from Worlds. So this is going to be a massive shakeup in terms of those middle-of-the-pack teams, and if someone can make it right up.
Yeah, if you have time, go back and watch that opening tease. So much gold dust in there. That's one of my favorite teasers I've seen for the entirety of the LPL. Xiao was on the Anyone's Legends roster, which went on a 0-7
I think.
or 0-8
somewhere
best
around
of 3 loss streak. And then when they finally won that first series, it was genuinely, you know, it was tear-jerking at that point. And that's another conversation about how a single victory means so much because of the perspective of it. But now it looks like he could be on a team which could contend for top spots. And yeah, as you said, lots of things to track across the entire table, but just focusing on a couple of key players.
Yeah, now we can obviously get a little bit more in-depth in this matchup before we get to the opening ceremony. But for BLG versus Top, this is a massive moment. But also, something we kind of remember we talked about is Cream for Top Esports. He had a very, very good split. It wasn't an exceptional split on OMG last year.
Well,
it was good.
It was great up until a certain Kaiserol, which lost his team the series.
Exactly. So I want to know kind of like, what do you want to see from either of these sides, specifically, you know, in the mid lane, to try and, you know, get the advantage over each other?
I think a big pick's going to be Akali for these two in particular, because they are both incredible Akalis. I think it was actually Durnby said that many years ago on stream. He thinks that Cream is the second best Akali within the LPL. Maybe we'll see some of that on the Rift.
Yeah, we'll see. But we're going to send it over for our opening ceremony of LPL Spring 2024. See there, Iris on the stage introducing everyone on teams. Normally we would have a translator here. We're still working out some of the setups there, but I'm so excited. The stage, everything, the anticipation, because the big thing for us, and we always mention it every year, you get one shot at each team in the regular season, then you'll see you in playoffs, if even.
Oh yeah, we've got to go over, you know, just the checklist of things to mention in LPL, because we have 17 teams in the league. You can't exactly do a double round robin with the best of threes. You get one shot at each team. We talked about this matchup first up in the day being 2 top 4 teams, arguably our best team. If you want to have that kind of the double weighted matches where you take a game off of a potential title opponent towards the top of the standings, you only get one shot at it. And we're going to now see, I guess, that first blow in this best of 3.
I mean, the big thing there as well is that a single game difference, you know, having that head-to-head, it can mean difference in placements. It can mean a double elimination straight away, or it could mean, like we've seen it many, many times in the playoffs where a team doesn't quite get top 2, gets 3rd or maybe even 4th, and then they get knocked out in the first round of or the 3rd round of playoffs because it's single elimination. So these are the things that people need to be very, very aware of when they're coming into the split.
I think we've even had something like 3 or 4 different teams tied on the same amount and listing out on playoffs by just an amount.
Tell me what I gotta be to make you believe everything that's inside of me. Inside of me is inside of me you don't want to be. And I can promise I'm a pride on my enemies. Blood filled with Hennessy, dark side energy. Black on black and it's black on everything. Back on every scene. Killmonger, Michael B. Thriller like Michael. I'm just a psycho, but I belong to the night, to the darkest side of life. Oh, I belong to the night. You're in a movie that had the saddest emotions. I know you get what I'm saying, and if you have it, then focus. When it comes to this this rap thing if you happen to notice. Osteoporosis is what I'm bad to the bone with. Passion, I roll it till my casket is closing. Yo, every amp on the planet still isn't matching my voltage. Yo, this cat is the coldest. I need a plaque that was golden. I really have to be goaded. You getting left in this show. I need you to prepare yourself for what's about to happen. Phoenix in exile, the way I rose about the ashes. I got a pile of gases, but I got this strange feeling that ain't really what you came in for. Listen here, it can get dangerous, boy. You'll be flying high in life, and then you'll get your brain destroyed. I don't know how to explain it, boy, but I came away to see you again. Now make some noise. Bump.
And here we go. LPL 2024 Spring Split is officially underway. We will bring our teams into the stage for our first matchup of BLG versus Top Esports. And I have waited for this moment to just get my teeth sunk back into some League of Legends here within the LPL.
5 months and 15 days. We hope you've enjoyed the anticipation building up towards this. Could have done with a bit short of a wait, but to see these players back on stage again, some of these legends facing off against each other, we are not holding anything back for game one.
No, we are not. We are looking. I want a 3-game series. I want this to go the full distance, but at the same time, for BLG, for regular season in particular, the only way to get better than last year is literally to not lose. And I feel like with Knight at the helm, that should be an expectation.
And as he walks out onto the stage, that golden left hand joining this new roster for himself. Yeah, I think you have to say that's an expectation. This player domestically has such an unblemished record, it feels like. And alongside a roster which has gone from good to great, this is the team to beat.
Of course, see what they're able to do now without Coach Tabe. That is no longer the coach of this team, so we'll see how they're able to kind of go through picks and bans. Again, Tabe was a massive move for them to be able to kind of change up their draft, change the trajectory of this team from being a, as you say, a good team to a great team. But of course, on the other side of this one here, Top Esports, one of the teams that when I started my tenure here in the LPL way back in 2019, they were the team. They were the guys. They were the guys who wanted to kind of go for, and they want to get back towards that top. They've made some pretty key changes, and they're going for experience everywhere but the mid lane.
Mojo's back on the menu. What else can you say? Top Esports, they had, by their own standards, a disappointing 2023, looking to bounce back from that. 3-6-9. He's back on that roster, which he made his name on. 238 games from his previous tenure with this roster. Soon to be added to Tian. Stayed there for a bit longer that term as well. New boy, Cream in the mid lane coming over from OMG. I am really excited to see how he develops on a roster, as you said, surrounded by more veteran talent. This is the most elite roster Cream has ever been on.
Absolutely, and for Cream as well, the expectation becomes, we knew he was a good Sylas. We knew he had a couple of picks, Akali was one of them as well, that he can perform exceptionally well on. However, it was when those things got whittled down that we started to see cracks forming within the armor. That's where I feel like he's going to have a really tough time against Knight, because we've talked about it over many, many splits now. Knight's just got a notion. Knight plays whatever the hell he wants to play, and he's exceptional on every single thing.
Yeah, this is a trial by fire, trial by the sword of Knight himself. And of course, the last person to walk out onto the stage there was, of course, Mako. Again, we will have to keep talking about that. 10 years almost, just at the 9-year mark, with EDG now finding himself in a new roster with JackeyLove as his lane partner.
And I'm so curious to see how these drafts go. What are the priorities? What are the ways you want to go for? Because like you said, the LEC started, then the LCK started, everything kind of shifted. We're still seeing Corki Azir kind of pop up here and there, which I certainly hope we will not be seeing in the LPL. I want spikes. I want something different.
I would be very surprised to see Akali get through these drafts. It feels like she has a lot of good lane matchups right now, especially if you do pick something like a Corki and Azir. She feels pretty at home against a lot of those different matchups, and both these players are absolutely exceptional at those two as well. Feels like a lot of bot lane pressure picks are on the menu as well. Feels like Ashe, Varus, Renata, champions like that. We've seen some Lucian Milio too. And I know that some people have complaints about Lucian out there. LPL Lucian is very much a different flavor though. We definitely like to play that aggressively at the laning phase and 1 item mark. And both of these AD carries are both very good at that too. I think Elk, one of our very best Lucians. Elk had an incredible year himself. We haven't talked that much about the bot lane of BLG. Went again from being a player which had some results before. Of course, he's one of the younger supports in the LPL, but still had great results. He went from being great to genuinely excellent. His MSI run, we was playing Rakan and Alistar alongside Elk as well, who I think his Xayah and his Jinx really lit up the meta. that bot lane matchup, there is nowhere on the map here you can go and say, I am not excited for this. Every single matchup, top tier.
Absolutely. You go literally through every single player matchup and it's just like banger, 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 absolute banger. And it just feels like it is going to be kind of down to those little nitty-gritty moments. And again, I'm very curious to see, because one of the big things we always have in the LPL is creativity around kind of terrain, creativity around team fights. With these so many changes coming in now, with the Baron Rift changing up things, with the Rift changes in general, I'm so curious to see how many people kind of, fall down. Because don't forget, 2019, bot lane dives were all the rage, and if anything, they're even more prominent nowadays just because of the way the angles can come in.
Yeah, so red side bot lane has had obviously big changes to its walls to try and basically make a bit more symmetry across the map. Now, yeah, maybe that does change some of the ways that these junglers play around it. Of course, there's some decisions to be made with early objectives too. There are the Void Grubs towards the top of the map, the Ed and Eddie. And then towards the bot lane, you got early dragons as well, which of course we've always known the power of that. I'm very interested actually for the side of BLG, who typically play through very aggressive lanes. If you listen to other LPL players talk about BLG, one of the first things they say is all of these players play super, super aggressively. Now, if they get Void Grubs on top of that too, so they get to chip away at towers even more powerfully, that could be, for a team like BLG, very powerful in a way that we haven't seen work out in the rest of the world so far.
Absolutely, and it's something that, I was particularly vocal about on Twitter last year, where it was just like, the early game felt redundant. It did feel like previous to this year, without the Void Grubs, without the Eddies there, it did feel like there wasn't really much to do.
You had like one Herald fight.
Yeah, which was at 8 minutes, which was the earliest thing. Now there's always something to go for. Now you're actively trying to make sure you have presence, you have tempo, you have movement around the map to try and go for it. I want to see what these teams do. I want to see what they prioritize, because all of a sudden we've gone from dragon stacking to kind of go, well, the Rift side's a hell of a lot better. And we are jumping into picks and bans. There's that a call. You talked about Senna taking off it as well.
Okay, first pick and ban of the year for 2024 LPL. Senna, that's one of the lane breaking picks in bot side. We still have double support items still hanging around the meta towards bot lane. Milio Lucian, another great user of that. The one which is sticking out to me right now is Ashe and Renata, two of those bot lane picks which have defined the meta since Worlds, actually. And it was the changes which T1 brought in halfway through that tournament, which then broke up in the bot lane. That hasn't changed, folks. If you can get a dominant level 1 bot lane, you can start rolling over the bot side of the map.
You really, really can. Now, top on red for this first match again. Everyone's on it, but ooh, an Orianna ban coming in against Knight right now. So they're just making sure that Cream has a solid first day on stage with this team, and they're trying to kind of see where they can go for that one. Now, BLG, what is your priority? Where do you want to take this draft, and where do you want to take these picks?
Now, I think typically a lot of teams around the world would go for a Varus or an Ashe or a Renata, and it is the Ashe, the highest presence pick of the year so far. What's the response? Could be Kalista Renata. It's been one of the strongest and one of the best bot lanes from the LPL too. We really popularized that here in this region. Cream picking up Azir. Of course, he's not necessarily known for his mage play. He's picked more and more up as time's gone on, but picking that out against Knight, who famously doesn't really play the Azir that much, that's an interesting blind pick. I wonder what Knight's got in stock, because we were talking about how big his champion pool is. Knight Syndra. That'd be a way to kick off the year. Oh, please not.
Don't do it.
No!
No Knight.
We have Knight versus Cream. We can't start off with Corki Azir.
I swear to God, if this is locked in, please don't lock that in. I'm going to wait until it is, because we don't talk about it.
Okay,
yes, thank you. There we go. We got LeBlanc going in. Now, this could be an AD LeBlanc. This could be an AP LeBlanc. I will say, with the amount of AD you already have, it does limit you if you go to the AD route.
If this is 14.1B, AD LeBlanc has been gutted. We've seen a couple of teams try and pick it up. I would really like to not see AD LeBlanc if it has been that hot fix patch. However, as you're saying, lots of AD on that bot lane as well, because you have the double marksman in the Varus and the Ashe, which means that the Ashe is likely going towards that support. And Mako, who we were saying in the pre-show, has been one of our ranged support players, picking up the Nautilus instead. Aggression meeting the ranged bot lane of Elkanon.
And look, I'm a happy man when I see LPL supports on Engage. That's what makes me happy in my life. So having to see Mako kind of pick up something that is a bit more proactive, and you have to be when you're looking into a double AD carry bot lane with a Kalista who is just notoriously short range, you don't really have a choice to kind of, except for just keep going and fighting.
Thinking about it, actually, Nautilus has been a pick which has defined the LPL through multiple eras. Heck, it was even like Amazing J back in 2015, 2016. You played it in the top lane. It was a huge pick for the LPL back then. And a huge pick for Bin recently has been that Jax. Jax builds different items now, no longer the Divine Sunderer, but he goes towards the Titanic Hydra and a whole load of other stuff, and he's still really strong, and it's Bin's Jax. Why would you question that one? Worth noting, Udyr top lane, very, very strong right now. Both him and K'Sante have been the disruptive bruiser top lanes, which still have some early game presence. So those two might come onto the table for this, but that means it would be tank versus tank in the top lane. For me, that favors 369. He has been the premier tank top laner in the LPL for a great time now.
Absolutely, and again, it's why we highlighted this matchup of 369 into Bin, because 369 just seems to have Bin's number. Bin looks exceptional against almost everybody else except for 369, and it does feel like taking away things like the Ornn away from him just kind of stops Top Esports from getting that small scaling kind of advantage, stopping them from kind of neutralizing the rest of the map. They go for the Xin Zhao as their jungle pick, and they're leaving that counter for 369.
Xin Zhao is a very strong jungler right now. So with Titanic Hydra being a very strong item in terms of the stats that it gives, it's been reverted to its pre-mythic state where it gives you an auto-attack reset. Now, Xin Zhao, when you press your Q, once you attack 3 times, you end up getting a knockup. That reduces that basically to 2 because you can tap the Titanic Hydra and get through an auto-attack early. It means that your early game presence at a 1-item mark is so strong. So, K'Sante locked in for Bin. I would imagine it is going to be something like the Udyr top from 369 to answer that one. That has been the meta answer, and it feels like a lot of the other top lane options are removed from the table.
I just want him to pick like something mad. Just go Singed. You know what I mean? Just go. So everyone
Hey,
was
actually,
mad.
Singed was
mad.
really
Yeah.
strong for
I
a
was
couple
gonna
of weeks,
say
yeah.
for a couple of weeks, everyone was going onto the Singed hype train. But for BLG, they're thinking about their last kind of combo. They would like a little bit extra engage. Yes, they've got the double kind of ult combination board. BLG,
Brand Jungle.
Not
Okay.
the first one. We have seen it in LCK before.
We have.
But this is a huge marker put down by Sean.
Now, the Nocturne is being hovered. That has been another powerful pick too, but Brand's power clearing is absolutely absurd, and Brand is very, very quick at taking even objectives. If you hit the Void Grubs with your Q and you spread everything, you get the passive explosion kind of tandeming down the line, so you basically one-shot those Grubs, which means that Top Esports, if they're choosing early game objectives, they're going to have to be aware that Shun is going to be faster on the clear. I love this. He's always played different champions, and that's the expected Udyr answer from 369. It is tank versus tank. Typically, that has favored 369, but Ben, we've seen him evolve over the course of the year. Now he has a new chance in a new year to take a win versus 369.
Yeah, well, this could be the first of many. We'll see how BLG want to try and take it, but they have got themselves a very good draft, in my opinion, in terms of the pure damage output they go with. However, for Top Esports, they're more reliable. They're very bog standard, front to back. Let's get our fights kind of going with this. Keep the Azir and Kalista just pumping out those damage. So I'm curious to see how this early game will adapt, because if BLG start rolling, they won't be stopped.
If they manage to get lane pressure with the bot lane pushing in and then looking towards Ashe ults and Varus ults, kind of controlling the game, then I think BLG walk away very, very happy. But if they slip up, and Mako with the engage options, the new member, of course, towards that support role for Top Esports, he can blow open the game because there's no such thing as a tank besides that K'Sante for the side of BLG. So looking at Mako, looking at the bot lane of both of these, if these engage options start getting ahead, then that team is going to really, really benefit from it.
Here we are, the drafts are locked. Everyone is ready, and we are prepared for game 1 of our first series of the 2024 Spring Split. And I just want to see both these teams lock horns and really show us who's going to be taking the advantage right out the gate.
Absolutely. I have missed this. I have missed this
Been a
so
while.
much. And yeah, and luckily the meta has put itself towards locking horns, particularly towards that 2v2. It feels like one good Nautilus hook could blow flashes, get a kill, get a first blood or something like that towards the bot side. Xin Zhao, of course, much stronger at ganking at the level 3 mark, but if you over-engage into a Brand, Shun, who has been, I'm not going to say off-meta, but he's been one of our more varied junglers, he could really make his mark too.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Top Esports, it's about riding the ship, making this roster work. JackeyLove has probably got the best support he's ever going to get, if I'm being totally honest. So this has to work for them. But we shall stall no longer. We are jumping onto the Rift. We're even showing off the new avenues. Really nicely done there from our observing team. But I'm just excited. It is the LPL 2024 Spring Split, and we are finally into game, and the wet noodle fight has already begun.
Get used to it, you're going to see a bit of that one, but immediately onto the Rift, and we get to see some of those map changes. Of course, you will have seen these if you loaded up your own client or if you've watched some other regions, but particularly blue side jungle on both sides of the map have changed significantly. The way you enter the jungle is very, very different, and the way that it combos into your mid lane too changes up a lot. You can't just walk across mid lane now. You have to walk under tower shot range if you do go from jungle to jungle. There's no kind of extra avenue outside of that. That changes the way that some mid laners end up going back as well, and you can see that immediately. Knight walking up towards Cream, getting a good trade there too. Worth noting that the fleet footwork on Azir has become very, very common because it now procs on your soldiers, because your soldiers apply on hit. On the other side though, Knight with that fleet footwork means that this is likely going to be an AD LeBlanc, even though we haven't seen as much of it on the hotfix patch.
No, and this is so painful right now for Cream. And we talked about, we wanted to see how he would do in this matchup. It's just kind of difficult. Level 1, this is how the Varus and the Ashe works in tandem. JackeyLove taking a fair bit of hurt. And BLG right out the gate saying, no. We are owning this. We are getting ourselves sorted with this. And we are going to be the ones who push back in. And also, I just realized the Eddies, I think, have their own little counter at the top.
Oh, we do. That's great. Cool to see them up there. But yes, that was the carry attack from On of last spring of last year, where you take barrier. Doesn't matter if the engage support goes onto you. You pop the barrier, you use that for the low cooldown extra shield on top of that. Took a great trade versus JackeyLove and Mako. Now JackeyLove's used 2 of his 3 starting pots.
Yeah, nice. Not the greatest of trades, but he just wants to stop Cream getting that full reset off. Cream only got himself a little bit of a biscuit. Now level 2, and now Knight needs to be careful. We might see junglers here sooner than we might think or might have anticipated.
Maybe so. Getting a replay of what happened at level 1. And this is part of the map changes too. Much easier to get behind enemy red side bot lane. Mid lane, we saw some of those map changes working out to the favor of Knight as well, as now you have to deal with LeBlanc jumping forward, jumping back. Of course, with the dash as well, you charge up your energized autos much quicker as well. Shin immediately walking in. This is a Xin Zhao. He's meant to kill you at level 3.
I mean, look at the damage. This brand is going off and trying to get Tien. He's going to have to blow his flash here, you would imagine, and yes, he does. All of a sudden, Top Esports, they're not really got an answer for this early game, and now bot lane, they know that there's no jungler, and then Bran can come back down.
Yeah, it turns out it's not just the jungle that's on fire, it's the enemy jungler too, and he's heading towards a dive against the level 2 bot lane.
Yeah, the level 2 coming in there a little bit quicker maybe than they anticipated, and that did ward off Shun, but I talked about it. With that extra avenue and with those extra little movements, you can make so much happen. You can see Knight hunting someone down.
No
Tien
way.
has no flash, and Knight starts off the year with a kill. First blood in the LPL, and BLG, they're relentless.
Oh my gosh, Knight puts Tien into check, and he goes down for the first death of LPL 2024. What a dominant early game. The hook is in a bad place too.
Oh no, they will not be able to trade back this kill. Shun though, flashing away. Mako has got the shield and will stay alive. BLG, they're winning on all fronts, and this top lane is just not going to mean squat. You're new to your tank. Yes, you're going even, but it doesn't matter.
BLG of 23, the other LPL players said of them, they are the aggressive laning team. They're going to push you mechanically right from the start of the game. Nothing has changed coming into this one. Tien with no flash, not realistically going to be able to pick up anything here. So immediately, a 1.5 to 2,000 gold lead for BLG out of the gates. Knight has got a great early back. Bot lane's got a great early back. All happy days for BLG.
Look at the amount of jungle that's available here for the side of BLG, or even just obviously specifically Shun. Tien's going to have to try and be quick here to make sure he can get something back, try and stabilize this jungle path. But I mean, it's already a difficult time to be in. He can't really go and contest a lot of the early grubs or anything.
For sure. Tien is one of our most famous early game jungle pathing junglers too. I mean, I was thinking back to this time last year when we was playing loads of Poppy and other aggressive junglers. He was the jungler in the first couple of weeks of 2023 that would path aggressively, but Shun has really got his number in this one. Void Grubs, so what you do as Brand if you are going to go towards Ed, and Eddie is you use the Q on the first one, you spread it to the both of them after that, press W, and then the passive kind of juggles down all of them. Very, very quick at taking them, but with 369 having such a chokehold over topside with the early wave clear of Udyr with the Phoenix stance, getting that huge kind of vortex over them is going to maybe dissuade Shun from him running at them immediately.
Yeah, not quite yet. They do have good vision on it right now. They're just making sure they can at least respond should there be an early kind of push for this, but already Cream He's not falling too far behind despite the early kind of setup, but now Shun going to recognize, you would imagine, pretty quickly that he's going to be on a bit of wards. He hasn't spotted that ping port just
the
yet.
Passive on the first one, that pops the passive on the other two, and all of them get a triple passive on them so quick. One of the quickest in the game at taking those. Shun is not going to be contested because of the massive amount of pressure that Knight has in that mid lane. So mid jungle for BLG working out very well. Of course, that's been one of the big changes. You go out Knight in, and they're getting some big value out of this early game.
Yeah, Brand getting all 3 of those. That means you get some pretty decent tower pushing. And it also means that that quickens up the tempo you can go for. You can actually go and say, look, we know we can take these towers. We know we can take these plates far quicker than you're anticipating. And that trade becomes a lot harder then.
And it feels like right now, because of the way that bot lane and mid lane are playing, they actually can get some of those chip towers. Before the Grubs went even down, 2 plates in bot lane. So this is going to make it much harder for top esports to protect plates and protect a gold advantage going elsewhere. Tian, Mako, maybe they can combo up for something in this bot side. It doesn't look like Shun is here right now. He's on the bot side of the map. It looks like top esports, they have a thin window to make this work.
Yeah, they're going to try and make this one work. Mako doesn't have flash, got to force Elks out of there. Needs to make sure he does not get hit by the dredge line. Everyone is kind of backing away, but now Tien's kind of showed himself. You've made your play, congratulations, you got a play, or excuse me, a flash. It doesn't really mitigate any of the pressure.
No, and that's the thing, that was your window. It's a respectful flash, and then as soon as that play fizzles out, what do you do after that point? You know, that was your one ticket. It was hard to make it work. It was the only sitting play on the map, really. And one of the things we've been talking about a little bit in regards to the meta is sometimes you have to trade the Grubs for the early dragon. That's not even going to be the case because bot side has been winning so hard. Bot side coming around again. Tian will spot Shun. Both level 6. Well, level 6 hit for Shun, not for Tian.
Not for Tian, and he's getting the bounce off him, but Elk went down in the fight. And you see Tian, he loses his flash as soon as he gets it. Now Shun picks himself up a kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but with the minion wave thinning down, they can't go for anything else. They did lose Elk because without that flash, he is a sitting duck if he gets hit by the dredge line.
At least it's 1 kill to the side of top esports. They take down the enemy AD carry, which means that they can get a reprieve. They can maybe buy themselves a reset, importantly, too. They'd love to just get back and spend some gold.
Ooh, on. Just kind of sidestepping that one. Mako's in a bit of a compromised position. JackeyLove does not have the health bar for this, and you will just be trickled down. They do finally look to try and get some damage in, and JackeyLove has paid for the sins of his support. They will try and just burn him down with the Ashe, constantly slowing them, and this is why the Ashe has constantly been seen around the world. So oppressive.
Folks, should have just reset. They just got themselves the kill. That was their time to get back into lane and get themselves into a better laning position. End up throwing that one a little bit. Cream forced the flash away from 2. BLG playing through lane. This is a scary early game.
I mean, we set it up that this is how BLG wanted to play the game, but I do think that BLG are coming at this from such an incredibly aggressive angle because they know, I mean, they're playing with such confidence. They're kind of saying, look, no, we on paper are the best team in the league, and we should be playing like the best team in the league. They are setting a marker for how they want to play the rest of the year.
Absolutely. So, top esports, what do you do now? I think BLG have really used their early lane pressure and then the clear speed of Shun to be very active in the early game. But what are top esports going to do after this point? Going to go back towards this dive. This was their response. That was a Nautilus hook and a half. Goes between the two of them, pings onto Elk at the end of it. But between the extra damage there, oh, he takes aggro with his ults. That's unfortunate. Honestly, they probably shouldn't have even gotten that 1 kill if that's the case. Top esports getting out a little bit luckily from that one. They are going to go towards an early dragon now, but there is BLG presence.
A little bit of BLG presence, but they weren't really set up in terms of the vision to try and contest that one. So Dragon goes over to top esports. They're already falling 3k gold behind. It's only coming up in 9.5 minutes. This Brand 2-0-2, and you're probably noticing we haven't gone top lane at all because it's been tank v tank. It hasn't been relevant right now. It'll be relevant in about 10 minutes time when we go to team fights, but for the moment, it's just not really something you need to go for. And BLG are capitalizing on the fact that top lane is just non-existent for the moment.
And one of the ways that Udyr tends to get ahead of K'Sante is you proxy, you push in very quickly, run beyond the tower, and then you end up clearing the next wave. Because Shun on Brand clears waves so quickly, there's a chance he can contest that too. So 369 not even out of farm advantage right now. It's very even. He hasn't gotten plates, so Bin, he's doing his role, and honestly, this feels like a bit of the flip of 23, where it would be Bin pushing for early pressure, looking towards individual advantages, and then later into the game, 369 would have teamfight presence and soak up that kind of pressure in the early game. So Bin's actually going to get away with the Grubs and have demolished Frog the first plate of this top lane.
This is what I was talking about, with those Grubs now being into play. That extra few seconds, if you can delay someone's back, if you can stop their rotation, it changes how you play the game. It changes how you kind of approach
let's see how quickly this takes. So it's 10:28. How quickly is this going to go?
I'll keep the timer on you.
Not quite first item just yet, but this is such a quick clear from the Brand. Level 7 right now, farmed up pretty well, and of course got those 2 early kills. He's basically taken it in about, what, an extra 20 seconds, 30 beyond that. 2 rotations of spell, pretty much able to get this one. And there's nothing that Top Esports can do about this.
No.
Again, they're chokeholded in most of their lanes. 6 grubs going to the side of BLG. Top Esports get an early dragon, but let's be honest, how are you really going to be in a position to get yourself towards soul point win condition or something like that if you don't have the gold and the pressure and lanes to fight it?
Yeah, and again, this is 6 grubs, it's an AD LeBlanc, it's a double AD bot lane. Like, you're just gonna melt turrets. Even if you do trade a Baron or a Dragon Soul or whatever, it doesn't matter because you're just absolutely smashing them. And then the mini Eddies are coming in.
Go Eddies!
The little minis, they're coming in, the Rolfs, as I've decided to call them, because of, I don't know why,
I was questioning that.
Yeah, but look, Rolf was the shepherd guy from Ed and Eddie, yeah.
You know, I never really watched that. I thought it was a
Really?
funny... well, I caught it occasionally on TV. But
Ed and Eddie was like my childhood, basically.
Yeah,
I was just like...
dude, by the way, there are so many names I've been thinking of these. The Grub, the Bad, and the Ugly. It's one of my favorites.
Great.
I like
yeah,
that one.
I like that one, but nice. Does he go for an aggressive play here? He really wants that plate, and he will get it. As the Rolfs come in there, now everyone's converging, but I don't even think they're going to be able to get anything from this. They hit them with the Ash Arrow, Mako taking passively damage. Knight goes back over the wall because why the hell not? No one can kill him. And just look at this passive poke coming out. This is just impossible to play against. Mako has to get himself fate called in order not to die. But Top Esports, I wouldn't even say they're on the back foot. They don't have a foot to stand on.
Yeah, they've been locked off at the knee, it feels like. No quarter from BLG. Again, using the Void Grubs. How many plates have they got total right now? They've lost 1 in top side, but they've taken 1 in top. Taken 3 currently in bot, and they've taken 2 in mid lane. That's only going to get worse with an extra minute and a half and decent amount of time to hit these turrets. Top Esports, they're looking for that one snatch and grab engage where they can get a good Nautilus hook onto someone out of position. You know, as much as the gold lead is there, in jungle and in the lanes as well. If you're fighting on the bot side of the map without K'Sante, everyone is squishy. You might be able to take someone down. The BLG, real credit for them. They're using aggressive plays and aggressive laning, but they're not overstepping to the point where they're getting punished.
Yeah, full tower taken in bot side. Just the Grubs able to do so much with that, and we get a couple of bit of breakdowns for some of the new items.
So this is one of the new tank items that's showing up on the bottom of the screen here. It's Kaenic Rukun, which is a cool name. It's a completely made-up word, but most things are in fantasy settings, so we have that. That's been built up for K'Sante. When you're out of combat for 7 seconds, you get yourself effectively like a Galio W passive as a magic shield, which regens when you're out of combat, which is that little purple bar at the end of his HP bar. Now what that means is poor Udyr, he's running at you with a load of magic damage. Every wave, he sat there going, I need to choke through how much HP to actually get to your actual HP bar again. Tank items are really quite strong right now, folks.
Yeah, tank items are the way to go for top laners, and outside of Jax, it does feel like
even he builds them.
Even he builds them, to be perfectly honest. He gets a lot more out of them, though, I think, is just because he gets damage as well.
Not me. I play AD Ahri top lane. I don't think I get to build the tank items, but everyone else, you can go towards Kaenic Rukun and Frozen Heart. That's the double resist kind of super combo right now.
Yeah, that is the super setup, if you will, as we come into this new meta. But I mean, for Top Esports, how? It's a question we always ask ourselves, or I always ask my co-casters at least. How do you stabilize? How do you come back into this? You're 4,000 gold, maybe 5,000 gold down.
Can I borrow a Jamada-ism?
Yeah.
Turn to religion. Every time it gets like this, that's the phrase he'd use, and it's feeling like it. Yeah, you're praying to Mako, I think, in this particular one. You got to just find yourself a good engage. She's the one real person in position to potentially catch someone out. There's, of course, one of the big changes too is that stopwatch was removed from the game. Now, Seeker's Arm Guard now effectively functions like that, but it's much more expensive. Knight is alone in the side lane for now, but he has double dashes and a flash. He should be okay still.
He should be fine. Maybe he didn't have the double dash. I think his ult was on cooldown. That's probably why they felt comfortable to go for that. But you committed to the bot side. You got a flash. You lose in the mid lane because, again, double marksman just makes this so difficult. Brand takes the dragon by himself. Another Fate's Call just to answer the chain of corruption. And I mean, this is just, it's hard. It's hard to watch for Top Esports fans.
Yeah, it is. You can't even walk into your own jungle right now. On still has ult. Shun, once he pops his ult as well, going to do in the same amount. They're going for the hook. This could be the play, but it misses.
They got to be able to turn him back. No Fate's Call to bring him back out on top of this. But Chem Rift does mean we get ourselves a bigger blast cone, so they're able to kind of put themselves into out of harm's way. But 6,000 gold, or just under 5.5, I should say, as we hit the 15-minute mark. Dragons aren't even stacking for Top Esports anymore, and a Chem Rift, it's just, a Chem Soul's just not that valuable.
No, it's not. They would have loved to get a fight like that. I mean, credit to Mako, he has looked for it. The roam up towards that river play, which almost caught Knights out. That play in the enemy jungle there, flashing forward, looking for Shun. They're the right place to make, but BLG, this is the caliber of team that they're coming into this year as They're not giving early picks and easy picks over to the side of top esports, and now we have Knight building up towards the Voltaic Cyclosword as second item on top of the Shiv. He's looking to maybe take down 369.
Yeah, there's a Ghost here, no flash, and there's a CC chain and a hell of a lot of damage. Shun showing why Brand should be your go-to jungler at all times. And this is just exceptional from BLG.
Yeah. 369 is actually the number of degrees Celsius he reached in that kill there. Set on fire, burned down. It's getting
hot.
pretty toasty towards that top side. And yeah, now this is a big problem because Udyr is meant to get lane pressure, meant to be very hard to take down his side lanes. Knight and Shun do it for the cost of, what, one ultimate from Shun. They're going to take down the Herald as well. They have lost one objective, which is that Cloud Dragon towards the bot side. And as we said, who gives a damn about that? It's a Chemsec Rift, and it's a one dragon apiece. It's not coming in the early Soul or an early Elder or something like that. Top esports, they are feeling so out of options right now.
It really does feel rough, as we can see Mako just not landing these hooks, and you've already got a Edge of Night here on, so he's just...
Very intelligent,
yeah,
actually.
just doesn't need to go for the Umbral Glaive. He knows that Vision isn't going to be the big key for them right now because they're just so far ahead.
I hadn't even caught that because Ash, I just kind of assumed builds Umbral Glaive. That's really intelligent, right? What's the way we've been talking about top esports getting back into the game? Mako flash forwarding, hook, getting a hook. The ult misses under the turret. Cream will get away with that one.
Yeah, I mean, but again, this is why the Ashe support is just so valuable, so viable, because you could just have so many options to just go, wait, can we get an engage? No, we didn't lose anything. The Ashe ult's already on a quarter cooldown done, so you're going to have that back so quickly. Shelly,
that's a lot of little creeps.
Let them all go! Like, goddamn it now. Go the other way. Bring it to mid lane. I think you got 10 seconds, so we're going to see now how good of a driver Knight is. Got himself some need for speed, and maybe he's going to try and just kind of put this towards that mid lane. It depends.
There's no outer turret there. There's no turret to hit.
Well, he had a bit of a fun, right? Look, League of Legends is all about having fun, all right? None of this World Championship malarkey. Let's just have a bit of wholesome fun.
Some of the greatest players in the world have not had a great chance at driving things so far. Maybe need to pick up some racing sims or two. Or they can play Nexus Blitzer Arena. The battle sled follows a very similar mechanic.
The next Verstappen is here. I know it. I know he is. We just have to find him.
Either way, though, I mean, BLG, without that Herald Charger or with it, they have 3 of the outer towers down already. They have themselves the 6 grubs. It feels like now, particularly now that... so we'll watch where this goes. I think it's going to be off target, so we'll be okay with that one. But Knight is going to transition into this side lane role very effectively, getting up towards the energized item spikes, because you have Shiv, you have Fleet, and you're going to have that Cyclosword, which is... very good at recharging on dashes as well. He's going to be so obnoxious like this. Cream never really gets to hit the LeBlanc stood in the soldiers because they're there for like, half a second for an auto and a spell, and then they're gone.
I feel like we are already hitting kind of a threshold right now where you're 7,000 gold down. That's just so annoying. And on, this feels for top esports like you're thinking about game 2. I don't really like saying that a lot of time, but this does feel...
Yeah, look for a Hail Mary, but this one's hard.
How do you change? What are you looking to change right now? What do you want to see them adapt to coming into the second game?
You can't have as many losing lanes. You can't afford to give up this much early pressure, especially against laners the caliber of BLG. Top lane's a bit of a wash, but mid lane and bot lane feels like, you saw the Ashe locked in, you opted into the Kalista Nautilus, you couldn't make it work in the early game, especially with the early jungling going so poorly for side of Obvious as well. But this is the Hail Mary.
This is the Hail Mary. They'll flash in. They're going to try and jump in and kill off as many as they can, but they haven't killed them just yet. The damage only just about getting it, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Now the rest of BLG can clean up house. 369 looking to try and take out Alt, but he gets all outed. JackeyLove trying to keep himself safe. Finally, Cream goes in, but as soon as you go in, you're going to have to go out because you are dead. Bin looks to try and jump on the JackeyLove, who flashes away from the action. Knight looking for one more. The 369 stun keeps him and his 80 carry alive. But even when they threw everything in the kitchen sink, it's still a BLG win.
And it's the kitchen oven as well. They've been branded marks for death, and Shun put out so much damage in that fight. Top esports again, they're looking for these few plays to try and get flashes away from, get good shutdowns and gold. Again, it's the right kind of options. They just don't have the vision, the positioning, and the raw stats to take these kind of fights. So BLG, they walk away, yes, losing a lot of flashes. That potentially could be a negative. But as you see in this fight, you gotta catch far too many people to win one of these fights. Good double early flash, but just watch how much work Shun does. One shots the support. The burns going across in terms of the passive. He's basically untouched. Shun has had an incredible first game so far. This brand loving it.
Yeah, and again, I can't really blame JackeyLove. Might look at him there and go, oh, his positioning, he's not there. He's a short-range AD carry. Cream! Oh! No, he actually gets behind his clone. They actually keep him alive. The Ashe arrow goes out, but it gets blocked. But I mean, what's Jackie Love supposed to do there? What's he supposed to kind of set up for? Because as a Kalista, you walk in, you're going to die from the brand damage.
That you are. Speaking of brand, takes down a dragon all by his lonesome towards that as well. And now we're getting to the point where the map's starting to open up. It's post 20 minutes. We have the new Void buffs. This is going to be the Hunting Baron. There are 3 kinds of them now. Hunting Baron has the same pit as the old one. There's also the All-Seeing and the Territorial Barons, the other ones, which I can't really remember until I actually see them on the Rift themselves. So the map's getting open now. So top esports, you can never leave Baron alone. There's the Liandry's on the brand to burn down that Baron, but you also can't really leave side lanes unattended because of the 6 grubs, because of the 3-item AD LeBlanc who's gone for a fire cannon as well for extra obnoxious ranged energized poke. Again, this is so difficult. They're looking for that one miracle engage, but they've failed pretty much at all attempts so far.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mako has flash, but I don't even know he's going to be able to get out of this. He's still ticking, still ticking. The Fate's Call comes in to try and wait it out, and he will stay alive just barely. And I mean, this is rough. This is so hard to kind of see where you come back from this, because even 369, yeah, he's not going to die very quickly, but I mean, he just keeps getting chipped down.
But Shun didn't even use ult on Mako. He doesn't need to use anything important. You can see that he's been so good at judging his own power. He has a Rylai's as well on top of the Liandry, so the burn is going to trigger the slow, which means it's harder to dodge everything, and it makes it much easier for BLG to chase down the few targets they don't kill in that opening salvo. Look at this, you can see the vision toggle. Top esports, they have very little to work with. This is going to come back to what we were just talking about. You have kind of a lose-lose option. You either look to spread the map and potentially give over Baron, or you try and focus on one area of the map and give over side lanes to 6 grubs and a heavy 1-3-1 style composition from BLG that they can perform as.
Yeah, and again, this is just an impossible situation to come back in. You're waiting on BLG to make mistakes. I think that's a very fair kind of way to put it. But BLG, even when a mistake was kind of technically made or forced upon them, a forced mistake, it was very much kind of mitigated. It didn't matter because everyone has such incredible stats right now. 3 items on the LeBlanc, 2.5 items coming up, and stacks as well on a Dark Seal here for the brand. You can see Ghost burn straight away by 369. And again, you need that to be getting onto the backline, to forcing Elkin and Knight away from fights.
And they've chosen one of the options. They chose to focus on one area. They give over a side lane turret at this point. Inner turrets are worth an awful lot of gold. Top esports, they've not even got anywhere close to them because they haven't taken a single outer turret at this point. They're gathering towards this top side of the map, getting some vision around Baron. I don't think they're really able to start it though. They might just try it anyway. Cream doesn't have teleport just yet. It's off vision for BLG. They'll need to come check just in case. They're using the Ash Arrow to do so.
Yeah, now 369 moves forward here. Elka has put down a lot of work here on top of him, but that blast cone,
the blast cone.
is going to put him in a little bit of no man's land, but he should be fine to walk away from this one here, just cycling through his abilities. Cream tries to make something work here as he jumps with the Knight, but Knight gets himself over the wall. They're getting some decent damage down. You can see now Top Esports springing to life. They're going to try and make this one work if they can, but Tien is all alone. He's healing up a little bit. He finally gets taken down, and now Cream just hasn't got a leg to stand on. He will be forced out as Shun picks up a double. And this is just, again, you threw a Hail Mary, but it's a Hail Mary for the reason because prayers aren't always answered.
It's a prayer for the departed at this point. Top esports, they have had a couple of chances. They get a focus. They're not even going to take down on. Oh, gosh, you can't blame them for trying. They didn't have many stats. They didn't have many options left. Yeah, there's an item at the bottom of the screen. That's one of the tools of their demise. BLG going to seal this Baron, probably seal away the game as well. Knight doesn't even need to feel like he's there. Post 20 minutes, by the way, just drench it while it's here. If you kill a buff post 20 minutes after Baron has spawned, your whole team gets the buff at the cost of they no longer transfer. Yeah. So if you kill someone, you don't get the buff off of them. But BLG going to walk away with all red buffs. They're going to get themselves a Baron as well. Knight is... He's just alone doing his thing. What is
He's untouchable. He is untouchable, and he knows it.
Oh my gosh.
He knows he can flex on them right now. He's like, I know you put your entire branding on my name, but it doesn't matter because I am here on BLG. I'm going to show you that I am the best in the league.
Oh my gosh, I love that. So he ends up like dashing at one point, hits the blast cone, dashing again. So he has 2 different return points. You can just fly across the map. I love that. Inventive play from Knight, just flexing a little bit. Going back to replay of one of the fights that we had. It's going to be the clumped up fight that we missed in favor of watching Udyr kind of run around on the top side of the map from this. Bin, very tanky. Talks about how tank items are very strong right now, even in the midst of 3 members. Very happy to tank them up. Cream out, honestly, decent punish onto Knight, but again, I think Bin is the focus of this team fight. Watch what he does as soon as Knight gets hit. As soon as there's any threat onto his carry, drags Tien away from the killing blow. What a bro, honestly. Bin, good game from him so far too.
Yeah, very solid performance on a tank, and well, K'Sante does it all really. Something, 500 armor, 5,000 HP or something. But now with the Baron taken, we're in here. Udyr split pushing. That's Top Esports' one and only turret taken for them. They're down by 13,000 gold. It's just basically a formality, you would imagine at this point. 26 minutes coming up on the clock, shredding through turrets, stopping any kind of rebuttal coming out here from Top Esports. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be the game, you imagine. Everything and anything is just going to be taken here by BLG.
The full court press continues as it has done for the last 26 minutes. This could be the death push. They could also look for one more reset, maybe. We'll see if they end up finishing on this one. Top Esports, they have defender's advantage. They can go back and regen, but they still got to be able to take someone down on the side of BLG. Minute left on the Baron. Bin's going in.
Bin is going in, but going to get the Fates call out of the Kalista to try and see if they can keep Mako alive. He also used his ultimate as well, so you're 2 ults down and you've got nothing from it. All you got is a couple of low health fires. They finally try and jump onto Knight, but Knight wants to take down Mako. He goes back to his distortion. They bring back the Udyr and say, it doesn't matter if you're the tank, we'll take you out too. This brand is disgusting as they take towers, they take champions' lives, and they will eventually take the Nexus. Not before, of course, they start to pad these stats just a little bit. They want everyone to know that they are the top dogs, and what a statement game 1 from BLG.
Shun ends up as 8-0-8 on Brand Jungle. We were wondering what the meta was going to be coming into this year, and we've seen from some of the other regions, we've seen a lot of Xin Sao, we've seen some tanky junglers, we've seen some early skirmishes. We saw 1 or 2 games of the Brand Jungle, but it hasn't become that widespread yet, though. If you're going to play full court press and you're going to be able to get good clear speed and good objective presence, Shun showed you exactly how to play that. Incredible first game from BLG.
I mean, that was just pure domination. There's no other words for it. There's no other terms for it. And Top Esports, it just didn't work. You can't point to one particular thing. You can't really say, oh, this person should have done this. There was nothing they could have done.
You might be able to point the draft after and say, can we not give them
I'm
that again?
talking about the players. I'm talking about the players specifically. But that was just, I mean, it was hard to watch. But we'll see if they can change anything in the second game. But we're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, game number 2. We are back coming into our second game of our first series. BLG laid down a marker in game number 1. There was just not a moment past maybe 3 minutes where they weren't just complete control. Top Esports, they have a bit of stuff to kind of work on right now. They've got a bit of things to go because Shun on brand can't be allowed to happen again.
Nope, especially not with the level 1 that ended up happening across the map too. Bot lane went well at level 1, mid lane went very well at level 1, and then we had first blood coming from Knight after Shun had blown the flash of Tien on the other side as well, in his own jungle. There was basically never a point where it felt like Top Esports was on the other side of the map. It was utter destruction, and Shun's going to walk away with that MVP for that destruction.
Yeah, MVP Shun. It's kind of, I mean, there was no one else to kind of go for. 8-0 and a 94% kill participation. And I mean, like, it just never stopped. It just never stopped. Man was on a mission, and he made sure his mission was accomplished.
5,000 gold difference individually at the end of that game. Yeah, this was an incredible game to start off with. I think Shun really matured last year. You know, he's had a good career so far, but last year it really felt like he again took off, much like the rest of this roster.
Yep, he really did. And I do feel like coming into this next one, Top Esports, like you said, they need stuff to kind of come in with this. They need to be able to come back and fight back into this because, I mean, they just had so many losing lanes. They didn't have any pressure. And again, like, I don't point to any one particular player because I'm like, what are you supposed to do in that particular setup? Because at some points, you're just going to get caught. That's just how it is.
It is, and as we said, early game was sort of the end of the game after a while. I mean, credit to Top Esports for trying to find plays after that point. Yes, there were some fun hooks from Mako. First game on the Top Esports roster, and first game away from EDG. It felt like he was making the right decisions. It's just the tools that he had available to him were just not... Okay, this wasn't the right decision.
I was going to say.
This one wasn't. This was the one player like, yeah...
That was real caster curse energy.
And this game's already happened. How do I do that? This was the play which I thought, hey, you probably should have just reset. You got yourself that kill under turret. You managed to take down the enemy AD carry. Kind of break some of that early game pressure from the bot lane of Ashe and Varus, which can get really, really oppressive. But, you know, Mako first game away from EDG after almost 1,100 games of their organization. It's probably not the one he'd like to be remembered for, but hopefully he'll manage to settle in a little easier in game 2.
Yep, and just to anyone wondering at home, we are on 14.1B. That is hot fix LeBlanc.
I was surprised, actually.
Yeah, and it looked just as broken.
I mean, it is also Knight's LeBlanc.
That is true. That is true.
Something of a timeless factor, though.
There you go. For your solo queue, you know who to ban. It's always a little thing where it's like, you know who to ban. But yes, coming into this next game, I need more.
If we could just have on the ticker at the bottom, just Knight's LeBlanc still broken.
Ban.
Yeah.
Ban Knight's
LeBlanc. Or
like
B-N-B-R-N-D. We could have that, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look, we'll see how it ends up kind of going for this one right now. Billy will be moving over to the red side. You will have Top Esports on the blue, you would imagine. And this is where we kind of see what the change will be. You can see good moves, good spirits here from BLG as they look to try and, again, solidify themselves as a top team with no equal.
Yeah, and you know, it's when you talk about off-season and Demacia Cup, but then it comes into LPL, there are definitely going to be some changes from the hypotheticals to on stage. But one thing that everyone was very confident about, BLG looked like, on paper, best team in the league. In game 1, they put that up, and it looked like it was holding very, very solid. We have changed sides. Top Esports are going onto blue side, and they have planned that LeBlanc.
Easy. Ban LeBlanc. They've also gone for the Rumble and the Nico this time around, so we'll see what they're going to go for. And again, BLG, they're respecting it themselves. They're saying, look, we're getting rid of the Akali, we're getting rid of the Ashe, so we're not going to let you have that oppressive bot lane, and we're going to keep away the Milio. So again, really big kind of bot lane, specifically support bans getting put in here, giving Mako respect. But now Top Esports, you've got a choice here. And is your choice going to be the Kalista? Again, I don't point any fingers at anyone in terms of like bad performances. JackeyLove couldn't, you know, kind of play in that last game. He's going to try it again.
Now, it was against the Ashe Varus, which is probably the most disgusting level 1 lane that you can get in terms of bot lane right now. I was wondering if the Varus would be the first pick. That has been the case in other regions, and of course JackeyLove is one of the best Varuses we have here, both poke and on hit. The guy was incredible at that in 23. Knight had his Orianna banned away from him in the last game. He's going to pick it up for this one, and now the problem is Orianna is incredibly dominant in early lane. Cream does play a lot of aggressive mobile assassins in the mid lane, but as it seems right now, it just feels like Orianna will just break you down early game, so he's going to have an answer. Senna and Renata being hovered on the other side. It feels like both of them are actually very lane dominant in their own regards.
I do like the Renata a little bit better just because of the engage potential with an Orianna Rakan. The ball delivery system is very, very clutch. But Azir back here for Cream. Didn't have a fun time, but he doesn't have to worry about the LeBlanc this time around.
So a world we kind of saw both BDD and Faker show that even though the Azir can lose out on CS, he will get push in early game, and that can be very important because when you're looking into the enemy jungle, you're not going to have, you know, a LeBlanc or whatever flashing in to kill your jungler for first blood. So, bit of a different laning dynamic, even despite the difference in, there's the same champion for the side of Cream. If he manages to get a leg over Knight in the early game, there's a chance that Tien isn't going to see Xun breathing down his neck quite as heavily as game 1.
No, not really, but now we see what Elk wants to kind of go for here. Plenty of options available to him. I do think the Lovers duo is still exceptionally powerful, even regardless of where the meta is. If you can get these two champs on the same board, they are just good.
Also, Arnaud Rakan is just something special, folks. He showed us how to play that champion more than once in 2023. There was the Zeri hovered. Turns out Bruiser Zeri's back, by the way. So look forward to that at some point in an LPL game near you. I don't like Bruiser Zeri, but
I don't like Zeri in the meta at all, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we saw enough of that one for the whole of half of the first part of the year of 2023. Getting into second round bans, though, notably junglers not been picked up, and of course top laners as well. Now, are we going to get ourselves into another tank v tank top side? There is, of course, no Rumble on the table, but we still have K'Sante and Udyr. Jax also available right now too. What Top Esports could do is opt into, I know it's dangerous, giving Bin the Jax and taking the K'Sante, because it feels like right now, once you hit 2 items on 369's K'Sante, if you were to pick that up, Jax doesn't really deal well with K'Sante at that point. When you have the that K'Sante there, when you have the Frozen Heart and the other items too, feels like that champion could be a really big issue. But now with the K'Sante banned, maybe you're forced into the Jax ban on the other side.
Yes, and also the brand still being left open right now. I will say you do have a bit more kind of disengaging options, especially with the Renata available to you. It's pretty much the same draft on their side, but the Jax gets banned away here by the side.
I think we read that one okay then.
I think we read that one. Your meta read is pretty on point.
I did my homework.
Good
once.
man.
My teachers would be proud of me, I think, maybe.
But BLG now, you would imagine they will leave that top lane pick for last to give Bin that kind of information before he does commit to the matchup. They are still looking at potentially going for a completely different style rather than just pure damage. They're looking for pure engage.
Xun still has Vi banned away from him an awful lot. He plays it an awful lot. Even when the champion's hit with multiple nerfs, he keeps going back to this. We've seen it again picked up in the meta. It's no surprise that it's around. I think that when you have already the AP mid laner of the Orianna as opposed to the AD LeBlanc, it's kind of harder to go towards that AP jungle, especially when it's, in this case, it would have been a blind pick jungle as well. Sometimes there are... jungle matchup doesn't matter all the time, but when you're picking someone like a Brand, you want to take that into account. This time it's going to be the Jarvan. So, Jarvan...
Interesting.
Good into the Orianna as well as with it as well. Of course, we've seen that combo an awful lot. It just means that Ori is going to have their flash blown an awful lot, and it's a good engage button to go with. The Callisto potential shuffles as well. It feels like Top Esports, more competitive draft than the first game, especially if they can get that level 1 in a better state of affairs.
Yep, and 369, look, again, didn't do badly on the Udyr in game number 1, didn't have a bad time of it, but does end up blocking that one in, so they've got plenty of kind of draft power within their lanes as well.
Oh, this is the counter pick right now. Into Udyr, this is the counter pick. We've seen it in LCK from Keen. We saw it from Ray Farkey as well in the LGL. Now, the EU counter pick has been the Olaf from Adam. I think Bwipo also played it in the LCS. So those are the two picks that we've seen really destroy the Udyr 1v1. But what the Aatrox does is give you more pressure outside of the lane. If you're just playing for the lane, sometimes things can get very difficult. Like, imagine playing an Olaf, getting Jarvan ulted, and then he just, hops out. You can't really play that. So that's been... Maybe, I'm reading into this a little bit, Bin used to pick just for lane. That was a lot of what happened in early 23. This feels like he's picking for the team comp. He's going to be very disruptive, able to combo on in the team fights a lot better, even if he's losing out on an individual lane a bit more.
I will say, for Top Esports, you can get maybe a little bit of a Shimmer stew going in there. Cataclysm into the ultimate from Renata.
That does not sound particularly tasty.
It doesn't sound, I mean, that's just how it is sometimes, but, you got the Demacian Hot Pot with Rumble, you've got the Shimmer stew with Renata Glass, so, you got to vary it up. Everywhere can't have hot pot.
My favorite one is when you have the Misfortunal over the Jarvan and it's the Shot Glass combo.
Yes, that's a pretty good one there. There's some creativity you can get in there, but comms locked and loaded. Obviously, we're seeing roughly similar carries here for the side of Top Esports. A very different draft altogether, though, from the side of BLG.
Kalista Renata, level 1, is actually much more competitive versus the Zyra Khan. I mean, level 1 from Zyra Khan with the W start, still very, very dangerous, but still competitive in the 2v2 as opposed to the Ash Varus doing unspeakable things at level 1 and popping the barrier to make sure you get the winning end of the HP trade. Feels like top lane, the Udyr will have top control as it did in game 1. In mid lane, feels like it's a bit more of a tried and tested matchup. Azir can get that push. Feels like they have tooled themselves up for a bit more early game stability. Have Top Esports.
Top Esports, you got to hit the ground running. That last game, forget about it. It didn't happen. Well, it did happen, but it was just,
last game?
Exactly. That's exactly the kind of attitude you need coming into this next one. You have to put down this marker because, again, this is on paper, you would argue a top 4, potentially even top 3 team. You can't let BLG just roll over you, even though they are the perceived favorites coming into this year.
Oh, that is a very pretty look at that graphic out there. It's of course the Year of the Dragon.
Well, not yet. It will be Year of the Dragon after Chinese New Year. Which
is coming up soon?
February 8th or 9th? Maybe 10th. No, February 10th. Yes, I believe it's February 10th. So we'll be taking a little break. Of course, we have a new schedule as well on our side. We're not doing every day, unfortunately, but we are going to be doing Thursday to Sundays. We had decided to make a little exception for today, just so we can
make it special on the first day.
Yeah, just make it special on the first
honestly,
day.
seeing that first game, we're glad we did.
Yeah.
See how BLG can match that kind of performance. And as you can see, level 1, JackeyLove Mako, they have themselves a lot more confidence to walk up at this point, using the lethal tempo threat on that Kalista to walk forward. Sometimes you see the Halo Blades on the Kalista to get some really bursty trades, but when you have the Renata with the Kalista, because you know that you can play around the bailout, you can look for longer trades. You can even take your HP part down to 0, get more Ren stacks up, use the lethal tempo, which is better in those longer trades then, and come out ahead from that one. So let's see how that bot lane goes. I think that'll be an important part this first game. Second game, rather. Yeah, early game.
I was going to say, first series.
Well, no, we said to forget about the first game. I'm just sticking to it. Sticking to it. Yeah.
You're technically correct. The best kind of correct. Well, we'll see. I want to see exactly how this Aatrox works out for them as well, because for the moment, it doesn't strike me as it's going to have, as you say, a huge amount of early game pressure coming into the Udyr, but that is just the Udyr matchup.
It is. Kind of want to see what his itemization is as well. I've talked with a few people about Aatrox itemization. There's one of the ERL coaches, Harold Hamhand, who's a big fan of Shojin first and has been advocating that a lot as well. We had a discussion with Odo Amley about that one, about whether you should go Sundered Sky for a bit more HP, or should you actually go for something where, you know, if you hit the Q onto 4 minions, you actually get 12% ability up right from the start. Let's forget about that one. That'll come later, though. Shun is being counter-invaded. This time it's Tien who can get over to the other side of the map. Get rid of very buff steal.
And you mentioned this in the last game. Tien, kind of famously in the LPL, very aggressive kind of laner, or excuse me, pather, and just getting ahead of everyone and trying to make these kind of things work. So now Shun will realize he has been robbed, and will now have to try and figure out his path. And this is the thing, when you disrupt that pathing in the early game, it can lead to kind of some mismatches where you thought you were going to be on the bottom side, but you actually can't go for that anymore.
And because there are, you know, less camps on the top side as well, it means that you have less ability to stop this Udyr doing his thing. You're not going to be able to stop him from proxying if he chooses to do so. 369 had the early wave push, and that meant that Tien felt a lot more safe going towards the buff steal. No real chance of Bin walking down towards that buff steal at that point. Bot lane also playing, so it's a bit of a mirror actually from a reflection opposite of that game 1. That's the word I was looking for, because actually a lot of these early lanes pushing in for the side of Top Esports. Mid lane being the one exception right now, but both these mid laners quite low HP. Could see ourselves early 2v2 potentially.
He doesn't really want to take this fight right now. It just, unfortunately, with Tien on the Jarvan in the early game, you flag and drag in, that's kind of it.
Yeah.
You need support on that side, so he would have liked for Cream or 369 to be there. There we go, flags and drags in. Now has Cream for support. Shun might actually have to lose his flash here, and that's exactly what he does, but he's still being pushed back. Over the wall he goes.
Okay.
Really wants to make this one work. Cream actually doesn't have a huge amount of mana, but the knockup is good. And they will donate over a kill to the Cream Fund. They will finally, no, they've got themselves a protection, but not quite enough. I got a little excited there. Knight didn't really have anything else to help him with. But a great start here for Top Esports. Much, much healthier than they were in game number 1.
Flipped from game 1, early lane pressure, very much working out for the favor of Top Esports. And BLG, while they, you know, Knight did have himself the wave pushed in mid, he didn't have the HP or the mana to really stick around, and the 2v2 now kicks off.
Flash for flash, being burned here in this bot side. Mako losing his, Elk trying to get those feathers to go down behind him to get some sun, but now, without a flash or a ghost here for Elk, you can see Tien, he's ready and able to try and make this one work. We'll know that Shun is in the bot side, and isn't willing to go for a full commit just yet, but these are low health bars.
That they are. No summoners to speak of either. Elk on, they have one flash between them. That's on the Rakan. Won't help Elk if he wants to survive. But even with that, just chipping down the tower is enough for now. It's not like this bot lane situation is getting any better for Elkanon.
I will say, Shun did get a reset because he died, so he's got a Ruby Crystal and a Longsword, so yes, the Jarvan is technically ahead in gold, but he hasn't actually spent that gold yet, so gotta be a little bit careful, a bit more wary, but great start from Top Esports, much more composed and controlled.
There's that Guardian Shield, I think, blown there once again from On. Actually, that might have just been the passive of Rakan Shield on that one. Still, Top Esports, they have much more control in the early game. They drafted for it. I think they learned from the mistakes of that draft 1. Mid lane, you know, it's about as even as it gets. Not the level 1 domination that Knight found on the nerfed AD LeBlanc. Going back towards the Soriana, which has, of course, been a mainstay of the meta ever since the World Championships.
And now that you have this early kind of tempo coming out here from Top Esports, where do you convert it? Where do you want to see them move around the map to get some advantages off of the summonerless jungler and bot side?
Well, you don't have the pretty much instant clear of grubs like you do with the Brand, so it's less likely to get the instant clear towards that. I'd like to see some first Dragon priority from Top Esports, because it feels like Kalista Renata, if you're not getting first Dragon, why are you picking that lane? It's really, really good at getting bot side control, converting that into objectives. As it shows right now, though, feels like Knight just managed to get the wave pushed in, get some vision out onto the top side of the map, so Knight getting some value for his team. W in.
Now On is taking a fair bit of damage, though!
Oh, the handshake!
And he was not getting out. That deal was made in blood, and the handshake was his death.
Oh, gosh. Grim stuff for the bot lane of BLG. JackeyLove and Mako getting themselves some real value here. They didn't really get a chance to play in game 1, but they're showing up in the second one. That's the ward which Knight just put down in top side of river, spotting out Cream. He's going to get himself some of that honey fruit so he can top himself up. This is going to be the early grub start from Top Esports towards the top side of the map. Other regions, they haven't really been focusing too much on grubs. Feels like they're a little bit more of a consolation prize. Maybe we'll see something different in the LPL, especially if you're already hitting turrets very hard, which of course we've seen in both of these early games so far. It's the first one down. 369 got himself top lane prio. Of course, Knight had himself a reset as well.
Look at the replay then of that bot side. Again, this is honestly just really disrespected because he decided to go in instead of go out. And it leads to his death because this is just a fantastic timing on the handshake.
I don't really know why you decided to W onto JackeyLove. Maybe you thought that Al could be a little bit closer so you can get the extended battle dance out of the fray. Not going to be the case though. Punished for his over-aggressiveness. And does he have another E now? It's shown over the wall. Be able to get out.
Little dodgy there. And again, losing a very big HP chunk kind of off him. Has to burn through some of his refillable potion to make sure he's just able to maintain presence in the lane. The grubs picked up here as well by Top Esports. Now he says that they only picked up 2. They actually have still 1 more left in that all alone. The Eddies. I have been told
which one's left? Ed, or Eddie?
Ed. And that doesn't help with that either, but...
yeah, we had a complaint. Maybe we should call them the Kev, and Kevin, just to keep it more in brand. We'll try and see what we can get. The dive's more important here right now, though.
It is a little bit. Drag out. Flag and drag out just before the stun comes in. But again, that passive coming out here from the grubs, and see JackeyLove just standing firm, knowing that he's in priority. Cream coming down towards this dragon. Again, like you said, they want to prioritize this as well. If you have the Kalista, you should just be getting perma push, which they are.
That they are. What can they actually get out of this for now, though? Because it feels like if you start up on the dragon, you're going to give a level 6 Vi a chance to engage onto you. That would be the Vi-Orianna combo, which is not something you particularly want to be, particularly as a blue side team, stuck against these bot river walls when you're taking that dragon against. So I think BLG, they're aware that they have some tools to fight now. They are significantly far down in gold, but it's not to the point where we've got first items coming through just yet. You need to be very careful, though.
Oh, they're looking for the handshake. There it is. Feathers will go flying. Mako gets caught a little bit, but they can't aggress any further. That's a big cooldown now on Elk. And again, JackeyLove wasn't really fully committing. He knew that he just had to basically just keep Marshall posing around that fight to know that he was always in kind of out of harm's way.
He's hop, skipped, and jumped his way to a 30 CS lead and a couple of plates on that bot side. Close to getting value. Gonna see the recall completed by 369. Knight was aware that there might be an Udyr over that wall, but sadly not the exact location. Can't cancel that. Dragon now finally started up on the bot lane reset timings. This isn't going to be with the help with the Kalista Renata duo. They're going to get themselves a base. There's a chance now for BLG's bot lane interrupting this themselves. Shun has been spotted on the top side of the map, so there's no enemy smites to be found. On not going to sniff this one out, though, either way.
Not yet. Might actually go over the wall and find himself in a bit of harm's way. But for the moment, he's just putting down all of this wards.
Is he going to hop over? Does he know what's happening?
No. Now he knows. His game announcement on kill Water Dragon. But it has been killed now on. He has to engage. Good flash away from the Emperor's Divide. But again, On having a little bit of a weird one. This isn't kind of, you know, this isn't standard Rakan On play.
No. Shockwave trade in the mid lane, of course. You can use that to chunk out mage versus mage matchups. Knight going to get dominant laning phase now. Maybe force out that teleport with the all-in bot side.
Yeah, they're going to get Elk knocked up. Not going to get the knock up here onto Mako, so they can't really trade it back. And yeah, Elk knows he's in no man's land. And On just says, I'm sorry, but I have to walk away from this. And that is, again, just little things like that going very well here for Top Esports.
And this is the kind of game that Mako would have liked to have in game one instead. Again, got to talk about this duo. Really is a lot of expectations and some questions, of course, as well, around JackeyLove and Mako as the new bot lane combination for Top Esports. Tian now going to stick around towards bot side as well. Clear out some vision with no Elk to wave clear around here. It does feel like at least another plate's going down, maybe another kill.
Ooh, they didn't quite get the flag and drag, but they will get the Cataclysm, and he's going to get his lover to come back. He's like, thank you for saving me after I left you for dead. There's the hostile takeover. No one really going to do any damage, though. Mako flashes away, but only to be brought back under the firm hand of Justice and Shun. Finally, BLG on the board.
Right, so Top Esports, they overstay a little bit. They can't quite finish off On before Elk is in range for him to battle dance away. And suddenly Top Esports, that bot lane pressure slightly reprieved for the side of Elk.
See Bin and 369 again going back towards their little 1v1. They are not involved. They have not really been involved at all in the first game or the second in terms of how anyone else has been fighting. But with that pressure on bot side, it does mean Elk gets a little bit of free time here onto the turret. And they're just going to be able to chip it away. He's actually more focusing on little things. They're going to try and fully engage onto this. On, though, gets hit straight away by the handshake. No, he actually missed it there, but they're going to be able to take him out. And there's the bailout. They tried to catch him before the Renata came back, and they were heavily punished.
Oh, now Top Esports and BLG both caught out by some slightly quicker resets than they're expecting. The bailout gets huge value, 3-0-1 for JackeyLove. Taking control of this bot side of the map. That's a swing and a miss from Elk.
Big swing and a miss, and now 369 taking a fairly unfavorable trade. Yeah, gonna use the Ghost just to make sure he's definitely away from a Vi that could have potentially been around the corner. But I mean, 5-1 in kills, 3,500 gold lead, and this is honestly, it's been very poor play from Elk and On this Xayah Rakan.
It has been, but of course, well, on the other side, it's well exploited from the side of JackeyLove and Mako as well. Bot lane of the Kalista Renata, you can see exactly why it's prioritized. Both these champions very, very strong in the current meta, but yes, you just got to chime the resets a little bit better. Feels like they were caught off guard by Mako getting back to lane. JackeyLove mops up another couple of kills.
Just again, Bork and everything, a lot of changes in the season. Blade the Ruined King, you don't have to stack it up to get the slow on it. It's an immediate slow
the first
on that.
Auto.
It's the first auto, and that can skew up a little of the movement. It can skew up your retreat plans. And as we saw, that is exactly what happened. But now they're going to take the consolation prize of the single Kevin as he comes out and gets himself there. Who came up with the Kevins?
So I heard it was pro players and scrims calling them the Kevins because they couldn't be bothered to call them anything else. And then it got picked up by a couple of broadcasts as well. I heard that the Spanish broadcast is using it for LEC. And I also spoke with a couple of the Portuguese folks who are using that as well. So it's just become like this osmosis of people just picking up the Kevin terminology.
I would just like to know where the term. I don't have a problem with it, but more so where is it going? Are we going to go straight in on this fight?
Where's Mako going?
Mako is going to die. Exactly what's going to happen there. There's the knockup going in onto Cream, but he does have a shuffle to get himself out of harm's way. But BLG not willing to let this one just go by the wayside. They are willing to take fights where they can. However, Top Esports are coming out on top when it comes to the kind of trades across the map.
They already have themselves first turret towards bot side. Of course, they have themselves the two Kevins, Eddies. Void creatures of multiple names to help them with their pushing. As long as they can hit those towers, 369 gets a huge demolish on that top side as well just before the plays go down. So he gets himself a number of those towards top side, which means that the gold advantage very much in favor of Top Esports from both kills, farm, and then the plates.
JackeyLove's just massive. Look at the item difference between the 80 carries. Look at the CS difference between the 80 carries. That's 50 CS between JackeyLove and Elk. Shelly will be... I wonder if actually, because there's only one Rift Herald now. Is it Shelly or Shirley?
What?
Because Shelly was the first one and Shirley was the second. Yeah.
Gosh, we might have to...
Gonna have to get Atlas and Chronicler on the phone.
You're gonna have to consult the lore masters for that one. That was... oh gosh, I hadn't even thought about that. There were I didn't even understand the implications. It's worth noting as well, though, that because the Grubs weren't fully killed the first time, the respawn didn't come in, so there are only 3 in play. We're used to seeing all 6 taken, I think, most of the time, but they've not going to be the case in this one. Bin now trying to desperately wave clear against the Udyr. It's a little bit annoying. Has gone for the Sundered Sky for a bit more staying power and healing. Less damage, though, as opposed to something like that Shojin. Whereas the kill squad, top esports towards the bottom side of the map, is starting to group up a little bit more. Do have Udyr currently isolated from the rest of his team, though, because of that.
Well, the war just died, and I think 369, probably the best weak side top laner we have in our league, will now realize, yep, I am still on the weak side. Doesn't really want to try and get caught out by this. Wants to pick up this wave as best he possibly can. The dragon is being confirmed. Elk is around the corner. They're going to try and fully commit onto him, and they will kill him off. I just said it. He was the best weak side top laner. Unfortunately for him, he did not think that the Elk was there. And the Moose is on the loose. They will try and look for a full engage here on the JackeyLove and Mako, and they'll take a fair chunk of damage and get the flash out of JackeyLove, but they will not get anything else.
Gonna get themselves top lane turret away from that play, though. This is getting to be a bit more of a split map situation. You can see that BLG, they're trying to avoid different members of top esports, and obviously Bin getting a hell of a lot of damage onto Tien.
Oh, Tien, you have to be so careful. That is still an Aatrox. We have seen them do some serious work. And now Knight, you do not need to get rendered. Does have a command protect and on to the side of him as well. They do still have the ultimate from Vi if they want to try and go for something crazy, but Bin now recognizing he does not have priority in this bot side and needs to back himself away as well. It's getting a bit chaotic.
Yeah.
It's getting very all over the place.
You see that BLG, their answer to top esports right now is trying to avoid the Kalista in full if they can. It was a bit of an opportunistic play under the mid lane turret. You can see that they're trying to maybe prey on isolated members of top esports. Trying not to take full fights. Thing is, though, it means that when top esports do move this bot lane around the map, they're basically uncontested. They've got themselves now 2 dragons. They still have themselves significant gold lead. It's not as open and shut a case as game 1, though. Feels like top esports, they've not been able to completely run away with the game in the same fashion. Still very far ahead, though. Still going to have themselves a very powerful point of power as they get through to their second items before BLG does.
Cloud Soul is the Rift. He's going to be able to move around a little bit faster, of course. The Rift Herald has been used, the Void Grubs have already been taken. We're kind of running out of neutral objectives in this early game. It has given us a fair bit of action. Right now, BLG, they are just waiting to find an opportunity. They have plenty of great engage options to them. That's the big ticket here. You get a good flash recon quickness, you get a good shockwave off of multiple key members. This game could turn on its head very, very quickly.
You see Knight walking down to this play as well. He could have walked up towards top side to get himself a bit more pressure on the wave there, but this is a Knight special. He likes to walk to the play, then teleport back to the lane he needs to be in. It was a classic of JDG between him and 369, of course. Yep. The 2 JDG winning laners of last year playing off against each other. Very important for both these teams. Obviously, it's Knight versus old team, 369 joining his own team. There are so many different levels of importance to this, but no fight to erupt in that mid lane so far. And once again, we go back to posturing and seeing where the next angle exposes itself.
Shun just hovering towards top side, making sure that Knight has some kind of protection, and in good reason for it. Tien moving here onto On, who gets himself back into the red buff for the Bramble back. Elk, though, might have to use his ultimate if he's not careful, waiting for that handshake. Doesn't end up getting the deal, but now Bin 369 having a little bit. And again, everyone kind of posturing right now. TP going to have to come out from Knight just to cover this little bit of a move, as Shun recognizes that he's not in position to really flank on this.
Now, BLG, they're quite aware of their safe boundaries. At least they have been for the last minute or two. They've not been able to find plays themselves, but they haven't been exploited just yet. One of my worries, though, is that with this ult pop towards bot side,
oh, Elk saying, hey, you're fast, but I am too. They're going to try and maybe chase this guy down. Going to look for the quickness on here just to get a little bit of CC down. They will get him down. Can they cake him out? That is the question. It's good damage, but is it enough? He's got the shield, he's got the heal,
tanky.
And he's just so annoying. All armor, and there's just no way you're taking him out. Now Knight's caught underneath the turret. The rend is good, but it will be traded back. It's a turret for a kill. There's going to be the ultimate traded by junglers. As we can see now, Shun dodging out from the flag and drag. And it's all picking up right now. You can see BLG, they're looking for plays. Now 369.
Oh, he's back.
He's back.
Run,
he's looking for money. He's looking for his bag of gold. Elk will not be taken out just yet, but he's just like, hey man, it was just a prank. I didn't actually think we could kill you. I'm sorry. He ends up getting out of that one.
BLG really focusing on 369 on the weak side. You know, you praise him for his weak side play. And, you know, largely he's very good at it. Once runs away from that bot side play, as 3 members ran down towards him. BLG, again, trying to avoid some of the stronger members of top esports. It's meant that this game has gotten quite snatch and grab across the map. They're trying to play around you know, multiple lanes pushing against them. They are now starting to get the point where actually they are getting punished with this. JackeyLove hopping beyond the turret, using Mako to go forwards. No cleanse for someone like Knight as well. Gets rendered down under turret, at least takes one with him. I wonder if that was a shutdown. Actually, presumably it was, because it was 4-0-1 before that. So that means that Knight has now got himself up to some of the new mage items. So that's going to be the Luden's Companion. That's the little gun-like thing in inventory, which is effectively like Luden's as it was. And then also Storm Surge, which is a big old flat AP, flat magic penetration assassin item. If he gets good burst off like this, it's going to really add to it.
There's a redemption coming in just to make sure that everyone's all good and healthy.
I love it when I say something and there's an immediate example.
See, it happens sometimes, mostly the opposite for me.
Yes.
But yeah, there's the stats in there. Obviously, a lot of it in Mandarin, but we can get the general numbers out of there.
Okay, so it's 100 AP. It gives you some flat pen as well. You see that the 10 flat pen. It gives you some 5% movement speed to build out of the Aether Wisp as well. So what happens is when you take 35% of someone's, I think it's current HP down in a certain time span, ball of lightning comes from the heavens and does an extra bit of damage too. So someone as squishy as many of these bot side members from Top Esports gets caught by Shockwave, as we saw there with Mako. That's likely to be the case. So Knight, a lot of burst damage. Top Esports, they can't really walk in for free into BLG's team composition. I think they do need to be careful of those shockwaves.
But they are getting free objectives. There's the Dragon Soul point. They've got themselves bot tier 2.
Yes.
This is Top Esports doing very well. The thing is, what I always see with teams is that if you have an advantage but you don't know where with it, then you're basically at the same point in the game. It doesn't really change anything. However, we're now seeing Top Esports kind of stabilizing themselves, gaining more advantages. And I mean, they're looking at a 26-minute Soul, which is nothing to be sniffed at again. But now On might be caught out here. Another Rend would have been able to do it, but again, you just can't be walking forward like that without full knowledge of where JackeyLove is, because it's just massive.
JackeyLove is absolutely monstrous right now. He had a great early game. He's had a great mid game as well. Yeah, the death end of the mid lane turret's a little unfortunate getting shot down, but he still gets the kill there. It's still a great play to make. This Kalista has been avoided for the entire game because that's how important and how powerful JackeyLove is. Question is, can he see that over the finish line? Third item for Kalista going to be coming in is called Terminus, by the way, when you see the new item down there. And we'll talk about that a little bit more when it's completed.
Bit of Majora's Mask.
Yeah. But,
the moon will crash.
Yeah. It sounds like oh, hang on,
sorry, that's Termina. That's not Terminus.
Oh, that's the Storm Surge.
When you build full armor, you ain't got a hope in hell against an Orianna who's building such incredible IEP items. And this is the key now, that this could turn the momentum a bit.
Yeah, I knew that Knights in chess only move in Ls, but Knight in League of Legends gives you Ls. Slaughters him in the bot side. His old top laner taken down for a solo kill. That's a very important moment. It just gives a bit of reprieve, a bit of an opening on the map. Can take out bot lane out of turret as well. That's important. Top Esports, again, they've had some really good pressure plays with BLG. They have managed to avoid some of this power for a while. I say that. Shen getting caught for now.
Oh, he's just got that fancy feet, keeping everybody away from him. Even still has a Q, trying to get over the wall. He will have flash, and we'll probably have to use it here in a second. No one's going to actually jumped in on top of him. He waited for so long because he wanted to make sure he could get that extra dash with the Q. They'll get the redemption out, try to kill him off, but at the end of it all, they still don't get their fish.
See that Knight, instead of moving up to help Shen, recalled and said, look, you're on your own, you've got to make your way out of this. BLG, again, really not looking for the fights because Top Esports are really strong in those grouped up scenarios. However, in isolated scenarios, you can see that Knight has the power to really do some damage. No flash on the Udyr, he's got Ghost.
Rotations.
Mages, if you don't build magic resist items, mages do a lot of damage. Now you see, as soon as after that, there's a Negatron cloak in the Udyr's inventory. He's like, yeah, I really don't want that to happen again. Maybe he'll build himself up to a Kaenic Rooken, like we saw Bin build up in game 1. But now going onto the map, this gold lead hasn't necessarily exploded. It's 3,000 at 24 minutes. It was 2,000 quite early into the game. So it's not gone hugely out of the window right now. Big teleport coming into the flank, though. This is a chance for Top Esports to take a big fight.
Shockwave, though, could be massive to go for, but they found an isolated target immediately. Cream has to go into stasis. They use the Fate's Call to try and get some kind of engage. The Emperor's Divide is not really catching anybody, but it's healing, and the hostile takeover just separates everybody. Now they can jump onto Knight and isolate him out. That's going to be a nicely done fight here from the side of Top Esports. 3 dead here for BLG, and that's a Baron straight away.
That is the grouped up team fight that Top Esports have wanted to force the entire game. That gold lead that was at 3,000 is going to absolutely explode after this one. They take down jungle. They take down both solo laners. No hope of a steal coming in from this. Top Esports, they find their fight, they find the Baron, they find themselves a crushing advantage in this game.
And Cream getting off that stopwatch. We'll have a look at it again here, because again, he's dead to rights because he's so isolated, but that extra time is so crucial.
It is building towards the Zhonya's. The Seeker's Arm Guard now functions as that stopwatch, which is just enough time for Mako to come through with the hostile takeover after the everything's come through there too. So Cream was likely going to be safe after that point. Actually, doesn't even need to put the hostile takeover on them. Very, very important stuff coming out from Cream. Of course, his debut for this roster as well. Had a bit of a difficult game one. Game two on This Is It, at least in this fight, finds himself some good value.
Great signs of life here from Top Esports. Really, really doing themselves some great, just honestly great plays. Just kind of constantly understanding where they're strongest, where they need to go. And again, having that Kalista just be so far ahead, and they are leveraging it.
Now, Kalista has completed that Terminus, the bow-like item in that inventory. Basically gives you on-hit stacking, shred, and then also resistances. Makes you tanky, makes you damaging. Gonna give you a lot of power here if you can survive.
Power, but if you can't kill Jackalope, there's just too much healing, there's just too much shielding, and you just can't take him down. The hostile takeover keeps everybody in place, but nobody else from Top Esports was willing to go for it. Bin took a trade against Cream and almost died for it, and now you're able to get much more pressure because the resets have to come in here for BLG.
It is. They can get themselves some healing. Knight has no shockwave right now, just looking for some chunk. But remember, these are Baron buffed up minions. They're going to have to wave clear somehow, some way. Big items, big damage, big minion waves, and a dive coming through.
Jackalope flashes forward. He even has the bailout, but he will not get the reset on it. They will get shut down, but it goes on to on. This is Top Esports breaking open the bases. As Top Esports putting themselves into the ascendancy in this series, and this is why they put such high priority on that Kalista.
This is why we're so excited for this matchup, man. Jackalope back in form. One of the best performing AD carries in 23. Back for a little bit more in 2024. BLG, of course, we talked about them an awful lot, about being a very strong team to watch. In game one, oh my gosh, they proved that in that one. But game two, Top Esports swinging back in a way that we thought they might possibly do. Top Esports looking for another group fight. This roaming squad looking to start things off. BLG, they've tried their best to avoid it, man. Tried to have some split fights to split the map a little bit more. Maybe if they can get to a third item on someone like Knight, they can find themselves that miracle fight, but it does feel like Top Esports right now, they're playing the margins very well. The bailouts have been incredible from Mako, getting huge value. Feels like BLG, they've lost that 50-50 on whether they can kill that carry in time a couple of times now. Feels like maybe those chances are slipping away.
And we do have the improved Scuttle vision now.
Yeah, post 20 minutes, yeah.
It is a Void infected Scuttle now. As gives you a hell of a lot more control over the area. It reveals wards, much like a Squire's Bloom would. And even on the Chem Rift, actually takes 2 knocks off their hit bar. So you can actually clear an area very, very quickly.
It's absolutely insane.
Very powerful.
And given how much a pro player is about securing vision around objectives, before they spawn, if you do get into the river first and you get one of the scuttles, that very much helps you with it. So that's a very good point to bring up there, Rasheen. Of course, now the buffs as well. If you get buff steals at this point, a team-wide blue buff or red buff can be very, very important. I pointed this out on Twitter the other day too, because this is very important. Azir goes for the fleet footwork because his soldiers proc on hits. That also applies for red buff. So if you steal away a red buff, now, it's not necessarily the biggest thing because you already slow on your Q, and it will also apply to only the target which you click with your autos, not everyone that's hit by the soldiers, but still, a little bit of extra burn damage, a little bit of that slow which can persist as well. Watch out for the red buff Azir, it actually has some value.
It does indeed. Now, 4-item Kalista, actually gone for, I believe that's a Jack show.
It is. Tanky.
Tanky boy, and they're just putting in some serious work here onto this this top lane inhibitor. Haven't been able to secure it just yet, don't want to overextend themselves. They're going to wait for those minion waves to crash into mid, which draws away a couple of resources, and BLG now just trying to hold on. 9,000 gold behind. They need some kind of a big play. They need to outcome 3 items because Xayah's just not been able to play the game.
Yeah, looking to see if I didn't catch whether Knight has his third item. He has the Shadow Flame. That's changed a little bit. Now if you hit an ability on, well, any magic or true damage on someone below 35% HP will crit for extra damage. So the Shockwave, ever so important. I think Knight has some damage, but Top Esports, they've been so indomitable in team fights. Feels hard for BLG to find the comeback now.
Again, redemptions for both sports. On, just can't step up to that. Again, he's all armor right now. No magic resistance to really speak of, and now Elk trying to lowly keep this one alive, but the damage coming in from the team is just absurd. They're going to fully engage. Is not going to be able to get a kill onto Elk, but they've used 2 of their ultimates on this side. So Top Esports, they have got themselves a good advantage, but they don't want to overstay their welcome.
Now, BLG, they don't die, but they lose the inhibitor, they lose their ults. Ongoing in for a combo, but it's not going to lead to anything. They're bleeding out. They need to find an angle, and the shockwave hits only Mako.
It's only Mako. There's the redemption to come down to heal back everything. On goes down in the rest of this fight. No escape for El because he used everything in that last engage. Top Esports slowly but surely are just ticking all the boxes. They will make sure that they are not 0-2'd, and they will bring us to a 1-1 scoreline. Everything else is just a formality.
What a series to start things off with. A 3-gamer between two of our teams we expect to be at the top of the standings throughout this year. On paper, they look strong. On the Rift, both teams looking strong.
And this is what we wanted. This is what I wanted more than anything else. It's a 1-1 scoreline. We are going to see both of these teams one more time because guess what? We won't see them for a very long time after this.
Gotta say, it really feels like bot lane priority. We saw it at Worlds. We've seen it in other regions too. If you're not drafting a level 1 winning bot lane, things go from bad to worse very, very quickly because that's such a big platform for your jungler to then leverage off to. Tian using the fact that he had winning lanes to get a leg over Shun, who was incredible in game 1. So game 3, when we come around to it, we'll see who gets the side choice in that one, of course. And then, of course, we're going to have to see who can problem solve their way out of this draft.
Yes, the drafts are the key, but we're going to send it to a quick break, and then when we come back, game number 3. We're back. It's game number 3. The series has already delivered. We had 2 one-sided affairs, both on blue side, but now comes down to this one here. The draft on red has to be a little bit better from the team on the red side. Top Esports, though, very impressive for them. They cleaned it up very, very well.
Absolutely. I think that the changes to the draft allowing them to have a much more dominant level 1 in that bot side and just general dominance in bot lane in general. That has been the key to things. Now, there is some logic to saying, you know, red side bot lane, it's easier to gank, it's easier to dive. That definitely doesn't help them, but you still got to be able to play your dominant bot lane, and that is exactly what the newcomer Mako did to Top Esports.
Top Esports' first MVP, Mako getting it 1 on the board, and honestly, a lot of people might look at JackeyLove, he got the kills, but this man set everything up. He was the reason JackeyLove got so far ahead.
As long as one of the bot laners got it, I'm not going to raise too much of a fuss. I think Mako's bailouts were incredibly clutch. I think that in a lot of the team fights, he had great impact. I think JackeyLove, of course, did a great job of putting himself into the right position to do damage, but Mako was there to back up the rest of the team as well. And now, after, you know, a difficult game 1, that's a good recovery in game 2.
Absolutely. And again, like, you know, game 1 just kind of was a write-off for Top Esports, and I think they just 100% took it as that. They said, cool, we just have to win this next game. From there, we'll be able to take it on kind of, you know, whatever way we want to go for. But now, coming into game number 3, I need to see a little bit different, because I do think that BLG put up a little bit more of a fight than Top Esports did comparatively in the 2 losses that we saw today. I need to see Top Esports clean up that red side draft just a little bit, because I do believe we are swapping back again.
That would make sense. And now we get ourselves into the highlights of exactly what happened here, because of course most of this was about bot lane, folks.
Yeah.
Kalista and Arta, what a duo that is. Mako, incredible handshake onto on there to punish his greedy dive into the bot lane, it did feel like. And then basically the game took off from there. The early game was basically how it went on. They started as they meant to go on at that point. JackeyLove, incredible damage beyond that point.
Yeah, I mean, this again, you're seeing it in all of these highlights. It is basically Mako kind of setting everything up, and then JackeyLove just kind of knocking it back down. Even here, you can see it's like JackeyLove probably should be dead to rights, but a great handshake, a great way to stop the Rakan from getting out, and then the bailout on the backside of that as well, just to make sure they had absolutely everything. Renata is just an exceptional pick if you can get those moments.
Yeah, it's one of the highest presence champions on the entire season right now, so there's no surprise that that one had value and was picked up there. And of course, as we go into our final draft, you then start tweaking things around this bot side. You wonder, are we going to get more bot side bans? Are we going to have something like the Rumble go through instead? Because it felt like, you know, whereas we were complaining that 369 didn't have much impact in game 1, Bin didn't really have much impact in game 2. So you have to say, does there have to be some changes up there? Maybe ban out some more bot lane champions, leave the top lane pool a bit more open.
We'll have to wait and see. BLG back on the blue, Top Esports back on the red as we jump straight into picks and bans for game number 3. The Senna, the Akali, the Ashe, the Neeko. These are becoming the mainstays in the mini meta of this best of 3.
Earlier off the table as well, which is of course one of the prime pairing for something like a Lucian. What's the last one going to be? Rumble. That's been banned the entire series so far. Don't think you particularly want to give that one to Bin. And 369, I don't think he's the most confident Rumble player. He did play it, you know, once, I think, at the World Championship and lost to T1 in the semi-finals. But it will still be the ban away from them. Not willing to give that over as a potential first pick. Right, you have Renata, you have Varus, you have Kalista, and it's the Renata deemed to be the most important between the multiple different choices. Mako, one of the very best Renata players in the LPL, and we saw them in game 2 as well, takes that one away. So you're going to have to take away one of that Varus or the Kalista. Pick your poison here, Top Esports.
See what they want to go for. I think that the Kalista kind of feels like, one, JackeyLove looked very comfortable on it. This will be 3 for 3 if he does lock it in, and he does. But it is also that massive denial from that bot side. Again, I don't think there's many bot lanes that are stronger than a Kalista Renata outside of Ashe comboing up with something like a Varus.
So now that Kalista's locked in, there is actually a chance that we see something like a Draven locked in for Alt. Very good against the Kalista, very good with the Renata as well. It allows you to play around those very bursty trades. Again, use the extension of your HP bar, takes it below 0 and means you can play for a longer fight. Cream, 3 games of Azir for his first games on Top Esports. Keep that one on rails. The Orianna is available for Knight if he wants it, but will he want
LeBlanc
something
is
which...
there?
I mean, LeBlanc is up and
Yeah.
available, you're right, but are you going to get yourself the same situation where you get such a devastating lead at level 1 and get that first
You know
play?
what?
He
Knight
doesn't care. He
Knight
doesn't
says,
care.
you know what? I'm him, and I will get that back. So again, this is 14.1B. This is the hotfix and the TBLG.
Yep.
Go back to what worked in game number 1. Massive winning lanes, massive kind of damage coming out here from the early stages of the setup. And honestly, for Top Esports, it's about trying to match that. I feel like if you're just going for late game, it's not going to work. So maybe they look for a little bit of a trade-off in terms of the support. I wouldn't mind seeing something maybe a little bit more standard aggressive, but you know what? I'm open to suggestions.
I say Soraka's coming through. So,
Interesting.
all right, that's going to be very interesting. Of course, you can use a lot of poke from the Soraka with the Q landing. It's actually quite a strong laner as far as enchanters go. Still a little bit difficult walking up to the Varus. Varus has anti-heal built into his kit, of course, with his E, so if he uses that well, you can reduce some of the Soraka's healing value from the W. Very different pick. I haven't seen a Soraka in a while, actually, especially in the LPL. But Mako, as we said, is one of the players in the LPL that actually very much succeeds on range supports. It's been something where he's really gone towards. But this does leave jungle and top lane once again getting their pools pinched. BLG don't really want to see 369's Udyr again. That's off the table. Cassante still around as well. What are they looking for?
What they want to try and go for. Xin Zhao going to be banned away here by the side of Top Esports. Maybe they're looking to get the brand themselves, stop any kind of real engage coming out from that side. They will have first pick off of this rotation, but the BLG, they might leave the Cassante open and say, look, take it. We don't really have a problem with it. We would rather kind of maybe force you into that first pick, or at least give ourselves the option coming into it later. But right now, they're thinking pretty long and hard about how they want to try and approach this last ban. Who do they want to try and pinch away?
So I think you want to remove someone, maybe like a Vi or a Jarvan, because that comboed up with a Soraka is really annoying. So it is going to be that Vi. Because think about it this way, right? With the Jarvan as well, that's also the case. If you ult someone, you see someone, and the Soraka is in range to put the silence pool beneath them, it's going to turn into the root at the end of it, in the duration of that CC. It's really, really dangerous. So one of the CC junglers is going to be taken away from Tian. Looking towards that Lee Sin. Of course, he is a very famous player of that across history as well. And he's going to be locked in.
And I think this is the thing as well, when you get a Soraka, you were mentioning obviously the Vi, the Jarvans, and even Lee Sin, it means you can be a bit more aggressive than you already are and kind of know that if your support is there, you will have that extra tank of HP available to you. You will be able to try and, be a bit more of a playmaker without making too many mistakes. And
is it going to be Shun's Nidalee?
Shun's Nidalee is something that we have seen a couple of times to mixed success, but we'll see if they want to try and go for this right now. But yeah, no, I think the Wukong makes a lot more sense here. You would be pretty much locking yourself in for full poke if you did do that way. So Wukong makes a lot of sense in terms of just creating something that can then turn into a much bigger 5v5.
The Nidalee would have been not so great, I think.
No.
But it's Shun. Sometimes he just plays it anyway because it's one of his favorite champions. But it looks like right now, BLG are looking to get that Wukong and maybe another teamfight ultimate on top of it. Now picture this. You're sat there as the Kalista and Soraka rather, trying to play backline, trying to play these longer teamfights. And then you have Blam, Cyclone on top of you. Blam, you're going to have the Slicing Maelstrom as well. Maybe the Renata ult then gets enough time to land as well after that other CC has come through. It's very hard to play as the backline now from Top Esports.
Yes, the thing is you've got so many, as I always describe them as, Venn diagrams of death that can come in here and really try and disrupt you here. But if you're able to kind of get away from those big ultimates, there's very little kind of threat inside of a 5v5. You're looking at poke most of the time here from BLG, whereas Top Esports, they have sustained long kind of chase down potential with things like the Vizier, now the Sion, to be able to stand in front of everybody and just tank up all that damage.
And with that Sion, with the Soraka backing them up, and potentially something like the Safeguard Shield is not negligible in that case too, you're probably going to have to see Elk going towards an on-hit to be able to cut through that. You might want to go towards the more pokey lethality build just for early game control over the Kalista, but at that point you're risking 369 taking over the game. Bin's gone towards that Kennen. He's one of our best Kennens in the league. It's him and Ala, really. Those are the two which I'd put towards that one pick. But even then, it feels like nowadays you can get an early game advantage, a laning advantage, but eventually the tank items come through and you can really struggle to succeed in side lanes.
Yes, you really, really can. But again, more kind of vibes and different styles coming out here from the side of BLG, looking to try and flex their prowess of many different champions over many different games. It's only the first series of the entire split. And Top Esports, they're keeping it slow and steady. They're keeping the core of what has worked for them, and they clearly understand it. The Kalista and the Azir That's what they want for their carries, and they feel like that's the best combo.
Another thing which I just want to hit on as well is, we started this day talking about how 369 has an incredible matchup versus Bin, but Bin in this series, he's matured, he's playing for the team, he's playing K'Sante, he's playing, the Aatrox as well instead of a lane counter. And then at the last game he goes, well, I gotta go back to what's got me success in the past, goes towards a carry instead. Individual agency has been the name of the game, especially in the early phases of it. Game 3, hitting the Rift.
Jumping in straight away, and again, you will not be seeing each other for a very long time. We will not be seeing Top Esports versus BLG, if at all, for the rest of spring until playoffs. So you gotta make your mark. Both teams 1-1, sending us into a third game. And BLG versus Top Esports has already delivered a fairly decent combination of players. Plays even.
Been going for the first strike on the cannon instead of something like the Airy. Airy is very common in terms of bullying at laning phase, and you see that across most AP builds. What this means is that it is likely going to be still with the first strike as opposed to something like a lethal tempo or the likes of that. It is going to be an AP cannon. There is obviously the off chance that it's an AD cannon. I think Broken Blade played a game of that on G2 over in the LEC. It's going to be the fleet footwork from Knight, so it means that he will be going for the AD LeBlanc once again. Had incredible success on that in game 1.
And they're already calling Knight out and saying, yep, you're going to have to go to your distortion level 1 because we know you're going to go for the exact same play you did last time to try and wrap around that top side or that blue side jungle and get that damage onto Cream. So good adaptation here from Top Esports, again, recognizing that the reason why they kind of lost that game the last time so quickly and in such confident fashion was they just never really were able to kind of stabilize after that first kind of 2 minutes.
So one thing which I was asking in Champion Select and loading into game was which version of the Varus are we going to see on hit or poke? Feels like the poke is better for laning phase and keeping the Kalista down. It's the on hit though, looking for the extended trades just like that.
Yeah, straight away, Ignite goes down. Even after they have the Ghost from Elk being popped. Well, in response to this, the Cleanse has been used by JackeyLove, and this is just kind of how the lane goes. The Soraka doesn't really feel like a champion until level 2. That's when she's able to actually kind of get some trades off and use her health bar like a resource.
Really well played there from Elk at level 1. Pops the Ghost early, and right at the end of that trade, gets a 2-person E, even though JackeyLove and Mako are split both sides of the turret. Kind of like a 7-10 split, using the bowling analogy on that one. Gets control for the early waves. Now, this isn't going to be an early dive from the looks of it. Shun is towards this bot side of the map, but really don't think the dive is likely, especially once you hit level 2, level 3, and the silence field starts coming in from Soraka, which is exactly why Shun is not looking there. He's looking elsewhere, and he's going to be immediately spotted on vision.
Yeah, this is about the biggest kind of example of what we had in LPL last year, where he who had vision of the enemy jungler generally did better. You can see already the Lee Sin moving straight away.
Not under turret yet.
Not under turret just yet. We'll get a fair bit of damage. A flash for Flash, a handshake onto Mako, but he still kept his. But again, a support flash for a AD carries flash is always worth it.
And there's also the supports as well, or supports heal as well. Tiana going to walk into Shun. Shun doesn't have his clone just yet.
No, but he does have himself back up of the on, but didn't realize that the rest of Top Esports' bot lane could rotate as well. And straight away, we're seeing the aggression come in. Both teams looking for that power around that bot side like we've seen all series.
It is about bot lane dominance. It has been ever since the World Championship, so partway through it, that has been the name of the game. I was very surprised that Shun went as aggressive as he did. There was no bailout there, by the way. That was a level 2 Renata, not level 3. Hadn't hit that level up just yet. See that Knight this time, not as able to walk forward with as much impunity because, of course, he was down 200 HP at level 1 from JackeyLove hovering around that. So not quite as easy early game prior there. And this is hopefully the start of a more even game between the two of these teams. We've seen one stomp either way. Third one and decided it would only be fitting to see a bit more of a close affair. Maybe we can get some even team fights.
The way they work it out in... Didn't have to get hit by that decimating smash, but sure, know what? It's not about, sometimes it's not about the damage, it's about sending a message. And he knows he's going to be in a pretty passive laning phase. They have had that pretty much exclusively. The junglers have just not really made any effort whatsoever to impact that top side. So having the Cole means he's, and the first strike, he's just going to stack gold.
About to say, I've put my time in with first strike. You sat there, see him charging the key, and I'm like, I could auto him again for just a tiny bit more gold.
He missed the ward.
Misses the ward there. Does Tien right on calling that one out, which means that jungle information this time goes over towards BLG. They spot him heading into his own jungle. Obviously does have the potential for a ward hop over one of these walls, so BLG still needs to be a little bit careful, but Bin will know that Tien is hovering towards his lane, and maybe we won't get hit by another Q this time.
You can see there, it's just so easy for Bin to just get any kind of, surge stacks going. He's able to just kind of wait for the decimating strike to come in and or decimating smash, and then just go and just kind of keep stacking it up right there. So this is not really unusual to be seeing there from a Kennen versus Sion matchup, but does need to be a little bit careful about how much HP he flirts with here, 369.
Yes, and he's not taking aggro. Well, Bin's not taking aggro, so it's not like 369 can really threaten a return at that point. Tien has no angles either. So let's return back to this bot lane. Our first resets, a Vamp Scepter each. So a little bit of sustain from the AD carries kits, as opposed to just the Soraka healing up occasionally. Bin has just hit level 6, and he hasn't taken aggro just yet, at least. So it looks like with the teleport up, he just wanted to hit that tower a couple more times, teleport back for his own items, and get back to smacking that Sion in lane.
Yeah, teleport coming in from the Sion, already building a Bami Cinder, just in a good spot in general to make sure that they are able to have the HP and also the wave clear. Helps the tower from getting a beating. But you can see there on the mini-map and also to the top left, the Dragon has been started here by the side of Tien, and they are going to be able to try and just secure themselves that very early objective. No real response coming out here from BLG as of right now.
Yeah, despite the early game push from the early few waves, partly because of that excellent level 1 from Elkin on, they can't get wave control just there, which means that they are now the ones having their favor return to them at the timing of Dragon. So early objective going over to the side of top esports. Even in gold, nothing's exploded quite just yet. No first blood either. We've had, well, I mean, we had quite early first bloods in both our games so far. As on kill, Chemtech Dragon Red pops up on the screen. Sean gonna go towards Kevin, Ed, and Eddie. The Grubble Dub Dubs, the Void Creatures of many names.
It's just like you're just constantly coming up with different names for them.
Dude,
like, you have the Powerpuff Girls.
There's Blossom Buttercup and the other one, Bubbles. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
It's been a long time since
I wrote a lot of these out on just on a note. I think I got to about 80 different trios. Been just poking out towards the top side there with the first strike, doing as much as they can.
Yeah, no. Kevin's now being picked up here by BLG, so they actually kill all three this time. They do not leave one open like we saw Top Esports do in the last game, so we will have another chance of
Ghost pops.
redemption. Ghost has been popped, and then straight away, bit of healing coming out. They're going to try and get the handshake. They will. Drag them back just a little bit, but they need to be careful of this Kalista just getting healed up, and they're constantly going to try and burst them down. There's the cleanse straight away. They need to kill him off, and there is the bailout. But these minions, and the Soraka is out for blood. They will have the Lee Sin coming down. That's why Mako's going a little bit heavier in terms of the trade, looking for a Q.
Oh, the Q!
But the handshake says no on putting on his carry boots and saying, not today, I will not be dying.
I mean, he shakes his hand and says, we'll call it a draw then. Skill shot for skill shot. I thought Tien had absolutely curved the bullet on that one. Not to be outdone, On keeps himself alive, close to V2. Again, really want to highlight how much of a range support player Mako is and how much success he's found. Not many other supports in the LPL really focus on these kind of picks, and you can see the constant cues for the slows, which then of course gives you less of the healing, well, the damage to you when you heal your lane partner. Mako is doing so much work here, Q after Q, heal after heal, turns the damage around. And even though Jacula falls, Mako manages to clean up one in return.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually see flash for flash in that picture-in-picture.
Oh,
but what a handshake. Just says absolutely not. And the bot side, while we were looking at that replay, Elk was able to get a fairly decent trade there into Jackulov. They both lost their flashes, but neither of them went down.
Does mean that Jackulov immediately has to reset again, which means that wave control goes over to Elk and On. What can they do with it, though? It's likely just going to be vision, if that. Shen's going to walk in to do a bit of vision clearing, which potentially helps them out on their next play of the game. Shen has 6, well, 7 even, but he has himself that ultimate available. Looks like he's heading towards the Titanic Hydra first with the Tiamat built up. Of course, he potentially can just sit on the Tiamat. That's something that used to happen. Of course, with Mythics, you wanted to full complete items because of the way that Mythic items interact with Legendaries. He can sit on components nowadays a little bit more. Bin, once again, ulting towards topside. But he's exhausted by the Spellbook of 369. That might become relevant later in the game when that Summoner becomes available again.
Yeah, we didn't actually get to talk about that a little bit. And honestly, it does feel like you have to take some kind of a Kennen mitigation factor, as I like to call it, just to make sure that the Kennen does end up not doing as much damage in the long run of it. Bin is getting 1v1 right now. No ultimate on 369, but he does have a flash for flash. And 369 says, hey, buddy, I still have your number.
That he does. Is it a 3, a 6, or a 9? He's looking towards the higher rolls himself, but Shun Well, I mean, 369, he's used his flash, he has no ult, Shun is taking no chances, and even with his Soraka ult, he's dying.
Yeah, wish, but wasn't enough to keep him going there. Shun able to flash in, get the Cyclone down. 369 won't even be able to use the passive to try and clear out a wave or get its kill back. So good reactions there from BLG, but 369 sadly rolling a 9 into a 3.
It's pretty much opposite rolls, one after the other on that one. Tian looking for a response bot side, but spotted out great warding on the side of BLG, understanding that the next play of the game is likely happening towards them in this bot side. Sion ulting towards top to get back towards that wave, but Elkanon, they're aware of the danger that they're in, and they get themselves into safety.
Yeah, thumb up there for 369. Got the cannon. Got the cannon. That's all that matters.
You know how he got that? I'm pretty sure he charged his shield while he was ulting. Popped it because he knew that's actually... I've not seen that before.
It's impressive.
Pops the shield mid-ult because he couldn't quite reach the cannon in time. That was nice. I like that.
Very cute little plays like that. There's going to be the Chain of Corruption coming down on the Soraka. Remember, no ultimate here onto Mako, but there is a Fate's Call, so they're going to lose that little bit of engagement there. Ult for ult, and we saw that pretty much exclusively in the first game as well. Whenever Elk was able to throw out that ultimate, he was basically answered, but it does mean you lose out a little bit of engaged tool from both sides.
So Elkanon is making sure that they can get that HP away, get themselves some lane control. You know, when we started out the day, we were talking about how long it's been since League's released 15 years of history, 10 years of that or so. Really felt like one of the adaptations which LPL bot lanes brought to global League of Legends, to say season 5, 6, 7, was not necessarily all-inning for a kill, but all-inning to get a HP advantage, which would then give you a game-breaking advantage later on. Stuff like this helps. Mako, no defenses this time.
No defenses, no Fate's Call to bring them back. And an immediate flash ignite there from On just seals the deal. They will lose a couple of the Kevins, but they do not care because they are looking for the big old dragon, and that's an Infernal Dragon, which again just gives you that extra little bit of stats that scales exponentially towards the later stages of the game.
And see what Rift we get after this one. Going to be some plates down either way. They still have 3 Void Grubs, which means that the on-hit damage on towers is nice. You need to get 5 to get the mini grubs coming out, the mites. 6 of them obviously doubles ups as well. Not going to be the case for this one. 369 now on bot lane defending duty. If you look at the item in his inventory, that's the Hollow Radiance. It's like an MR Sunfire Cape. Tian gonna go in towards Bin, get out of that Slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah, does use his kick and not really gaining anything else out of it. Tian just trying to maybe dissuade any kind of defense against this now lane-swapped bot lane from Top Esports, but it's already been called. The wave was already pushed in, so you're going to be able to very easily just kind of reshuffle yourself here as BLG, call out to Top Esports and say, yeah, this is how it is.
And it is. Top Esports, they're the ones which initiated the lane swap. They get themselves that wave collected on bot side, and they get rid of that ult on top side. So I think this is a positive play from Top Esports. You can see that actually Elkanon doing a good job of forcing JackeyLove into the defensive position, but now here's the callback.
Yep, and you may have a wish, but you don't have a hope, and that is where JackeyLove will fall. Again, this momentum we talked about from game number 1 looking eerily similar here in game number 2.
That's a great punishment. Yeah, that is a great punish from BLG, actually. I thought that the initial call for the lane swap from Top Esports, good idea. Actually gets you away from that 2v2 briefly, gets you potential aggressive angle onto Bin. Tian almost gets something out of that. But the counterplay from BLG, just as good. Been a drop to ward just before, even without the ultimate. Gets a kill there, and suddenly now JackeyLove has found himself in another awkward position as Elk is the one who's had a better time in the laning phase. He's only died himself the 1 time as well. JackeyLove being forced away from a fair amount of farm actually in the first couple of minutes of this game.
Freem trying to defend this tower, but it's undefendable as the Titanic Hydra of the Wukong alongside the just straight up extra damage you get from the Varus and the Renata is constantly chipping away at that alongside the Kevins. It's just becoming impossible. So now we're at nearly 4,000 gold lead coming up to 15 minutes, and this is just, again, very, very similar setup as we saw from BLG in game number 1. They're looking on course to start their campaign off with a win against Top Esports.
And well, and as we said before, these are 2 top teams, likely on paper. Getting a win here when you only face each other once in a best of 3, it's very valuable. Only not going to get a second chance to plat back in a second round robin. There's only one of them. We have ourselves Herald being started up. 14-minute one. We haven't seen ourselves a good old Herald fight in a while. It tends to be less of the focus nowadays, but Shun is here. He doesn't have ult, but might flash in anyway.
They've got a TP coming in. That's Knight coming in. And actually, Elk could be caught straight away by 369. Loses just under half his health bar, but they're going to be able to turn and burn onto him. They don't need the Rift Herald. They want the kill, and they will get it. They say, we'll take the Constellation prize. No problem whatsoever. And they're going to force the TP here out of Cream as well, because otherwise they would have just lost the tower as well. This is just really good reactive play coming out from BLG.
And Elk looks at his HP bar and goes, yeah, I could probably take that. I couldn't take that TNQ, though. That'd be a little bit more difficult. But no, I think it was very heads-up play from Elk to make sure that 369 can't ult closer to his team, separate him out in that mid lane, get that kill. What that means is that they end up threatening mid lane turret with 4 people isolated there. Cream has to teleport mid lane, which means that now Bin is left alone in top side. So what this means is that BLG, off of 1 pick, have managed to get themselves some pretty good summoner cooldowns as well, now with the Cream TP being down, but also big side wave pressure, which is very important because you're just getting to the point where side wave LeBlanc is going to be really, really important. Building up, of course, towards the AD energized build. But look what Elk does here. He sees this and goes, I mean, I can just tank this, right? That's fine. There's no one on the team going to be close enough. I think 369, bit unwise, I think, following that one through. I think you have to be a little bit more aware with what your team is going to be bringing to the party after that as well. Finds himself isolated, find himself in the grey screen.
A bit unfortunate. It's 369. He actually used the spell book on the Ignite there as well to try and make something happen. They're going to try and stick in front of him. They will get the flash out of him at the end of that as well. Cyclone did come out alongside the Slicing Maelstrom, so a hell of a weather warning coming out at the end of that one. Tien looking for a little bit of a 1v1, but the Fleet Footwork LeBlanc, they are not really in any danger unless you have some kind of hard CC to lock them up.
Tien, if he lands another Q, LeBlanc is one of those champions which can somewhat be countered by Lee Sin if you just hit everything. It's just quite hard to do that. So Knight, not had as explosive a game as game 1. Heck, even his game 2 on the Orianna was very strong, but his early laning phase was harder this time. He was chunked out before that point. This is the point where he can maybe start turning on the afterburners again, checking with the gold lead. Near enough a 4,000 gold lead. It feels like it's been a closer game, but it's been harder fought. It's not been as one-sided straight from laning phase. But BLG have been just a little bit more crisp on the way that they've been playing out the response to the way that macro has been happening, and then some of these cleaner team fights as well. But I call them team fights. It's not really been a team fight. Do you get what I mean? It's like skirmishy stuff.
Skirmish. See what they want to go for right now. Dragon has spawned. Dragon apiece, so no one really stacking up to an early soul just yet. 3 minutes until the Baron spawns. It is 5-1 in kills. 4,000 gold lead over to the side of BLG as Top Esports try to sneak this objective away. No Cyclone just yet. So they would be in that advantage, but I just don't see them having the kind of right setup. A TP actually came in from the Ken on the bot side, but now here we go. This is the team fight you wanted to see. They're going to try and maybe burn down the Renata because they know they can go for them, and there is going to be the Dragon confirmed over to the side of BLG. They lose the Lee Sin as well, so Top Esports, they're now on full retreat. They're burning down. There's a wish, but can they keep the Sion alive? The heals, the shields, everything's just trying to take down the big man in the top lane. Eventually, he will fall, and you can see 369 not able to do anything in the passive form, but now Cream looking for a flash and gets himself on top of Elk. Cream was having a very quiet series, but now he's looking to explode, and JackeyLove wants Knight. Won't be able to get him, but that's the kind of play that Cream needs to do.
How many times are we going to see Varus killed by Azir in the mid lane, man? It has happened way too much in the last few months. See a counter teleport coming back in. It's another fight.
It is another fight. JackeyLove trying to survive it, but he will go down. You can see Cream as well, after doing the heroics in the last one, will fall. Double kill over tonight. You said he was a bit quiet. He is roaring into this game, and just as BLG thought they maybe, or maybe you thought BLG were going down, Top Esports unfortunately stayed a bit too long.
Night turns into daylight. The teleport comes in at just the right time. That's going to break open the mid lane out of turret. It gets a handful of kills as well. Between Cream and JackeyLove both hitting the floor. Now Knight is going to be really, really online. And Top Esports, I mean, I think they've given it a pretty good shot in this game. They've been making big plays. It feels like they're okay. But BLG, one of the things we got to know about this team last year was how quick they are at responding. Now, the problem was against the JDG roster, which they played against there, is that they were somehow even better at responding to the response. It was this huge mind game. It really felt like they got in their own heads a little bit about it. But now with one of those players which dealt them so many losses in Knight in the mid lane, joining this roster. BLG keeping some of that old identity, upgrading some fire in the individual mechanics as well. This team is looking scary.
Very, very scary as well. And Top Esports, they are finding opportunities to try and come back into it, but it does feel like it's one step forward, 2 steps back in a lot of these situations. And again, just having so many of these opportunities kind of go to the wayside. But we'll have a look at the replay here, because again,
okay,
it was such a mess.
It was. It starts off in a 1-for-1 where On just gets absolutely obliterated. Notice that the Soraka ult
Tien
doesn't
wasn't
come
far behind.
No, not really. But you notice that the Soraka ult doesn't actually come in to help Tien. They think maybe you need to save it for Cream and JackeyLove a little later. Tries to save 369 with it, but it's just the fight's over at this point, folks. Go home. It's done. Got the Herald charging into mid lane. Turret's dead. Are we going to get ourselves another fight?
Knight's on a flank, but just more threatening JackeyLove. There's going to be Cream using his ultimate. The Renata ult comes out, doesn't really hit onto anybody. Bin looking to try and burn down the Azir, but a Wish comes out. And that's going to be enough to try and keep everybody away. 369 did TP in, so they've gotten that summoner out of him as well. It's getting a bit testy. It's getting a little bit kind of all over the place. It's getting a little bit LPL, shall we say, where everyone just wants to fight.
It's back to the ARAM and the LPL, trying to catch off some of these folks just around the side. Tien has done a good job of keeping Knight at bay.
Yeah, but Knight's keeping him away from this as well, so there's no kind of snap engage available right now from Top Esports. They're going to be able to get the root down. Cream gets hand shook away. The flash in to try and take down Elk as he looks to try and burn off of the bailout. Bin comes back in, does have flash, but no slicing Maelstrom. It's a 4v4 for the moment, as we can see everyone just kind of getting very low health bars. Finally, the big bang hammer of Shun gets a bonk down. Knight just weaving in and out of the fight. JackeyLove trying to do the same. The bailout will not be enough for the Wukong. JackeyLove will fall, and finally BLG get themselves the 5 kills. Triple in for Knight as he played that absolutely perfectly.
Mako and 369 do their damnedest to try and keep JackeyLove alive for as long as possible. It's just not enough. Knight's LeBlanc, I don't care if it's the hotfix nerf. This LeBlanc on this player is just too much to deal with. Knight once again putting Top Esports, his old team, the team which chose their logo after him. He's putting him into such a bad position.
Yeah, 8,000 gold down, and I mean, we're going to have a long replay, you will imagine, to try and recap the whole thing. But 30 seconds till the Dragon spawns. Baron still on the field. And let's have a look at this one here, because again, it's all over the place.
And you'll notice that for most of this fight, I mean, from this angle as well, Knight has not really entered the fray yet. The Azir turret's doing a good job of zoning out. There's some good defensive flashes. I think Top Esports, honestly, from this position, do a pretty okay job of buying time and space. They just don't have the extended mobility. Once the second round of cooldowns come up, another Distort comes up. You don't have another round of flashes. They are once every 5 minutes. You're only going to get to use them once this fight. It eventually works out in BLG's favor. And somehow, some way, they problem solve their way around this extended ARAM from the mid lane.
5-0 and 2 here for Knight, already building up towards his third item as we hit 22.5 minutes. And this is when Baron started to become a real big threat. You've got a Varus, you've got a Wukong as well alongside the LeBlanc. Like, your Baron damage is disgusting, but they don't need it right now. They don't need to force that position because they can actually just threaten it and then pick objectives elsewhere. But now we can see Knight looking for a little bit of a move. They're going to try and overwhelm him with 5 people. There's the Dragon going in. They're going to try and turn and burn back onto Mako, but can Knight get out of this? That is the question. He flashes, but not quite fully out of the way. We'll get another redemption to keep him alive. He will not have the distortion just yet. Finally does get it, but Cream shuts him down. What else can you do, Top Esports? You've got 40 seconds, but their waves are just not really in a good position to push.
Yeah, Knight doesn't have enough mobility to get out of that situation. Tien's behind enemy lines.
They know he's there.
If they get one more pick, it could have been so big for them. But if he dies here, this is just so awful for them.
They know that he was there. They knew exactly where he tried to be. And Tien, he went for a play, and he will be punished for his honestly, just for trying to be a good teammate. He wanted to try and find the angle, but now Top Esports, they recognize they have an angle in the mid lane. It's back and forth, it's push and pull. It is just breakneck speed between these two teams. They know how important this first series is.
Oh man, Tien overplays it a little bit. If you get one more pick, that's Baron for you. You can understand that being the play which gets you back into the game, but now your jungler is dead, there's no smites. Yes, you have a teleporter too to get back onto the map if you needed to reset, but they can't contest this Baron right now, I don't think.
They can. This Baron's not going down quickly. They didn't have Elk on it immediately, and they're still looking for it. It's only at half HP. Now Cream knows that this is going on. They put down a little bit of vision. They know this is happening. They need the Kalista to get in here and try and just put down some work, but they can't contest it like you say. They'll throw Cream in to see if they can go for a Hail Mary, but nothing will be done. Knight still hovering off to the side just to see if there's any stragglers, but a Baron goes the way of BLG, and again, they are still very much in the ascendancy in this game.
About halfway through that play, my eyes flicked over to 369 Summers just to see if he had the Spellbook Smite and was looking for an absolute miracle smite on that Baron, but not to be the case. Felt like Top Esports had themselves a great window with that pickoff onto Knight, his first death of this game. But one thing leads to another. They are absolutely in much worse place now. Baron's down, gold further down into the deficit as well. Extra items being hit by BLG. You can see that this Varus, who's been doing an awful lot of damage throughout most of this game, has got himself up to 2 items with that Terminus involved. And heck, Bin's got himself a 10-stack Magi. So that'll be extra movement speed between that and then also the Storm Surge as well. Lots there. And Knight is toying with Cream towards top lane.
He's toying with him, but Cream's not coming out of this, you know, feeling bad, I think. I think that's a fair way to put it. But I think Knight as well, just knowing the limits of this champion so well. The Lich Bane being picked up for Cream does give them that advantage in that. But also the Storm Razor for Knight means that those first auto attacks, they just hurt so much.
They do. And also with the Storm Razor, it speeds you up when they hit as well now. So between Fleet Footwork speeding you up and then also the Storm Razor speeding you and the Cyclo Sword slowing you down, the move speed differential is so hard to play around. Now BLG, they're pushing quite far forward, maybe over pushing.
Here's the thing though, yes, you have the Baron here for BLG, great, you have it for another minute 30. You are still a very relatively low-range composition. You can't really just kind of take these towers. It takes multiple waves. You will get this tier 2, but whether or not they break open the base, whether or not get more than just the one, that's kind of the next question.
I think that's why it was so important to focus in, as the observers did, on that top lane split pushy kind of fracas as well, because if Knight ends up winning a trade hard enough, then that's effectively a turret down for free. You have a couple of teleports to respond or make a power play. There is one deep ward behind BLG in the river that maybe they can use, but this is the problem. What do you do in these side lanes, man?
I mean, you do that, you turn and burn, because that's going to be a little bit of damage back on top of it, and the wait for the team to come back in. You do have a teleport here for 369, but you can see already when they're not able to get that turret, it becomes very difficult for BLG. They are in a good position, but they are not out of the woods just yet. Good handshake on the Cream. He has to ult, he has to flash. Does he have an ultimate? He does have a Sonya's to try and keep this one going, and Ben sees the go sign, but he's already overextended. He's trying to kill off somebody if he possibly can. Knight goes back in. The bailout is fantastic. It baits in the Lee Sin. He landed his Q, but sent him to his death. That could just be it. That could be the series.
I think that's it. They've overplayed their hand. Top Esports in their first series of the year. They're going to meet themselves a defeat to, on paper, maybe our strongest team in the whole damn LPL. BLG looking to take the series 2-1.
BLG, they had a fantastic game 1. They fought a little bit in game 2, but they weren't able to bring it back. And in game 3, they were doing so well to just keep that momentum, keep up the tempo, and they will start the season off with a win, 2-1 BLG.
Back and forth series though. You know, that was not a clean sweep at 2-0. Game 2 was, I wouldn't say as dominant as game 1 from BLG, but it was still a pretty much in the lead, beginning to end situation from that game 2. We're seeing a little bit of the meta evolve between these games too, between these two teams, saying, yes, if you have early winning lanes, that tends to be a bit of an indicator for what happens after that point. It's not as simple as win lane, win game. It's not as simple as that. We see in game 3 here, there were some counter punches back and forth, but particularly in bot lane, particularly with the changes to the map in bot lane as well, red side is not nearly as safe as it was in previous seasons. You can get dives down there. You can even walk back. If you look back at game 1, you can walk behind them at level 1 from the Tri-Brush as well, which is now present there. But still, BLG, they walk away with a win.
They do indeed, and I think a very resounding kind of statement from Knight saying, I'm good. I'll still be Knight. I'm still Knight. I'm still going to have a big smile on his face as well. And I think for Top Esports, obviously, it is a sour kind of, hit to the face a little bit there, but it is going to be one of those things where, like, I do think that Cream had an okay series. I think Mako looked good after the first game. I do think, though, when you're looking towards being one of these elite teams, one of these title contenders, you need more playmaking. And Cream, he had 1 or 2 moments, but it wasn't what you'd be so used to in that kind of a top team level of play.
You're not going to point to any member of Top Esports to say they are the reason that they lost the game, but you needed someone to stand up and say they are the reason that they are winning this series. And that was something that BLG just had more in spades.
Yes, they really, really did. But that is our first series done and dusted. BLG now up 1-0 on the split. They're already top of the table, but we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have our second series of the day.
metal has begun. And metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一套，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们恭喜 Scott 选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打的有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路。
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We just finished up our first series of the day. BLG now 2-1 over Top Esports. They go right to the top. Top Esports go right to the bottom. It's funny how that works sometimes.
Yeah, it turns out when there's only one series played, you just get the wildest shifts and everything.
Wham! Already going all the way to the top. But I mean, they were both T and B in alphabetical. Anyway, whatever. We are coming into our second series of the day. It is going to be El Clasico, RNG versus EDG. And I mean, this is, I would say, definitely the LPL's most storied matchup.
More than that, somehow. This matchup, RNG versus EDG, is the third most played matchup of all time anywhere in LoL Esports. They have played 132 games against each other since 2014. The two matchups ahead of that are the Telecom War and then T1 versus Gen.G as well, which stretches back to the Samsung days. But this matchup here is the eponymous LPL matchup. They have played against each other for so long. They are two of the organizations with international titles. EDG, of course, winning both an MSI in 2015 and then Worlds in 21. RNG had the MSI in 2018 and then multiple since then as well.
Yes.
So both of these teams, they have that history to them. They're two of the largest fan bases within the LPL as well. This year, though, we're still kind of like muddling about on where we put the expectations.
We are figuring out these two teams because, as we saw earlier, Mako has now left EDG for the first time since 2014. We're figuring out expectations for these guys, so it does feel like it kind of comes down to how these two teams kind of mesh together because a lot of different moving parts for both.
For sure. So now JJ is the only remaining member of the 21 Worlds winning roster from EDG. Of course, Mako was also on that roster. We'll get through to the full rosters in a bit, but this is a team which this time last year, they were also in a bit of a weird situation too because Scout had left.
Yes.
They'd lost Scout, and Scout was the EDG guy for a longest time too, even though, of course, Mako was around there too. Scout had led that team really in a lot of ways. So to now see them have this kind of happen again, they maybe can surprise us again. For large chunks of spring 2023, they were our best team. It really took until the end of the regular season for them to start falling off, and there was a whole lot of factors involved with that.
There was a lot of things moving around then, so.
But you look at RNG as well, they've had some big changes too. Of course, last year, they had no Xiaohu.
Yes.
And Ming had left the roster as well. Lots of big changes coming through there. Ming is now back, so he will be playing here today, which is one of our all-time greats. It would have been really nice to see Ming versus Mako at the old teams, but I'm also like, we'll get it down the road when Top Esports get involved with that. But I think both these teams, once we've all muddled around with this, we are very much still benchmarking them. I don't realistically know where they're going to stand in terms of, are they mid-table? Could they push beyond that? Could they surprise us? There's a lot of value on this. And of course, as we said with the first matchup of the day, only get to see this matchup once in the regular split. So if you want to make a statement in, of course, this matchup, which is one of the most storied of all time, you got to do it today.
Yes, and I think the thing is as well, like you said, we're still kind of temperature checking where these guys are. We're still seeing what they kind of go for, because for RNG, they haven't changed a huge amount, but Xiaohu is literally the only player. When they had Xiaohu on the roster, they won things. Without Xiaohu on the roster, they never won anything. And that is literally how the story of this organization. They've not only brought Ming back, but they've brought in 2019 AD Carry World Champion LWX into the fray. And again, Tanyuan kind of very much didn't impress from the get-go at the start of summer last year, but then slowly but surely, as the season went on, it felt like he was finding his form.
Death taxes, Ashin mentioning Xiaohu. He has a favorite player, folks, but you're not
He's
wrong.
my LPL GOAT.
What? I don't think there's some logic to that, and RNG found a lot of success with him. With regards to that, talking about Tanyuan, this guy had a lot of expectations put on him to be the next Xiaohu. And of course, he was playing alongside Angel as well. They were switching out mid laners last year. Angel was one of those other players too in the LPL that was meant to be one of these new era of mid laners. I think Tanyuan had a very, very bad spring split, actually. Let's not mince words. He really struggled there. I think he started to mature as the year went on, and we were talking about this just in break as well. It really felt like Wei and Tanyuan started to combo up better. They started to be on the same page. I really hope that the 5 months off from LPL hasn't reset that. I need that to keep coming in here today, because that's a very important point for RNG to build off of.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for RNG, having LWX in, LWX was kind of on a floundering FBX for the longest of times, and finally feels like he's on a team, especially with a support like Ming. We'll see how he kind of comes back into this and builds himself back as a top support. Had a bit of a break. We don't know exactly where he's going to be right now. So on the other side of this as well, we got EDG and their roster. And again, there's a lot of new faces on this. Like you mentioned, the 2021 roster of Winning Worlds is just JJ. Ala's in there, Fisher, Lee, Vampire. Vampire, brand new guy coming up from nowhere.
So I was speaking to my brother, Initialize, who does a lot of LDL coverage as well, and I was asking him like, yo, dude, so who's this Vampire guy? And he just looks at me and goes, who? Because this guy played NEST with EDG. They were meant to do the Shanghai Masters as well. I don't think they ended up playing that one. So this guy's had a very low presence. They must have an awful lot of faith in him, though, to put him straight up into the LPL. Alongside Leave. Leave was this shining jewel of development talent within the LDL into the LPL as well. Of course, he was replaced by Uzi for Summer. We haven't seen him at LPL level for an entire split, but so this bot lane, this will be an important building block to see if they can function to the same level that Leave and Mako did in spring of last year. They were incredible around that. Of course, Fisher in the mid lane too. Now, we have seen a lot of him in the LDL, and he's done a lot of good stuff at that level. It was just always going to be the question about how will that translate up to full LPL. He played 2 games last summer against Weibo, and he got absolutely smashed by Xiaohu on Weibo there. It was not particularly pretty, but now with a better chance to debut here, of course he played Demacia Cup as well, so he's had a couple of games here and there. If he gets stuff like Nico or Akali, he will do some damage. He's a great player of those champions, but you know, here again, against Tanyuan, 2 of our newer class of mid laners now in the LPL, getting to lock horns a little bit and see who comes out on top.
And this kind of comes back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier with the BLG Top Esports thing. It's like teams know things need to change. Teams know that if you do not make it to Worlds, if you do not make it to MSI, you're not contesting for championships. Something has to change. You can't just sit in a rut not progressing. That's how you actually regress. You actually get worse. So really great to see both these sides kind of taking risks and going for something different.
I actually really like that you mentioned that, because it brings about this perspective of, you think of the amount of like truly great teams or teams which have aspired to greatness in the LPL. You think of IG we've had multiple world rosters. You have so many teams which need to reach there. Only so many can make that bracket.
Yeah, and we should be jumping straight into this game and getting our second series underway. Here we go. That was an interesting choice of music right there for the intro. It was like ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. I was like, yeah, let's go for this. But we got a bit more epic ties to come into this one here. It's a bit more thriller than lo-fi, I suppose, coming into this one. But now RNG taking themselves to the stage and getting themselves ready for what is always going to be, in my mind, El Clasico here in the LPL.
I felt like I needed like a mojito or something like that. Maybe like a coconut with a little
taking off to the Bahamas, you know, having a good time.
Hey, I'm having a pretty good time here too as well. LPL's back. Again, we have waited 5.5 months to see these teams back on our screens, and it's been really enjoyable. First games of the day, very high level, very high octane. See if the second series can match that. When you have names like this on the Rift, though, particularly the organization involved, they have an awful lot to live up to as RNG. Make their way onto the stage. And Ming, of course, joining them for the first time since, I believe, 2022, because he didn't play for the majority of 23. Back in the roster now, though.
He is back on the roster, and he's going to move on to make a big impact in this particular game because, again, RNG, they're not used to not making it to, specifically MSIs, but they're also not used to making it to internationals in general. They usually kind of put themselves up top 4 at minimum to make sure they are going off and competing at Worlds and the such, but they have to take a first step, and that first step is against an old rival in EDG. EDG, completely new look for these guys. Yes, you remember JJ and Ala kind of floating around the LPL for a while now, but everyone else, they gotta make moves. They gotta find out how they're gonna be able to play this game and really hit the ground running.
EDG is such a household name nowadays. Back in 2014, they stormed onto the scene. It felt like 2013 was the era of course, Royal Club back then, Starhorn Royal Club. And of course, OMG as well. EDG came on with likes, of course, Clearlove ended up joining that one. And Name back in the early days. And then EDG went on that MSI run at 2015, and they kind of captured the interest of so much of the LPL scene. Years after that were a bit all over the place. They had some incredible domestic performances. Their international performances were a little less to be desired, but then they really kicked back into form around 2021 with that Worlds win. The special time that was. Not really sure where their benchmark lies themselves despite that international run of form. They need to get back to them now is the problem. These changes will hopefully get them back.
Yeah, and you can hear the crowd getting a nice big cheer for Clearlove there. Getting himself the recognition. Still a very recognizable figure within the EDG organization, even just League of Legends as a whole.
We talked about the Hall of Champions earlier.
Yeah, Hall of Legends.
Hall of Legends. That's the one. I'm bad at names. You know, Clearlove, honestly, he'd be up there somewhere in that
for
list.
Sure.
There are a lot of names which are on the short list. His is fairly close to some of the peak of that one, though. But these teams now sitting down, getting comfortable. We're getting closer to that pick and ban.
And it does look like RNG going to be on the blue, EDG on the red for this first game. So we've seen the AD LeBlanc, even with the hotfix, it still looks oppressive. And that is something that Tanyuan has been able to bring out in previous years, even regardless of the meta. So I'm curious to see what will the priority be now for these two teams comparatively to, as we said, two of our arguably top 3 teams I just saw earlier.
And another thing which I'm interested in too is what's going to happen around this top side of the map, because you know, this is of course Breathe versus Ala, two of our strongest individual top laners in the LPL. And I'm wondering if we can get a bit more of an interactive matchup between the two of them. Ala, one of the best Cannon players, one of the best Jax players. Both of them are very valid right now. Of course, they both play a decent amount of K'Sante. I really want to see if there's going to be anything to open up towards the top side of the map, because we didn't see too much of that between BLG and Top Esports.
Yeah, not really. Top side kind of lot left on its own until Bin just said, all right, screw this, I'm picking Kennen. And if 369 wants to pick a weak side top laner, but again, it worked out in their favor, but you do have to be proactive. I think that's the big kicker when it comes down to that kind of top side. It is a bit of a coin flip that if you're not proactive with that kind of pick, it will come back to bite.
Dude, I just want to see a Darius locked in at some point. You're picking that dude, slam.
You gotta watch LEC later then.
Very true.
You gotta watch Adam. I'm not gonna say it any other way. That's just how it is.
I'd say I enjoy watching videos.
I meant more, not unfortunately that you're watching him. Unfortunately, I just don't see it here.
No, there's some validity to that. Did you see Karmine Corp Vitality?
Oh, it is not fun to watch Karmine Corp right now. But I want to put it out there. I'm a Bo fanboy, so I want them to do
Very
well.
true.
I want to clarify that.
But is that our boy over in the LEC?
Yeah, our boy
wishing him
Bo.
well.
Yeah, wishing him well, it's all we can really do. But let's get ourselves back into this, because, again, kind of curious to see what these two teams kind of prioritize. We have seen the bot lanes basically just kind of cementing themselves as the pick coming into this one here. I wonder if we are going to see any teams try and book that trend, either on the red side to try and counter that kind of bot side pressure, or on the blue. It does feel like on the red, you are just so exposed with the new terrain. It feels very difficult to actually kind of hold that.
The terrain just exacerbates the issues that come out of draft. I feel like Game 3 in the first series of the day was more competitive in the 2v2. Things got very close. We saw things going 1-for-1 as opposed to a 2-for-0 or a 1-for-0 or something like that. You can't walk into a losing bot lane situation, though. That's where things really start to go from bad to worse very, very quickly beyond that point. So, what picks have they got cooked up? Are we going to see a Senna get through the draft? Is there going to be more Ashe? I presume there's going to be more Kalista and Renata. We'll see in this pick and ban.
We will indeed. Jumping into game 1. Both these teams, all smiles, all positivity. We'll see
no
how
Senna.
No Senna and no Ashe or Milio. So we're already starting to see a little bit of kind of like both sides picking 2 bans and then having their own little flex ban after that. The Rumble as well has becoming a much more prevalent ban throughout the entirety of today. And we'll see if that continues as the rest of the week comes on.
I mean, Rumble around Worlds was just unstoppable. Hasn't really stopped since then. It feels like with all of...
He can't be stopped.
He's
actually unstoppable.
He is just that guy in the big old machine. Now, this is something that we saw Hobbit, but not locked in. Nocturne is incredibly powerful right now. There's a particular item which is very strong on him called Experimental Hex Plate. Gives you 300 HP, gives you a boatload of AD as well. But it gives you 30 ultimate ability haste, not just ability haste in general.
Wow.
But for Nocturne, that means that your first rank ultimate goes way down in terms of cooldown. And once you ult, you get a load of attack speed and movement speed. So, very, very strong. Maybe expect that to be locked in with Orianna, because the Nocturne-Orianna combo is very, very strong right now. Fisher locking in the Azir, has a bit of mobility, has good early lane. We've seen it picked an awful lot today. We've seen 3 out of 3 games so far. Might be able to save himself from that Nocturne combo, whatever it's paired up with.
Just thinking about what they want to go for now. We did see the Callista kind of favored towards Top Esports earlier in the day. However, BLG kind of countered that and said, all right, we got the Varus, and they're going to take it themselves. I wouldn't mind to see RNG maybe go for the, I was going to say the Renata. Maybe they could have left the Orianna, but they don't want that to get banned away.
This is the problem. They want to lock in the Nocturne Orianna combo, but they also want to lock in the Callista Renata. You can only choose one of them, so maybe you're giving over Renata to that Varus, and I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, it's oppressive to say the least. However, you are on the blue side here for RNG versus the red for EDG, which we have seen have massive kind of...
JJ Maokai.
Yeah, JJ Maokai has been spotted here. But it does mean that you're not picking up the Renata either side so far. So we'll see what both teams want to go for, but I do think it's probably the right call from EDG because with Nocturne having such a global presence, you need that kind of anti-Sinner or kind of, you know, disengage to try and mitigate it.
First game of the year for them. We're slamming it right back in with Treat EG.
Yeah.
We're back, baby. Nothing has ever changed, ever. This champion is just permanently going to be here. Now, this is interesting to me. EDG, even though they have 4th pick, ban the Renata themselves. This makes me wonder, you know, obviously Vampire, we haven't seen so much of this guy in terms of his pro play. Maybe he's less comfortable on the Renata. Of course, that might not be the case, but I just don't see why you wouldn't pick that up 4th. It's so valuable. It's very, very good with the Varus and very good against the Callista in a lot of ways too. Lots of support bans. This is a little different. Unless, I mean, there could also be the random flex now, by the way, folks, of Varus or Callista into support. Both of them are actually okay supports as well, but I mean, with 4 looking likely, 4 support bans from the second round as well, you're really getting pinched in the support pool.
You really, really are. But see what the last one's going to be. It's going to be the Nico. I was thinking that the Nico kind of flipping her way through the bans for the moment, but then was going to get knocked out there, just taking it away completely.
Oh, that of course is a support ban as well,
yes,
because the 2 mid lane is already locked in.
It was a support ban because that is just obnoxiously so. Vampire on his LPL debut, gonna take himself up to the Bard, and that's a look. I think once you watch Keria at Worlds with Bard hits different when you don't have someone. You need to have that level of expertise and finesse.
Because you have Keria Bard at Worlds, but then also you played against Gen G and it looked absolutely bad. So even the best players of it in the world can have very fluctuating performances on this pick. Now you do have Immobile Orianna to take off of the map as well if you manage to get a good enough ult on them. And you're able, particularly with the map changes as well, to get some really long portals into the right places across the map. Bard portal almost works like a semi-global in some instances. So now if you win this bot lane as EDG, Bard gets unlocked. It is going to be, of course, on the other side, locks in. There's an Udyr in that top side. Are they going to just... It feels like Rel is the jack of all trade support right now. If you're not going for anything in particular, does okay in lane, very good in team fighting. And everyone's practiced at it right now.
Absolutely. And look, especially with the Void Grubs and their shielding, if you're able to roam up with your jungler to try and take those, you take them so exceptionally quickly because you're able to just crash down, take down those shields, and just really, you know, kind of cause pressure on that. EDG, they're looking for Ala to have a little bit of pressure on the top side. They get the Jax. And this is what we mentioned just earlier on before our pre-match. This is the kind of champion we expect to see Ala on because he's just so good at these pressuring kind of top lane bruisers.
I know that a lot of people focus on Bin's Jax in terms of LPL presence from it. Really going to throw this out there. If there's anyone who would beat Bin's claim to Jax, it's Ala. This dude is incredible at this champion too. In fact, if you look at back to the regional finals just at the end of summer last year as well, the only game which LNG lost in that was Ala's Jax against EDG, and he was 100% the reason that they ended up winning that game. He picks it up again. Decent front line from JJ, and of course the Jax is more of a frontline champion now because of the items you can build with it. Bit of individual power towards that top side. Of course, Udyr controls the early lane even so. See how it ends up on the Rift.
Mako may have left EDG, but clear love is forever, and that is just how it has to be sometimes. But teams are locked and loaded, ready to jump themselves onto the Rift. And again, everyone's starting on a clean slate. You want to put your best foot forward, and both teams hunting to make sure that they're giving the best impression for 2024.
Again, really impressing the importance of this game in regards to where are we benchmarking these teams. Lots of these players, we've seen them find success on different rosters, but can they do it as a cohesive unit? Big changes on both sides of the Rift in players, big changes on the entire Rift as a map. There's items, there's champions, lots in flux. Lots to nail down just a little bit today.
A lot of questions. We'll see if we get any of our answers today. Both these teams really do need to kind of hit the Rift with a bang. We'll wait to see. I'm curious to see what this Bard can do. I'm curious to see what Vampire can do on this EDG roster because, again, very little information in terms of him and how it's all going to work. And, of course, RNG going with experience, going more with the people who've been around for quite a hell of a long time as they want to try and reclaim some of that Kings of Spring titles they've already been getting. And you can already hear the cheerleaders really coming in and just absolutely smashing the decibels of those audience mics.
Okay, we're onto the Rift. See a cleanse from Leave, heal from Vampire. Leave also going for the Comet, which signals the poke version of Varus. It's not going to be on hit, which means that if you get very, very tanky on the side of maybe the Rel and of course the Udyr as well, EDG will have to rely a little bit more on Arla and Fisher to pick up the DPS. However, does tend to feel like poke Varus just makes Kallista's life just that little bit harder in the early game because she can't just brawl with you. He fires an E at you, an arrow at you, and he just kind of walks away. It's not the most intensive laning phase in that sense. Of course, if you avoid the either, of course, when you don't get hit by that slow, then Kalista can start running down. Level 1 bot lane has been so important so far. A little bit different with the supports involved this time. See if that bot lane prio still ends up being important though.
Already trying to just maintain control. As you can see the graph there, 50-50, as is the little robots estimations about how this game should go. So can't ask for more than that, to be honest with you. I'm always more for a tight contest than anything else. Now, wait to see. Again, I suppose the answers, or the questions I can pose to you here is that the Udyr is having such a huge presence right now. Yes, he's very, very tanky, but what's pushing him over the edge to become the pick up in the top side?
He has infinite wave clear very, very early on, and he's just a very, very good user of the new items. I also think right now it's because people haven't practiced the counters to him right now, at least in a team comp sense. We saw a couple of hovers from BLG in terms of the Darius and the Olaf in game 2 of the first series of today, but they weren't locked in. I feel like it's often the counters are not practiced in a team-wide sense to play with them, because they're a little bit different from a Jax, which we have played the entire year with. I think we'll give it give it a couple of weeks. I think we'll start seeing some of the champions pop up a bit more, especially with the propensity of LPL top laners going towards carries. But it feels like Udyr just gives you an absolute stable early game towards that top side, and then transitions to a very good frontline champion.
Has it all. He does it all. And,
you can also be a carry too if you build Leandries, you know. But we haven't seen so much of that. I'd like to see that, but you know.
What you want and what I want are two very different things, because I never want to see that, because I do not want to see that in my games.
Oh, that's true. Okay, all right.
I never want to see someone go, like it's like universally, I think today was a terrible day for LeBlanc haters, because most people have probably disagreed. LeBlanc AD, garbage now. Terrible, terrible, terrible. And then Knight played it and they went, never mind, it's still busted.
Reminds me of when the support meta came out with the Varus and the Ashe support and stuff like that. And I think it was Gumayusi doing an interview saying, like, look, when you lock this into solo queue, reminder, your teammates are not who you think they are. And you are not the pro player you think you are either.
You aren't carrier.
Yeah.
Moving on. That's really it. But we'll see if the LeBlanc does stick, or if it is just a night special. Of course, we are only in our first day of our first week. Got ourselves 2 weeks of games. We'll be obviously going to our exclusivity of the Thursday to Friday, with the exception, or sorry, Thursday to Sunday. Excuse me. That would have been that would have been a way to drop that news. But yeah, we'll be doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sundays, with the exception of a couple of different days, I believe.
Special events.
Special events. Spring Gala is one that comes to mind. The end of the season. Those things that we need to kind of do. I think they're on Wednesdays, I believe.
Very cool.
And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get a lot more data about where the hell this LeBlanc AD is going to sit.
And where these teams are going to sit as well. You know, we've talked about both these teams being absolute household names as Vampire, buddy. You can't walk up like that.
I have no words. He flashes, but he'll be going down. Ming marks his return with a pretty anticlimactic and unnecessary first blood from the side of EDG.
It's like, is that a lance or a stake he's holding? Because he's gotten rid of that Vampire pretty well. Bram Stoker must have been giving some lessons in the off-season. As you just can't walk up like that. Yes, if you're close enough to the wall, then you can end up getting the tunnel through it, give yourself basically an extended dash range, but just goes way too far. EDG now have to play with a bit of a deficit, unexpectedly so from the bot side.
And I mean, that's experience. That is just having the experience on stage to kind of know, like you saw Ming was never actually recalling in that brush. He was constantly ready for as soon as he got hit by the stun.
He was protecting LWX.
He was protecting LWX, but he was also just kind of prepared to go, well, as soon as you walk up to this because you think you're able to kind of harass me, I'm going to be able to get you back on this. So one of the Kevins has been taken by Wei, but he hasn't got the smite anymore. He's just going to try and be a nuisance to maybe steal some of those away. But 2-for-1 deal, EDG, they'll take that trade. And even despite the bot lane going against them, they're still able to make something work topside.
You know, I also thought about calling them Jeff, and Jeff, but they're different spellings of Jeff just to make it slightly more individual. Okay, we'll get to that later. But this is what happened at this bot side. I think they tell that he even sees that he's not recalling.
Yeah.
This is... Yeah, that's just an overstep. Looking to get himself... He even gets the cancel, right? He can just throw that Q into the bush and walk away. Yes, he does end up, I guess, trading his life for a flash of the Kalista, but that is not something you particularly feel good about in that sense. And yeah, now you have to see what happens with this Kalista and the Rel towards this bot side. I mean, Leaf's still playing the Varus with the poke build. It's not like you're going to be the one forced out of lane that often, because you have such a range advantage with such a good early game damage profile.
Absolutely, and look, as much as we're kind of saying that's just a mistake, the kill went over to Ming. It's not the end of the world. You're not going to have your AD carry randomly behind by an item or so because of the first blood. That's just not how the game works at the moment. But Ming already trying to see how much presence he can push in here and make sure that they do not get anything else going badly in this bot side. And I mean, Ming was just king of the engages back on, his entire career. Lowe's, remember, in 2021 when he's just looking for constant roams here with Wei, moving around the map, always looking to impact something. And on something like Rel, that is 100% viable in any meta.
Absolutely. I think we saw this in LPL playoffs last year when it started to kind of come back into priority. The Rel, after the rework, came in midway through summer, particularly because Rel is one of the very few champions that can be flexed between support and jungle. Very few champions who do that. Maokai is really the only other one which comes to mind. And she ended up being, good to top tier in both of those roles. Everyone got very practiced at this, and now suddenly it's a good frontline champion. A lot of the support items are okay on them too. For instance, there's the Celestial Opposition, which is effectively old Crown of the Shattered Queen's passive on a support item. 35% damage reduction for the first 2 seconds of combat, 20-second cooldown. Very powerful at that point, so watch for when you see that shield around them later on. We do have level 6s being hit by a couple of people on the map, so you need to be careful of the players potentially erupting from nowhere. Looking particularly at Leave's ultimate, see if he can catch LWX or Ming. What's that Nocturne Paranoia waiting in the wings?
For RNG, you do want to start attacking these dragons as quick as you can, but I do think it's the correct call to wait till LWX got a reset there, get the Berserker Greaves, and also get his flash back online, because if he's getting caught out before his flash comes back, especially with how low the timer is on right now, it just feels like a misplay from the side of RNG. So I like that they kind of took the reservation of themselves and said, no, we don't need to go crazy right now, we can always back away. But and we're already seeing now that Jack's starting to ramp up a little bit. Now that he's got those Mercury Treads, he's just knowing that he's able to kind of tank up a little bit more of this AoE.
So last year we had level 3's full build Poppy. Now in 2024 we have full build Udyr at Tabby and full build Jax at Merc Treads. Turns out boots are all you need, folks.
Boots are all anyone needs. A good pair of boots to help you walk around. And
do you reckon you could make like a Beatles parody song? It's like, all you need is boots.
You definitely could. Yeah. I would not be the person to do it. I am not musically gifted in any way. Unlike yourself and lyric, I don't even think I could play a chord. I genuinely don't think I could. But I used to play Spanish guitar, but it was a long, long time ago. Very long time ago. I think I was like 10, 12 years ago at this stage. 12 years ago, yeah, it would have been 12 years ago.
It's never too late to start learning.
I've got League of Legends up.
Okay.
I got League of Legends.
What's that one meme? It's like, is League of Legends an instrument?
Yeah.
No, Patrick.
No, it's not. We'll see. Again, very slow. Comparatively to the first game, this is a much slower setup of things. We will have JJ up here with Ala, and they may look to try and just go fully on top of the Udyr. He will get stunned up just a little bit, get stunned down, and he will be CC'd into oblivion. He is still running, but he will be jumped on, and Ala will say, bonk, back to the gray screen you go. So that's going to be a trade of Dragon now for the side of RNG, as they know that they do not have any pressure around the Kevins.
And RNG's top laner will stop breathing for a brief second until he respawns. It's going to be a plate gone. Looks like the grubs are going to go down as well. See that little icon below it. Goodbye, Ed and Eddie. Once more. Kevin, Jeff, and Jeff. Multiple names.
There's going to be so many names.
Yeah, I feel like I've already been threatened about the names already. People are getting quite into this.
Yeah, they really are. Ooh, Flash has to be burnt there as Ming had already made his roam up. They will be able to try to back, so it will be 4-2.
Oh, that's important. That is important because if you get 5, then you spawn the Void Mites when you get close to a tower. You get 6 of them, then it doubles them up to 2 every time you go towards that too. So
that's every individual player as well.
Every individual does that, which means you get an insane amount of them when you're starting to hit turrets as well, which means that EDG won't get the ability to have those Mites tanking extra turret shots. So good takeaway from RNG. Early gold advantage over to EDG with the first blood and some CS advantages coming in from places too, plus the extra 2 plays towards top side, but it's not completely out of control, and they do stop things completely falling away in regards to those grubs as well.
Yeah, just the 2 kills, one each. This is very, very slow start, but we might have a Paranoia coming in.
Wow, really going for it, huh?
Magnet Storm, they're trying to get everyone into the magical journey. They can't get the Bard out of there. Nocturne never committed. Wei just did not go in on top of that for some reason, and yes, it's a, kind of moment there, but you've only got rid of the cleanse on the side of Leave. After that, you blew Ming's flash. That engage tool no longer available.
I mean, really well played from Vampire. Actually, we criticized him for that first blood in bot lane, which was pretty bad, don't get me wrong, but he lands a good ultimate to stop LWX from committing to the fight too heavily. Has a great portal next to the wall to make sure that Leave and Vampire don't even have to blow their flashes. I think as soon as Wei presses his ult, realize that Fisher has his teleport channeling, basically don't want to cover that. Sad thing for Wei is that he hadn't completed his first item before that first ultimate, which means that it won't get benefit from the 50 ability haste on that one, or 30 rather. 30.
Yes.
Of course, not that you don't want to use an early ultimate on Nocturne, it's just if you had that first item, it would have been a lot shorter cooldown waiting for it.
Someone is pinging like crazy right now on the side. I just hear it constantly in my ear, but obviously, they want to make sure that everyone knows where Wei is on this Nocturne. No ultimate available for him. They will have a Maokai ultimate available to them very, very short. Actually, it's already up, excuse me. And with Ala kind of having full vision, thanks to those pings, both top laners are saying, you know what? That's fine, sir. You go between those two, I'll go between these two.
They just hate each other. They don't want to be within the same lane. They've gone as geographically far away from each other as they possibly can within this lane.
I mean, it's not a bad rune, and actually, Udyr is still going, by the way. The Udyr is still pushing on. Wei is here, though, to maybe go for something. I don't even think he could really fight the Jax at all. It wouldn't be a smart one.
It's worth walking up. I mean, Allah has flash, he has ult, and he has, obviously, leap strikes away. He has a little bit of HP from the Phage, and the move speed from Phage, which it now gives again. This could be quite dangerous to him now, though.
They get themselves the fear. Allah is in no man's land, and they are going to start realizing now that he should have left a long, long time ago. The Udyr having a similar situation, but Allah still running away from this, and he will get out. No problem
is criminal
at all. This is not that exciting to watch.
I find it quite entertaining watching Allah get away with absolute murder. There's no way you should walk away from that with Tanyuan committing the ult to that too. I think there was actually a missed dissonance. I'm not sure if he got the entirety of that slow and damage onto him, but Allah being quick thinking to get through with that cube. Item popping up on the bottom of the screen, that's the experimental Hexplate, which we've highlighted for Nocturne. That's also why Wei is on the screen. Now he has that completed. Next ultimate is going to benefit from 30 ult ability haste. And then when he casts his ult, he's going to get 15% extra movement speed, 35% attack speed.
Do you know what its Ornn form is called?
No. Did you just look that up?
No, I didn't look it up there. I look this up every time we get new items. Because
that's dedication.
All right, tell me. I like it. It's TURBO.
Oh, it's just like turbo and caps?
Yes.
That's
but
cool.
It's T.U.R.B.
Wait, what's it an acronym for?
I don't know. What? It doesn't tell you
Brian,
what the
tell
acronym
us the acronym.
was. I'm very annoyed.
I need to know.
I am genuinely annoyed about that because I was like, oh, that's cool. So, but it is T.U.R.B.O.
You know, there are some really interesting words which are still acronyms. You know laser is an acronym?
Is it?
Light amplification of stimulated emission of radiation.
Wow.
So it's light amplification of stimulated emission of radiation.
Yeah, and that's why it can never be
Well,
L-A-Z-R-E-R. It can only be
well, I mean, it's
L-A-S.
kind of a backronym now, so it's just like, it has its own meaning because it's in such a big, you know, part of the language for a while.
That's the same with, oh, I'm gonna stop myself as we look for
Laser sights onto him.
Yeah, but that's a great ultimate, kind of anti-synergy right now. The Maokai ultimate comes out as well. The Chain of Corruption goes completely wide, and now EDG, they are running for their lives. Vampire, you are just in the daylight and you'll be turned to ash. Double kill comes in here for the side of RNG, and all they needed was one little moment to just pounce on everybody and confirm themselves a good few kills. However, Fisher looking to try and confirm back on the bot side.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to take this turret down before the teleport is completed, but he has the turret, so Breathe can't go and stay for anything else. Is he going to ult him back into the tower? No, he's not. So, grand scheme of things, 2 kills to the side of RNG. Herald goes over to the side of EDG, and they get themselves a tower. So RNG actually closing up the gold difference a little bit. Hang on, buddy, you need to be a little bit close here. Ala didn't even have to force his flash just before the There's a chance he can go straight onto him, but looks away instead.
Doesn't have full vision, actually doesn't have any vision really on that bottom or the top side of the river, so it's just not really a smart play to go for without knowing where the Nocturne is. And again, let's have a look at this and see that they get the Rift Herald, but then after that, it just feels like a comedy of errors. Very poor synergy between the Bard ult and the Maokai ult.
Yes, if you were still a little bit closer to the Bard, maybe Leave could have got through that tunnel, so maybe a bit of a misposition from Leave and Vampire, one of the both of them. Of course, JJ, despite himself being on that Herald, not really in a position to help out his stranded bot lane. Now they're going to head towards this another objective, towards this second dragon of the game. First was taken by RNG in the early game.
And the big thing about that is, though, is that yes, you just got 2 kills up for RNG, but it doesn't change the gold. The gold is basically even at this point, despite it being 3 kills to 1. That comes down to kind of having those Void Grubs kind of stacked up and made taking turrets and plates that a little bit easier for the side of EDG. And we've got ourselves our first Infernal Rift.
It is. So, Infernal Rift has changed a fair amount from last season, where a lot of the walls would disappear and then you'd have more blast cones, but that was kind of the Rift. Now you have these things called Infernal Cinders. I always just think they look like Final Fantasy Phoenix Down. So
yeah, that's true.
But what they end up doing is that when you pick them up, you get a small boost. Yes! I shout at video games for a living, Yashin!
Yeah,
you do too!
Yeah, but like Final Fantasy's real nerds, you know? Like, I've never played a Final Fantasy game. Ever.
Wow, you're so cool because you haven't done. Anyway, it looks like Final Fantasy, like Phoenix Down. Shush you. They give you a burst of immunity when you pick them up. That's nice in terms of some unique getaway and gap closing things. If you pick them up and pick enough of them up, though, you start getting some ability haste. You start racking up. Now, when you die, I think it's about half of your things just kind of explode out of you, which is why when you see people dying, especially if they haven't died for a while, you'll see a couple of these cinders kind of fly about the place. So, watch to see them. There is a Paranoia available as we start with that.
They're looking for a ball delivery system, and they're going to get it. There's the Shockwave right in on top of it. They even have the Spell Shield, the Fear, and they're going to give it over to the Clockwork wind-up of Tang Yuan. They get themselves that turret. They'll get themselves that kill. And RNG, they're looking to pick up the pace. However, Rift Herald's been dropped at bot side. Zala picked that one up, so he's going to get a tier 2. He might even get a second charge, because I don't think he's really going to be afraid of the
He hopped in it again, yeah.
Yeah, he's not afraid of the Udyr. Get out of his way.
Oh, wait.
Wait!
Ala, what are you doing?
What?
I mean, just get the tower. I mean, the Herald would survive the hit, so it's not like you're taking tower aggro. You can just Q out anyway. Maybe he was worried about a roam down, but it's not like there's a paranoia. All bot lane was stationed in the mid lane from RNG. That just seems like a bit of a driving error.
Yeah, someone needs to go to driver's ed, because that was not it. They were told to go straight and they went right. And that was just not what the instructor said. Odd, to say the least. But I digress. It does mean that we come back into this, and despite the kill and the turrets being taken, again, it's still a very small gold lead for EDG, but this is the combo that we were talking about in Champ Select. There is no counter. It's so hard to counter that.
Yeah, Nox and Orianna walks into a bar. There's no counter. And they still get themselves served up. Fisher in that top lane. Either way, he goes down. Luckily, though, as you said, for EDG, and we saw after that point, Ala gets inner turret gold from this bot lane. Inner turrets are worth a lot of gold, which is why the gold lead is still slightly in favor of EDG. And one thing which is interesting here is Ala went for the Triforce first item, not the Titanic Hydra. Very strong on Jax right now. He might go for that as a second item. because when you pop your ult, every other auto gives you passive damage from your ult, which is really powerful. With the Titanic Hydra and your W giving you both auto attack resets, if you time it right in your combo, you can get an instant 2-prop combo from your ult alongside the W, which will be a massive amount of burst damage. So wait to see how bursty Ala gets if he does pick up that Titanic. I mean, he'll be strong either way, don't get me wrong. Just interested to see that is indeed his second item, or maybe he could go something like a Starix, something a little bit more tanky too.
Absolutely, but for now, RNG have been the more proactive, but they are not the ones in the same. The Baron has spawned, as you saw the Rift just flying across there. We're going to
they did it again!
Too early, though. They didn't quite get the ultimate off, or rather, they got it up too early, and therefore weren't able to catch out the AD carry of EDG. However, and it's a big combo that's no longer available for the moment. It is a minute until Dragon spawns, and that is one apiece for the moment. So RNG, they won't lose anything from it. They should be able to reset and still get themselves back out for that objective.
Now, I think I'm right in saying this. One of the reasons why this combo is so strong is that if you ping the ball on Nocturne while they're in flight and then you cast the ultimate, it won't ping off them, even if it technically goes beyond the tether range of the Orianna. So that's why you have to do it in that tight timing, because if he travels too far, it would ping back. I think that's how it works. Correct me if I'm wrong on Twitter, you can come shout at me. But that one doesn't quite work out in that timing. It's not going to be the Starix, it's not going to be the Titanic, but it is going to be something which is still pseudo-tanky in that Sundered Sky, which is one of my favorite named items in this one, which will give you basically your first auto attack against any champion will be an instant crit. We saw this earlier in the day, I think, for the Xin Zhao of Tian in game 1 of the day, if you caught that one in the inventories. And also what it does is give you some extra healing based on your missing HP and then a flat amount as well. So it makes you more tanky. Think of it as kind of the replacement for Divine Sunder in some way. It doesn't give you the same kind of pen and the percent HP damage, but it does give you a good amount of healing and then some extra HP on the item.
All right, we might have ourselves our first full 5v5. Dragon started up to about half HP. RNG not really in a position to fight this. Never mind, they're going for it, and they will get the Shockwave combination. The Bard ult keeps everybody in place. Ming puts down the Magnet Storm. Leave is dead. Finally, Ala jumps in on top of LWX, flashes him over the wall, shut down over to Ala. It's been a trade of 2 for 1, but Ala is starting to bear down on their necks. He's separated from the rest of his team, and the Dragon is still available, but Ala is just huge.
The thing about this composition from EDG is that you have to kill more than just the AD carry. They do get Leaf and they get JJ, so there's not going to be a smite on the table for this Dragon. I think if he was alive, that probably would have been Dragon going over to the side of EDG. This is why we highlighted Ala's Jax right away from Champion Select, though. You can see this item combination coming in very, very powerful at this point. Teleports just as the Paranoia comes down, so he doesn't get blocked out with a lack of vision. Sadly, he's not there early enough to save his AD carry. Vampire does an okay ult to buy some time. At the end of the day, Leaf is still stuck in absolutely nowhere. And Ala gets into the backline. LWX also has no escape path. So, some big initiations, some big responses. EDG, I think, just about come away from that. I'm a lot more scared of a 3-kill Jax than I am of any of the gold given over to RNG on the other side.
And that's the thing as well. You invest so many things into killing off Leave. Fisher was untouched. Ala was just bonking on top of the Kalista and chasing down kills afterwards. It felt very much like you had just kind of used everything and then nothing was left to deal with the other threats. So this is kind of a prioritization issue now for RNG. Like you said, they can't just go for the one. They have to go for more than that. There is a ward here. They know this is going down.
And also because of the Hex Plate, you have the Nocturne ult available. Again, it's rank 2, low cooldown EDG. They have to contest this into the ultimate backup.
It's a Kalista. They're going to have the Bard Fate. There's the Temper Fate coming in just to try and buy some time. There comes the Maokai ultimate finally in synergy. The Nocturne pops out his Paranoia just to delay everybody from oncoming, but they're going to go back in, and they're going to try with the Magnet Storm. The Shockwave doesn't really land onto anybody. Great shuffle backwards to try and disengage. Fisher is going in so hard to make sure the rest of his team have the space, and Ala and Leave again stay alive. Ala's just too big now.
The combo was well executed from RNG, but you have to hit too many people to really win this team fight. Wade doesn't have ultimate now. I know his ult's on a short cooldown. It's not that short. I think he's just going to get jumped on if he looks to contest. Everyone at EDG is very high health.
They're looking for a bit of a kill on the back side of this one here. Tries to get in. They're going to get the Maris down, but can they get the kill afterwards? They will not be able to get anything else. Nocturne did go down. No smite available for here for RNG. But it is only going to be 3 members of EDG walking away with the Baron buff.
At least they managed to get Leave down with the committal of Tanyuan's flash and teleport. They're very strong. They haven't even died this game. It does feel like Ala's the one taking over, but this Orianna, maybe given another item, could be the difference maker. Of course, this part of the combination from the Nocturne Orianna is doing so much damage now. How many people does it hit? It looks like just 2 people. I don't think the damage went on to Ala. It's Vampire and Fisher. Doesn't hit Leave, doesn't hit, doesn't do enough to Ala. It really just feels like as soon as this Jax is in the middle of the fight, the game's just over.
And this is the thing we've seen so often now with this combination is like, yes, it's great, it's flashy, but once it's done, it's done. There's nothing to follow up with. It doesn't feel like there's really any threat from RNG after EDG kind of tanked that initial burst.
And this is only going to get more difficult because you have the Seeker's Arm Guard, which functions as a stopwatch in this season, so Ala has that stasis and is getting closer to getting the full completed Zhonya's. It gives you 120 AP now, which is a heck of a lot of stats. Much more than it used to. I think it used to give you 80 AP, rather. Gave you 80 LP just for building the item. I think a lot of people will be much more higher ranked than they are currently. But still, once he gets to that 3rd item, Ala's going to be in a really strong place to be. Again, that kind of just really disruptive, high damage frontline. He's been playing it out very, very well. Really looks like on the other side for RNG, they're really just hoping to get themselves that one combo to take off probably Fisher and Leave at the same time. If they catch both of them, I think that might be enough. Ala's TPing in, got himself the full Zhonya's now, looking to siege down mid.
Yeah, there's not really much of a defense to be had here. Ala is just so big. He was waiting in base to finish off his Zhonya's Hourglass, so he's got that straight away. Never even had to use the Seeker's Arm Guard kind of active. That is now acting as the stopwatch, but I mean, now it's a hard game. Now it's a difficult time for RNG to truly come back into this one. They're 3,500 gold down. They need something to go right in these engages, but I just feel like if it's not Jax, if it's not Ala going down, they're just going to get bonked on the head every single time.
And this is why, you know, earlier in the day, I was wondering whether we'd see some extra top lane picks coming out of Bin and 369, which can have a bit more teamfight impact. The Udyr, we know why it's picked. It gives you a great rock to play around in the early game. Of course, in this one, Ala and JJ did a good job to get the first kill up towards that top lane to really secure Ala. Well, I mean, this platform he's used for the rest of the game. So RNG, what's the playbook now? I think that EDG are pretty wise to the Nocturne Orianna. JJ has himself the Kaenic Rookern, so that's the extra magic shield, which will stop that combo onto him being as effective. Really has limited RNG's target selection. They have to hit Fisher or Leave, and Fisher already has himself the Seeker's Arm Guard, so he's going to be harder to take down anyway.
And even then, the redemption coming out from Vampire, just there's so much extra healing, extra things you have to burn through in order to try and make this work for RNG, whereas EDG, they just need long, prolonged fights. They just need the Azir, the Varus, the...
they need Jax to be in melee range of any one person, and then things are probably okay.
Yeah, and even there, Vampire takes half his health bar just to kind of make sure, yeah, we get the vision down, we'll contest this, drag it up in a minute's time. They want to fight. EDG want this to happen.
What they do. So, EDG find themselves in a pretty okay spot, honestly. Particularly at the hands of Ala, who is now looking at Wei. Wei is, he's in a bad spot.
He's in a very bad spot. The Fear will come in. They're going to try and burn him down before he can really go anywhere. He does not have flash anymore. Leave will pick that one up, and that's going to be, you would imagine, a turret, but they don't want to overcommit for this. There's going to be a good chain of corruption right down into LWX, so he's chunked before this can really happen. Ala needs to get out after the fact. They do get the Fates called down, though, to knock up 3, but there's no damage. There's no one to really follow up onto this, and they can't take anyone down. Fisher's not even here. Fisher is bot side having a grand old time playing Stardew Valley. He's just farming up a storm.
Did you say the Fisher is farming? You know you can fish in that as well, right?
You know what? I don't play many other games, okay?
You know, I used to have a Stardew Valley game where I named a lot of the chickens I kept after my favorite League players. That was great. That reminded me of a very fun time in my gaming career. But yeah, Fisher is just off doing a side quest somewhere else on the map. Ala is so obnoxiously hard to get rid of that he can jump in on Wei, use everything he wants, and still have enough to survive the team fight afterwards as well. The bot ult here times out the fear, so he doesn't have to worry about him getting separated out from that point. Look towards this, and of course RNG think, well, we can't really give them this for free. Let's look for the clutch engage on the turret. Ming's had a couple of decent moments with that this game, but Redemption, of course, doesn't hit Alex. He goes into Stasis. The Stasis buys him time to get his Q back towards his team. He's out from under turret. Sundered Sky healing gives him the healing on the first auto attack against these targets. He's got 4 counter strikes, and it is just so hard to get off the table.
And a little bit of a kind of an unsung carry in the last one. I'm going to stop myself. They're looking for a pick. They're looking to try and find Leave, and they will get him. Taking him out, but the stun comes down onto Wei. He'll take about half his HP. We're going back into this, and here comes the raid boss. You mess with my little brother, and everyone's like, nah, man, we didn't do anything. We're going to get out of here. But again, you can see in that last fight, the the fact that LWX just couldn't get into it because the amount of damage Lee just sunk into him with those piercing arrows. This lethality build may not work against things like Breathe, but it will work 100% more effectively against LWX.
He's got himself a really strong item build too. The new item in inventory for Lee, for those of you who are not aware of it, that's different. This is the Crypt Bloom for Orianna. So this is another version of Void Staff. Talk about this briefly. When we saw Leave die, you saw that kind of giant green wave explode out of them. That's the passive of Crypt Bloom. Every 30, I think it's got a 30-second cooldown or so. If you kill someone, there's a bloom of healing which comes out from it, which affects you and your teammates, while still having some ability haste and 30% magic defense. The opportunity in the side of Varus, it gives you basically Ghostblade's old passive. It gives you, in the first couple of seconds of combat, some extra lethality, which is very helpful, of course, for Poke Varus when you're hitting those arrows from long range.
Yeah, Breathe, you don't win that. I think you know you don't win that, so you gotta back yourselves away. But Infernal Soul in 3 minutes, Baron back on the field. It's a longer game than we're used to so far. The average in the first series was much quicker, but it does feel like EDG are coming out on top with every single skirmish. Every single fight feels like, unless it's an isolated catch, it doesn't feel good for RNG.
And part of that is the identity of the bot lanes and the junglers. We had junglers that could really steamroll when their lanes had a lead, and the bot lanes themselves were so strong in the early levels. If one of them got an early lead, it was just going to spiral from there. So with the support pools being pinched and some of the junglers being locked in, of course, TreeDG, talked about that one already, and then the Nocturne Orianna combo, which we have talked about to death. It's just a little bit slower in the early game. It means that we have gotten through to now, very much late game. We have Soul Point for EDG, 2 minutes until that one can be converted into a full Soul. Of course, the Baron on the table. RNG can't really leave that unattended.
Really can't. The Legacy of Shreema gets popped up just to cover some of this mid lane. And again, there's plenty of avenues to get into this Baron pit with the new Hunter form, I believe, with the sides kind of taken off. I could be mistaken on that one, but...
Hunting is the regular Baron.
Right.
Yep. The one with the eye... Well, let's talk about that later, because we've got some hunting in the mid lane.
We do have some hunting in the mid lane, but immediately Fisher gets himself into stasis and flashes away. They're going to try and get on top of this one. That's a good Tempered Fate to stop the recalls. They throw Ming back in, but can they follow up again on top of it? Ala finally jumps in. A good Shreema shuffle, and Ala is on the backside. There's just nothing they can do except run for their lives, because Ala is here. It's still a good trade, though, for the side of RNG. It's 2 kills for 2, but Wei can't die.
The Shockwave is great eye candy, but you gotta kill this Jackson. They're just not able to. He's full HP. Wei is flashing, but he's just not going to be able to make enough distance up.
No, he will not. Remember that spell shield, you're probably wondering, why did it go off of the thing? The leap strike's an ability, and it counts towards the spell shield. So that's going to be Baron. That's going to immediately lead to, you imagine, an Infernal Soul, and that's going to be EDG coming out on top of this entire skirmish.
Gosh, Ala's Jax, I have missed watching this. He's 7-0-5, and he's basically determining this game. This is why a little earlier into the game, when I was saying, I'm much more scared of the 3-0 Jax than anyone on the side of RNG, despite the fact that Tanyuan is very strong in this Orianna, it's just levels apart. The combo doesn't work out particularly perfectly this time. Fisher just uses a stopwatch. That's another thing which we highlighted before. Even with the great engage from Ming, it feels like all of the disruptive tools and the stopwatches and the Zhonya's just buy so much space for EDG's carries to wreak havoc, and particularly Ala to wreak havoc at the end of fights.
Yeah, Ala getting a huge amount of value there towards the last minutes there, but we do have a little bit of technical issues coming in off of that particular one. We'll hopefully get them sorted out very soon.
We actually got Nocturne ulted.
We did. We got Nocturne ulted a little bit there. But again, really, really good to see kind of EDG coming them back. We'll hopefully get the feedback up as soon as we possibly can. But they're in the ascendancy. I wouldn't be surprised to see us come back in here and they're already taking the dragon. That would be my best guess. My best guess. So again, we should be coming back into game very, very shortly. We do apologize for the slight tech issues. But again, these things happen and we come in. And there it is.
Exactly. So wait, what the hell? Everyone's dead.
RNG got the dragon.
Where did they go?
RNG fought an Infernal Soul, and that was their last stand.
Well, I mean, Rashid, they got the dragon.
Yeah, they did. They got
the dragon, and they all died for it.
Yeah. That is, unfortunately, a little anticlimactic from us. Unfortunately, that's the way these things go. But it is EDG taking the first game in this best of 3. A great start for them.
We actually did just get Nocturne ulted as they Nocturne ulted in game. I got absolutely blasted.
Yep, That is how it is. Unfortunately, we weren't able to catch the last of that. So it's the trials and tribulations of a live broadcast. It does end up happening like that. But again, I just want to say, Ala on Jax, exceptional. EDG,
oh, fantastic.
After that little faux pas, shall we call it, from Vampire, pretty solid. I do think that they were slowly getting more comfortable with the stage presence, slowly more comfortable with the way the game's going. And for RNG, they were making plays, but like you said, it was flashy. It just wasn't very good in terms of the grand scheme of things.
They had a playbook. It had one page that it said Nocturne Orianna combo, and then as soon as they had an answer to it, like, guess we're gonna go play the same play again, huh? And it just ended up being answered to in too many different ways. And EDG, again, we were wondering if they could surprise us coming into this split. That was a solid first game.
It really, really was. But we're gonna send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have pick and ban for game number 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming to what could potentially be our final game of day number 1. EDG 1-0 up. I'm just Sushin, joined by the nutty Nymera, who was very nutty after that last team fight we didn't hit. But I have good news for you, my friend. We can have a quick recap of that team fight as well. We can have a quick look at what we missed.
I just assumed that this wasn't safe for terms of service or something like that, and we just couldn't show it on stream, but apparently we can. Look, at the end of the day, we knew that RNG's combo was failing against EDG, so with this Soul point on the line, or Soul on the line, they see they have to just go for a Hail Mary. Fisher, great Zhonya's in that one, and there's the same problem as all the other team fights in this game. You don't catch Ala, Ala cleans up, and in this case, they don't even catch the rest of the carries, and it's just an absolute brutalization.
I mean, it's just lucky, and to be honest with you, right at the end, Ming actually gets the kill on it. Wei doesn't smite, mate. Wei was dead. Ming just comes in with a Q and just goes, mine. I got what I wanted, and that's all I needed. So really good to see from EDG, and it was a bit of a slow burn. It was definitely one of those games where RNG were more proactive in that early game, but it felt like EDG were never out of control.
And I think that's due to the nature of the champions that we had on the board, but because it was a little bit of a slower game, it allowed some people to come online very, very hard. And one of them was Ala in the top side. You've heard of Bin's Jax. Let us introduce you to Ala's Jax as well. This guy was an absolute monster. Every single team fight was absolutely destroying everyone. And then walks over with a 29% damage share as a melee top laner.
Melee top laner who just like builds Zhonya's, Jax show. Like it's just, it feels like one of those things that it's broken on certain top laners in the LPL. It just becomes a mainstay. Junglers are known for Lee Sin, LPL top laners are known for Jax. It's just kind of how it goes.
Apparently so. Again, I'm really surprised that Ala had an opportunity to play this champion. For me, this is something that you should pretty much permanently ban away from him if it is at all playable. And now you have to ask, well, you know, RNG, they came in with a set plays, like, you know, practicing your free kicks, practicing your lineouts, and you think, okay, we've got this Nocturne Orianna combo, we know how to play this, we know how to work around it. Then obviously the problem solving happened really well in-game from EDG, and as soon as the Zhonyas and the stopwatches came through, there wasn't really much else left to the playbook. I want to see them draft themselves a bit more of a broad win condition.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that it's one of those things that you can't come in with a single tone, you can't be coming in one-dimensional, you have to have multiple backups, you have to have different ways of approaching it. EDG's comp did that, RNG's did not, and that was the difference between the two teams. Now we come into game number 2. I'd be curious to see what the drafts now, or excuse me, the side selection is going to be before the drafts, because this is our first red side win of the day. It's been 3 blue side wins, now into our first red side win. If you watched CB Law last night, it was 10 wins on blue.
Oh my
so
gosh.
it was a lot. They're all tied for first at the moment in the CB Law, but it is one of those things that becomes a bit less prevalent, I suppose, in the LPL than other regions. A lot of people like to pick blue side's broken, red side's broken. The LPL's never really followed that because
it's much more team versus team.
It does feel like it's much more team versus team. So I am curious to see if EDG do actually just prefer the red side in this.
The art of the best of 3 is very, very different in some regions to others. And I think for LPL, particularly when you have certain players with certain champion pools, that means that. So for instance, with Worlds, we saw blue side being very powerful, and then we saw actually later in the tournament, you know, getting that last pick, counter pick for something like top lane. Heck, it determined the World Finals in a lot of ways too. When you had 3 counterpick top lane games in a row, basically, from Zeus, and that worked very well for them. So now you have the problem being sent towards the RNG. Your first pick didn't work on blue side. They're going towards the red side now, so they'll have a chance to counterpick a little bit more. And EDG will have to see if they can get themselves a better and more impactful first pick than RNG could do with Nocturne.
Yes, and now we jump into this one. EDG on the blue, RNG on the red. Nocturne taken off the board alongside that Senna, Rakan, Rumble, and the Ashe. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Nico ban here coming out, and or maybe even a Milios. Don't forget, Milio has been very much on the permaban side of both the earlier series and this one, so we'll see what RNG want to do.
So you got Milio, you have stuff like the Varus and the Renata as well. You have Orianna, Azir, which have been very powerful so far. We haven't seen them on the ban list so much, but they're there. It's the Kalista instead. So
Varus first game, pick, surely.
We did see Nico fall through to a later part of the draft in the first game here as well. That got Brown to the very last ban from RNG. His first pick Azir for Fisher, even over something like the Nico, which he's very, very proficient at, especially at the LDL level. It was arguably his best champion, so letting that one by.
Yeah, definitely letting himself kind of get into that one there, but that means you're leaving open Varus Renata here, and I feel like that's just a strong combo, such a strong combo from RNG, unless they feel like they have a counter.
I think it probably should just be the Varus Renata, right? The problem what I had with this in game 1 was they locked in the Nocturne first pick, which meant that they were tied between two combos. They could either finish their Nocturne Orianna combo or get themselves the Varus Renata, or like the Kalista Renata. Now, in this one, they haven't hamstrung themselves as much. Now, I just hope they block in the other thing there, but instead, they're not even going to do that. Lock themselves their jungler. Potentially allowing over Renata lane to go over to the side of Leaving Vampire instead. And again, this pick has been so important in today's games and, of course, worldwide.
Again, Vampire, very, very little information on them. This could be a champion pool issue. This could be a thing of RNG saying, we know you don't play this. We know this isn't something that we need to prioritize.
That's true. They did pass it up, yeah.
And that's, they're calling them out right now. Do EDG take the bait or not? That is the question. Or if RNG's research is sound, then you're into a bit of a more interesting combination of picks towards the last few.
On the other side too, Wei has always been very comfortable on the Vi. When they went on their MSI winning stint, which was of course when it was the Wei and Xiaohu lineup, that was the Vi RE combo meta. On the other side, TreatyG returns! CJ once again going back towards that Maokai. We're just never getting rid of that champion for him. He's just going to play that until that thing is but kindling. And this one was a bit of a problem in game 1. Now, they don't necessarily have to draft themselves into such a one-trick pony kind of team in terms of the playbook. Maybe they can have themselves an answer to the Ala. It's not just a last pick Jax that knows the entire composition, but Ala's feeling it, locks it in blind.
I mean, don't fix what's not broken. I feel like that's something that EDG are going to be very much relying on, considering they have such a new combination of players.
Okay, so this is the accepted answer into Jax now. When you had Divine Sundra, Jax could sustain through a lot of what K'Sante did and had scaling penetration into the game because the more items you got up, the more percent pen that Divine Sundra would give you. It was mixed pen too, so it would give you lots of options there. Now the problem is, once you hit Hollow Radiance and Frozen Heart from the K'Sante, even though Jax is mixed damage, your attack speed is so low and it's such a cheap item combo too. K'Sante can really nullify what Jax wants to do. You don't get free laning phases against him at that point. Breathe, of course, as much as the last game was very much about Ala, Breathe is one of our very best top laners when he's on form in a decent matchup. Yeah, that's a good answer from RNG.
Absolutely, and I like that EDG are now using the fact that they've got the Azir. Cool, let's ban away some of the early, the more annoying things. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a LeBlanc being taken away. We'll see what the last ban is from RNG. They have targeted Vampire's Bard for the moment. Took a while to get going, but once it did, it seemed very, very effective, and that's something that RNG just don't want to deal with anymore.
And then looking across the map too, you know, there's no Neeko ban just yet. The Milio has now been banned away too. One of the follow-on effects from what's happened with this Jax pick third is that you want to lock in the accepted answer to the Jax, which means that you can't lock in the Renata for your Varus Renata instantly on 3. I think EDG kind of gave RNG too many champions that they really wanted to work towards, but instead EDG, they're banning out mid laners instead. They could have banned out something like that Renata, which of course has been so powerful throughout this series. Tanyuan hovering over that Akali. It has been a good matchup, particularly in the LPL and the LCK into the Azir. Else places it can kind of struggle. But after a game where Fisher was actually quite fairly impactful, very good at keeping himself safe, he's going to have to keep himself safe against an Akali who is very strong in the current meta. As soon as you hit one item, that Akali has huge kill threat.
Oh yeah, for sure, the Akali, and it's so slippery as well. Like, you really do need point-and-click CC, which you do have on the side of EDG, but it's not that easy to get through the shrouds, through the dashes, through the shuriken flips, everything like that. But a Jhin Neeko locked in here for EDG. They're saying, look, we're going to keep this kind of top side going. We want to get the bot lane going with a little bit more spice.
And the burst damage alongside the CC combo from Jhin Neeko is really, really nasty.
Yes.
Problem is, Neeko, as a support, is very squishy. If you walk up to a Varus, in this case, if you do lock in something a bit more bursty like that Karma, or, well, let's be honest, any support that can turn the fight around on you, things are going to get very, very risky for you. Hovering between a couple of different options, the Nautilus or the Karma.
Classic.
It's a Ming classic. Now, suddenly if you walk forward as the Neeko, trying to look for a route, or you're hiding as a minion or something like that, if the hook lands on you, that burst combo gets turned around very, very quickly.
Yes, it is. Just, again, another little thing you have to keep an eye on for these things where it's just, do you get hooked? How many minions are in the other side? Do you have enough damage to actually take someone out who isn't just a straight up squishy? These are now the questions that EDG are going to be asking themselves before they even look for an engage into RNG.
And this is RNG's composition, very typical of what we've seen in the last few years in regards to the Vi and the Nautilus comboing up onto a single target that can potentially be out of position, and having something like the Akali and Varus Aris flying over the top. The K'Sante is looking to potentially block out the Maokai ult as well with the W. That would be very, very important. But once again, we have this issue of it feels like there are more carries on the side of EDG because you have the Jax in the top lane. The K'Sante can be disruptive. He can do a lot of damage. Jax will solo your entire team if he gets late game enough and has the right positioning. It's just not the same degree of threat. So some similarities from the last game. Feels like RNG are the ones which have changed things up a little bit more.
Absolutely, and I love that you bring up that RNG have changed up a little bit because they've changed how many things they have to deal with certain issues. They don't just have a one-and-done combination. They have got the K'Sante, the Vi, the Nautilus, things that can make opportunities for themselves. EDG sticking to what's working for them, sticking to what's worked in the first game, and sticking to what could potentially send them to the top of the table with a 2-0.
Of course, first game of the day was a 2-1, so you end up going a clean sweep here. Even if it's a short-lived victory, you will see yourself on that lofty perch at the top of the table.
We take those, as anyone will tell you, mainly eye crystallization. If EDG's at the top of the table by the end of the day, they're a happy bunny. That's all that matters. EDG fans will be happy everywhere, but we shall hypothesize no longer. We shall theorize no more, and we will jump into the Rift for game number 2, potentially our final game of the day, as everyone on EDG finds themselves in the bot side. They're now moving in on top of LWX and Ming, but a hail of arrows will slow them down, and we will not see any more shenanigans.
Oh my god, his DPM right now must be absolutely through the roof. It's like a 4-person hail of arrows. Wow, incredible. But yeah, you know, if EDG were to take this game here, they'd be closing the gap in their all-time record against RNG. Remember, before this series today, they had played 132 games against each other, and the record was 71-61 in the favor of RNG. So we go up to 71-63. It's an incredibly well-trodden matchup across the halls of time. EDG had a really strong start, though, in game 1. It felt like as soon as they got Arla up to a decent lead, RNG had no options left. They would like to give themselves a few more coming into this. Neeko, we've seen the Neeko sport a couple of times. I think PCS might have played a game of it. I can't remember where else played. I've definitely seen it once or twice around there. And then LCK challenges as well. Watch out to see where those hooks land, though. These are two squishy laners.
Very, very squishy laners, but they have a hell of a lot of burst. That's the way it always works. You're trading off the survivability for the killability of the enemy champions. But this time around, we talked about the Ala, having so much power in that last game. But now they have ways of disengaging. They have ways of getting him off of their carries. You've got the Nautilus to be able to hook him back. The K'Sante all out can straight up just eliminate him from a fight. And even the Vi as well can kind of delay with the Vault Breaker and the Cease and Desist. So these are things that can work in your favor for RNG that you have at your disposal compared to last game.
I'm really interested to see later into the game. Of course, early game, these lanes, they're not so much the level 1 domination, kind of into snowball style that we saw in the first series today. But later into the game, I'm very interested to see which direction the fights go, because you're going to have a Vi that's going one way, which typically can close the distance, maybe onto the Azir and the Jhin. But then if you're running forward as EDG, you also have the Maokai ult to kind of screen your offensive as well with the Jhin ultimate opening up. I think that's going to determine the tail of a lot of this game. I feel like RNG, if they manage to go forward foot enough and get onto the carries, that'll be like the break point for them. But if they can't successfully do that before the Maokai ult and of course the Neeko ult in this case too, get value, I think RNG could have a couple of issues.
And I expect a very slow early game. Both these teams pretty much only a kill each about 15 minutes into the game. Maybe a little less, actually. Maybe,
it's not quite the first series of the day, first blood in the jungle level 4 each game.
I just got excited, okay? I get excited.
We're allowed to say that in this region. We're not LCK.
We are not LCK. No, they're world champions. We're definitely not LCK. It still hurts, man.
Why do you have to keep mentioning that?
Because I talk a lot of smack, and if you're going to talk a lot of smack, you got to be able to take the L's as well, all right? You have to respect them, all right? You got to feel the respect. It just makes it that much sweeter when you talk smack and then you win. Then you win, because I'm going to talk smack again when we win MSI.
See them at MSI.
We're the kings of MSI. We're going to win MSI, and then it's going to go to Worlds, and it'll be overhyped again, and then Atlas and Chronicler will just say, no, it's not going to go that way, and then T1 win Worlds. That's just how it goes, and we repeat into 2025.
This should take you some great trades in this mid lane, though. He's gone for the Conqueror this time, not for the Fleet. We did see the Fleet in all of our other Azir games before this, but particularly when you're trying to dip in and out and look for those auto ranges things, if you're ever stood within those soldiers, then the Conqueror is so good early game. basically trying to put down as much hurt as possible. He's really being effective at that. The Doran Shield is doing a good job of at least keeping him alive for now, but it's not keeping him much more than that. The HP is above 0. Not getting many more luxury points after that.
Yeah, not really. And now we're seeing a bit of a trade up on the top side. Breathe down to about a quarter of his HP, but the big thing I was looking at more so anything else, the mana. No mana for Breathe makes those trades a lot harder. He has a great combination to deal with the Jax.
Does have some cookies for the road. He's been
biscuits.
visited by the local Girl Scouts, and they've applied their wares up there. I think it was, so I was speaking with Aragon actually about this a while ago, because Aragon is a master of rune choices and itemization in top lane as a former pro player top laner himself. And he was basically saying the identity of cookies is not necessarily a sustain item, it's an all-in item because it can give you that instant burst of HP depending on how low your HP is as well. Particularly with that mana, it can give you that turnaround potential. We'll see where the twists and turns go on this bot side as Dragon has been started up by Wei, particularly because the bot lane's got push, gives them the easiest access towards this Dragon. Looks like that one will go down uncontested, though on Vision currently.
Uncontested on Vision, which means the Kevins will be traded back on top of this one here. So JJ in a great position to be able to kind of just drop down a Bramble Smash and then Smite, you would imagine, shouldn't be too much harder. That's going to be a 3 for none trade. Obviously the Dragon is still very good for RNG. And again, in terms of single Dragon stats, Infernal's pretty damn good.
That it is. It's a nice one to get the hold of. JJ will clear through that objective on the top side of the map. Once again, we'll have ourselves a trade between these two teams in the early game. I mean, we've got a little bit of a gold lead coming through from the side of EDG from a plate taken top side. A little bit of farm, which will be evened out, I assume, in the next wave or two. Let's see now, really, how RNG look to set off onto a front foot. As soon as Akali hits one item, I think that's a really big go button for them. Level 6 is also not a bad mark as well.
He is waiting around. He doesn't know there's no vision in that tri-bush, but he just wants him to step forward just a little bit.
JJ is spotting a ward, but doesn't spot Wei.
They haven't spotted Wei. Now they know he's here, and we're going to see now Vampire getting flashed in, queued down. He's going to try and flash, but you're already dead. And that is a great first blood here for RNG.
It is a bad day to be a creature of the night for first blood. Vampire gets first blood in both games now. Welcome to the LPL, buddy.
For 100% first blood participation.
But 100% win rate.
We'll swap it to be positive. That's how this works.
Oh my gosh. Ming was hanging around.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy, you know?
I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not going to expand on that one. The Vampire goes down for that one. Well played by Wei. Of course, wins the mind game as well of seeing if Vampire could alley-oop with a flash over the Vault Breaker. Not going to be the case, and Wei off to a fine stop on one of his best champions too.
Yes, absolutely. Do see Tanguin looking for a little bit of a roam while he had a moment or two, but was spotted out on a ward that was sitting there into the Rift Pit, or Void Pit. I think we should just call it the Void Pit now. There's many Void creatures in there.
That sounds like a rock club venue. The Void Pit. I would have seen like early Bring Me the Horizon there or some things. Like, Bring Me the Horizon live at the Void Pit.
Yeah, for sure. But again, just kind of seeing where they want to go with this one here. Good early pressure in the bot side again by RNG, but didn't lead to much last time. And this is something that we always have to look at with teams, is that yes, you get kills, yes, you get yourself a little bit of gold, but the best teams will take a kill and turn it into something else. They'll turn into plates, into an objective, into something that leads to that little bit more of an advantage.
That's very interesting, but all I can think of is that most rock concert venues have sticky floors, and that's one of the worst things about them. So one of the things, so I grew up around Nottingham in the UK. There's a place called Rock City.
Okay, it's story time, I guess.
So they had, their venue was not very well cleaned, to the point when they finally redid the flooring, they cut it up and sold off like meters of the famous Rock City sticky floor.
Ew.
Yeah, not my favorite. It kind of gives you like a grounded effect, like singed
I like how you tried to bring it back. You know,
I think I failed.
I'll give you A for effort. I don't know an execution, but I'll definitely give you A for effort for trying to bring it back like that. But obviously, the game is in a bit of a lull state. The game is not really going to be having much else to happen from it, just because of the way the teams have set themselves up. JJ doesn't really have much to go on his bot side unless Vampire, could get a flash engage, but that's just not going to happen.
We saw Ming protecting that pink ward in the tri-brush, and I think that's important now, actually, because JJ with ult can go through Tribrush and potentially cut off LWX and Ming from their tower, and that would have been an aggressive angle. Much easier for Maokai to gank red side, bot side nowadays. Much easier for most jungles to gank red side, bot side nowadays. But as you predicted, I think you're correct on this one, it has been much slower of a game. We're going to have Void Grubs respawning in the next 20 seconds, see if EDG can get themselves up to 5 and get themselves the mice at that point. All out, and top side will give Breed a bit of a laning advantage for that spawn.
I feel like he felt like he was closer to the wall there. I feel like he maybe thought I'd be able to get him away, so he'd blow the flash or something, because I just don't see how you're ever going to be able to kill him there. But Ala will go back, get himself a reset, go in TP, he'll lose maybe 2 minions.
Well, I think what Breathe was looking to do was get a heavy enough trade to force ult for ult or a flash, so that meant that Ala was in less of a position to, I would say, you know, contest these Void Grubs. I don't think they were going to anyway, which makes the decision even more questionable from Breathe. I guess he's just maybe just making sure that he can get that wave crashed in so he can get himself back into lane without it being frozen away from his turret.
Yep, we see a curtain call come out now on the bot side. Is gotta be able to shoot those minions up as best you can. Wei is around the corner, but I don't know if they can really make this one fully work out. They're gonna go for it regardless. There's gonna be the TP, but they've already fully committed both ultimates. They're not gonna have the burst available. Straight away, Wei backing himself out. They do have LWX getting caught though. They're waiting for the flash, and there it is! Really good trigger discipline there from Fisher, but he may have already sacrificed his life just to make it happen. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but the Void Grubs were traded as an objective, so EDG still coming out on top. They now have 6 for themselves.
Really good trigger discipline from Fisher to wait for the W to force the flash first. First item, not completed yet for Tanyuan, but he's still got a decent amount of damage, even with just hitting that E. That Shuriken backflip does so much damage from Akali. So, 6 Void Grubs. The Kevins, the Ed and Eddies, the Voids of creatures of many different names.
Whatever 3-name acronym you want to go
It's
with.
going to be like, you know how in like Game of Thrones they have to say all of their titles? Like King of the First Man and the Andals and the Seven Kingdom. I feel like it's going to become like that eventually if we rack up enough names.
So we could be true, but we could do an LCK on it, and we could go, there's the first Kevins, and then there's the second Eddies.
You know, so I had another suggestion on this too, where you just call them... Wait, what's this? What are we doing here?
This is a replay, I believe, that we're looking at that doesn't seem to be kind of going anywhere else from it, or we've lost complete control over the observer feed. Yeah, they did lose complete control.
Nice. Anyway, as I was saying, most
the
importantly,
trials and tribulations of life.
So my brother gave me a suggestion, which is you call the first Grubs Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur, and the second one Totodile, Chikorita, and Cyndaquil.
I would love to do that, but that is a different IP.
It is, and it gets a little bit nussy with that.
You can't be doing that now, unfortunately. You can't be having that situation, but Breed getting jumped on here by Ala, who's starting to feel a bit more comfortable in this matchup as we... there will be an internal Twitter, Reddit debate about what these grubs are called. We are what vessels for their
I figure if
decision.
I just come up with a different name each game, something will be funny enough for me to stick with it.
Kevin's is one, man.
The Kevin agenda is really
The Kevin
powerful.
agenda is very powerful.
Kevin,
I kind of want
that
the
would be
Eddies.
the Kevin agenda is a great name for a band as well. That'd be like, you know, like the Jimi Hendrix Experience,
Yes.
Jefferson Airplane, the Kevin agenda, completely in place.
Yeah, it would, but I do. Again, they've got a lot of fans. They've got a lot of people pushing for that. So, and I can't blame them. They're.
I never knew that the Kevin, you know,
it has to reference something.
I think. As far as I'm aware, it's literally just because pro players have started calling them Kevins because they didn't want to, you know, learn the new names.
Grubs. I just feel like Grubs is not that hard. It's not that big of a deal, but I mean, in fairness,
apparently it is.
Apparently it is for me. So I don't know. It's always a fun time when you're able to get a new thing out and try and name it, like Boris the Shopkeeper.
God, this is a slow game if we're talking about this, huh?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a million people wishing that we would talk about the game, but what would you like us to talk about when there's literally nothing happening?
I have one thing to add to this.
Good.
First items are completed, and particularly importantly so. First item for Tanyuan, Storm Surge. If you don't have to build mana items in mid lane, you feel really good right now because your options are so strong. I mean, Azir's on this kind of list as well. He doesn't have to build Lost Chapter items. He goes straight towards the Nash's Tooth. But, you know, Storm Surge, Lich Bane, and Protobelt, all very strong. So one of the reasons why Fizz is very strong in solo queue, he just builds all of the AP assassin-y kind of items that he wants, and you don't even need to snowball at that point. The first item is such a strong point for you.
Yeah, Ala is going the wrong way right now, so he is going to be caught out. Breed will get himself the Ghost. Will buffer that little bit of CC, but can Breed get the all out? Yes, he can. Ala gonna go into the stance to see if he can try and survive this, but without a flash and without a hope, he cannot survive. Breed gets the 1v1.
What's he doing there? What was the plan there, buddy? Like,
Don't know.
He had a ward to ward hop back towards his turret. Unless he thought he was getting immediately ganked by
He
Wei.
might have thought Vi was
but
on
even
the other
then,
side of that.
Just go back to your turret. There was no one on the side of the map. I think blowing his flash ult, not feeling great from there. So RNG, they find themselves at gold lead. They find themselves with a Herald on the table too. They did give up both sets of the Grubs as well. Have got themselves 2 Dragons and kind of trade for the early game objectives at least.
Dragons in. RNG will have a Chem Rift. Unfortunate for them, it's not the greatest in the Rifts or the Soul department, but right now we are seeing just kind of first full items being things. Actually curious to know as well, Leaf going for that full lethality. It had kind of been finding its way into the meta before we hit the 14.1 patch, but now it looks like it is the go-to, especially considering this is the first time we've seen it in LPL.
We did see some Cyclo Sword, Jhin, for the Energized alongside the Fleet. We saw some of that. So there are some, and there are some things as well you kind of like kind of going the difference between crits as well. Stormrazor obviously gives crit, and then you can go for the Energized, and then you can also kind of bridge the distance between the two of them.
They want to double
flash
down
this time, folks.
Yep, no flash, but he should have a leap strike, and he does indeed. They're going to get the TP in. He's going to try and survive as long as he possibly can. Here comes the Azir. There's a lot of damage going in. A flash into the double knockback, but nobody's underneath the turret. They can use the Q and the all-out. He went straight into his death, and guess what? Cassante still busted.
Oh gosh, Fisher with a fishy play. That one is not working out. He is 0-2, and despite having a very good debut in game 1, it's his first time as a full starting member in the LPL. That one just kind of sucked, folks. It was a fairly good response time. Teleports as soon as the dive looks like it's there. It's just not quite early enough, even then. Now Breathe is 3-0, despite us singing all of the praises of Ela in game 1. Breathe, with the accepted answer into the Jax, is doing a very fine job putting Ela into difficult positions. He takes a full turret in the picture-in-picture. Thank you for showing us their production. And this is going to be an issue now, because if the Cassante can stop the Jax from being a threat himself, he's not going to be that tanky. He's not going to be able to do, you know, the whole 1v9 thing he did last game. And Cassante will be able to a very strong front line and block up stuff like the Markout, which is core to EDG's team fight later, but also be a damage threat himself.
It was just really good timing coming out here from RNG as well, because most people, most teams, especially EDG, were probably thinking, yeah, RNG are going to be setting up around the Dragon. It was 40 seconds away from spawning. That's where Wei is going to be. Wei decides, no, I'm going to pass towards top lane, because if I kill you, maybe get the teleport out, but probably not looking for that. I'm still going to have time to rotate down towards that bot side, so it's a free play. They get themselves on the Chem Soul point. They have 5 minutes until they have that Soul. This is good from RNG. They are ahead on gold, they're ahead on objectives, and they are ahead in this game. I will say, my small little caveat on that, is that EDG still have the 6 grubs, so if there becomes a small fight, it can snowball quite exponentially.
But you gotta be able to hit towers. And that's the one problem I have with it, because I look at that and I think, yes, awesome if Arlo were ahead or Fisher was safe in the side lane. That's not the case. I don't even think Leaves was sat under turrets for most of his game too. So I look at this now and I think EDG, yes, you've traded Dragons for Grubs, but this is the problem, say, I mean, G2 versus Rogue was a situation like this where they tried to go towards smoke and mirrors, they couldn't make the most of it. T1 had a game against Gen G like this too, and suddenly RNG pushing the tempo further and further forwards, forcing mid lane, forcing a response. EDG aren't going to be able to use these Grubs anywhere useful.
That's a very good point, and they're going to take down that mid turret, big turret to take down.
I thought of it myself.
No problem, man. Glad you feel that way. But yeah, and now Ala is just being bullied. They need to guess which one he's in. Never mind, they don't need to guess anymore. Oh, I think he would have had it. I think he would have had it. He just kind of juked himself, to be perfectly honest. Now he's going to be in a lot of trouble. They're going to throw Ming down here, but yeah, Ming wasn't even needed. That is an easy rotation there. And EDG, this is just very unfortunate rotations coming out. They're not really respecting the fact that RNG can just be very quick around the map.
And serious credit to RNG. You know, Ala's Jax is very noteworthy. You know, we called that out in game 1 and from last year as well. Game 1 to game 2, this pick has been very well answered. Now, if this does go to a game 3 with the lead, you know, it's definitely on the table. EDG will have to ask themselves the question of, well, we tried blind picking the Jax. Does that affect our draft for game 3?
Does it affect how you prioritize? The Varus has been very good at just kind of keeping everyone at bay. You can see with the damage there. little things like that that you kind of come back to and see where you're able to try and bring this draft if it does go to that game 3.
Also worth noting as well, so some of the itemization for top lane has been different from what we've seen in the rest of the world. So we talked about Titanic Hydra Jacks in the last game, and of course it ended up being Triforce into Sundered Sky. Same for the K'Sante. This isn't going to be the Koenig Rücken and the Frozen Heart for the very cheap and effective 2-item spike. It is Iceborne Gauntlet, and it is the Jack Show. So it's much more about extended fights with a higher emphasis on kind of like the extended team fight value. And I am interested to see now if Breathe will be able to be, you know, that sole frontliner. Because I mean, the Vi and the Nautilus kind of half job that. But I'm interested to see now how tanky this K'Sante is going to get and how much of an issue that's going to be for EDG before they reach enough items.
Some decent scaling available for EDG, so if they let this game go long enough, they should be able to at least bring it back ever so slightly. JJ just smiting down his wolf camp, saying, "Look, I get it. You're all top lane, but I'm still getting my little bit of gold." He gets up to 2 items. That would be great. We finally get to see full
which one
spawn
is
to
it?
Baron. I really hate the hands. I don't like the hands at all.
So the reason for them is that, so it's the territorial, JJ, you're gonna? Yeah, it's okay. But like the territorial Baron uses the hands to grab you as a special attack and pull it towards you.
They're very not cool. But Tang Yuan misses the Shuriken flip, gonna have to use his ultimate to try and maybe make this one out, but they've got a vision on him because of the Scryers. He's gonna go over the wall, and you would imagine he's gonna try and flash as well. No, gets time to get the Shuriken flip. Will not lose himself a summoner, just his ultimate great escape from Tang Yuan.
I know it looks a little awkward with the Jin W being punted out of by the Bramble Smash. I think he was just out of range. It's kind of hard to reach that in the right kind of timing, so I'm not going to blame too much JJ and Lee for miscoordinating that one. But Tang Yuan, he loses ult for that, but that's about it. Now, Ala is in a bit of trouble. Way's here, and Ala looks like he's heading towards 0-4.
Yep. Well, he went from 0 deaths in game 1 to 4 deaths in game number 2. So this is not what you need to be happening. Again, it does feel like it's just unnecessary. It's unforced mistakes. It's unforced errors that are really costing EDG right now, because if he just backs away, just lets the wave push in, he doesn't lose anything, they don't gain anything, and they don't gain presence. Now, they're going to get a full push in mid, full push in bot, and top as well.
You know how some players, the community, have memes for when they're playing well and playing badly? If we have Ala playing badly, is it like beer? I say that because I don't like it.
I was going to say, I was like, is that because you don't? Well, I mean, ale is kind of a beer.
Oh,
yeah,
that's kind of sad. It's not as clever as I thought it was.
Beer is more just an overarching term for that kind of alcoholic beverage, I believe. I could be completely wrong. There's someone out there just tutting at me like that's
someone out there is gonna care an awful lot about what that just said. But either way, we now have a very early Soul point being potentially converted into Soul by RNG. Only 22 minutes in. EDG, I don't think they have the items to fight for this one, but we'll definitely find that out soon enough.
Leave is very isolated right now, but they know Tang Yuan and of course Wei are there. Here we go, they go for the hook. They do get an immediate flash ult away by Fisher, who's trying to go in. There's going to be the pop blossom to stop anyone from going in. They're trying to get the 4th shot off. Tang Yuan though jumping in, and this is all RNG all the time. EDG just can't do anything. It's an ace. It's a clean one at that, and this game is basically over.
That it is clean ace. EDG just didn't have the items. Yes, they end up having no second item on AD carry in mid lane. It's just not enough. RNG, they played really, really well around the top lane matchup, around this Vi as well. Way on this Vi, doing a really good job. Again, continually showing why this is one of the champions he is best known for. Looks like they can convert this into a Baron. I don't think there can even be a contest from that. I don't think there's a teleport available, and even if they were, probably is just sending himself into the slaughterhouse to do so.
And yeah, I mean, Ming just finding the right target at the right time. Force out the ult, the flash, everything for Fisher, which means that when he finds the hook again, it's a very easy kill. Tang Yuan having a pure target there onto the Jin means that Leave just cannot be involved in that fight. It's a Youmuu's into an Infinity Edge. It's a build. It's a build for sure, but I mean, they're so far behind now at this point now. It's 8,000 gold, it's a Chem Soul, the Baron has just been taken. RNG are going to just walk away with this game.
Yeah, it's many seasons past since you could hit full health targets with a Jin and still damage them with your ultimate. Have to really be comboing onto something else and using the execute portion damage of it to get value out of it. The problem is when you you start opening those curtains, it just puts a target for where you are. TaNyuan runs straight at him, shuts him down, and RNG, if they weren't already in a dominant position and EDG were looking to hang on and look for item breakpoints to come back, it has gotten that much worse. I feel like discretion would have been the better part of Valor in that case. Let that dragon go. It's just a Chemtech soul. Don't give over the free gold. That's exactly what they've done now. And EDG, we talked about this in a couple of earlier games in the day too. Feels like they are very much feeling about Game 3, looking how they can bounce back from this.
Look, I wouldn't have day number 1 going anywhere except 6 games. That's what I needed today to make sure that we were absolutely set to our expectations of the LPL starting here in 2024 spring. But of course, day 1, it always has a couple of surprises. EDG versus RNG, not having anything left in reserve between these two guys, and Ala not going to flash away, not going to jump away. He knows that there's no real threat to his life for the moment, but there's no real contest to stop them.
Wei is a higher level than Ala.
Yes, he is.
He's level 40 to level 13. Breathe is 3 levels up on the Jax.
So is Vampire.
What? What's? Oh my word! His own support. Is that? No. That's gotta be. That's gotta be the bug from the thing.
Yes, it's the bug from the thing. But no, now we see TaNyuan going in, looking for a bit more, and he gets it. Even has a little bit of a snack just at the end to make sure. But they have full vision on him, and they want to kill him. Everything has been used, and a shutdown comes down. But I mean, it's a little bit of a constellation prize, not constellation. That's about the stars, and because the star is shining brightly for RNG, as they are just going to take that little fight and go, cool. Well, we still get everything else.
EDG, look to the stars for an answer. Does the stars just spell out try again next time?
Get wrecked. But yeah, there's nothing stopping this push. You've used everything to kill off the Akali. And now, there's just not really a lot to stop this. Look at the damage, there is none! That's just Wei going in and nobody able to stop him do anything!
Wei just kind of,
Where's Fisher gone?
He's doing his own thing, man! He's set sail, he's in international waters, he wants no part of this!
I mean, I get it, you're not going to be able to probably defend it anyway, but I don't know if that's going to be really that worth it. Now we're looking at Baron off in 10 seconds, we got Elder in 2 minutes 30, probably going to sync up very well with Baron. This is RNG's game to lose.
Yeah, this is sort of all over except the ceremony, but at the end of that, you got Soul in this as well, so as soon as he drops below that half HP, TaNyuan gets the extra damage reduction from that, which actually comes in pretty important here. Maybe you could have even died at that point. It was pretty close margins. One of the few times that Chemtech Soul has value. Of course, he gets shut down after this point either way. They cost them, what, 3 ultimates and a flash or something like that to finally take him down and get that shutdown, but I'm sure that's, that's still pretty much the best news they've had all game. This is not probably the best news of that game. They're probably going to lose another kill.
Yeah. It's a little sad. But EDG, sadly, not going to be able to wriggle themselves out of this one, you would imagine. They are very far behind, and they don't really have an answer for the shields, the heals, the magic damage shields, everything. Like, they don't do damage to anyone on RNG.
And I did hear that lobster fishing is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. Maybe that's what Fish is doing this game.
You're going to run out of your quota very quickly on this season if you're going with these Fisher jokes. I'm telling you, I'm being honest, you're going to run out of your quota.
I thought I'd get them in early, just make sure I claim them, you know?
Claim the Fisher joke, because no way any of us are going to make any more Fisher puns or anything like that, but yeah, this is just a formality at this point. RNG taking that first game fairly personally.
Can I use the garlic joke here and now as well? Is that wasting too much of that? What's happening there? This one's not looking any better itself, burning the tree down.
Yep, getting everything and anything they want as RNG fight back in this series and put themselves to a 1-1 scoreline. EDG didn't really have a hope at any point of this game. It just felt like a constant downward spiral for them. And the game won't be over just yet, but I do think that we are going to see the K'Sante just go back, TP back in, and then the end of the game.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Felt like EDG put a lot of value on getting this Jax into the game. They were nullified, and poor JJ had no platform to play off of. They got one last hurrah.
They do indeed, but yeah, it's too far behind. The Pop Blossom was nice, but EDG just can't keep it together. That's going to be a nice and easy little finish with TaNyuan. We mentioned the Akali earlier. It is something that TaNyuan is very well versed in, but right now it's Ala just playing keep away. But yeah, he ain't gonna be smiling no more. That is a pretty definitive loss going on to EDG. 0-7 for Ola's Jackson. Guess what? You can't blind pick this anymore. That is a pocket pick in a situation from now on for you.
Yep, that was a draft too far from EDG. And, you know, after game one, you'd be very, very believing in that draft. You'd be very confident in it. Confident, that's the word for it. But I think with the new changes to items and to the way that K'Sante works as well with them, well, we've had a K'Sante rework, of course, in some time span as well. That was a very, very good game from the entirety of RNG. Bot lane went very well. I think Wei had a stellar game on that fight as well, to the point where I'd almost wonder about getting him MVP, but he had less flashy plays than Tanyuan and Breed, so...
He did, and I also quite like the fact that Ming was just a perfect target selection in team fights. Really was just getting out absolutely everything for players. Wasn't necessarily killing them straight away, but was getting rid of flashes, ultimates, any kind of disengage. It gave Tanyuan the ultimate kind of setup, really, I suppose, to just do what he needed to do on the Akali. But we are going to see what the side of EDG can do, or if RNG are going to be rolling them over in our third and final game of the day of our second series. So we'll see you soon. And we are back. We are now hitting our final game of the day as RNG really put some venom in that punchback and got themselves up to a 1-1 scoreline.
And the night and day difference couldn't be any more extreme in this one. It really felt like in Game 2, Arla, or Game 1, Arla was absolutely exceptional. In Game 2, he could achieve nothing. And the reason he was put so far behind was the man in the jungle from RNG, Wei himself, on the champion he's really made his name on.
Yep, he's made his name on the Vi in 6-0 and 6, just able to constantly put pressure up that top side, which meant that Breathe was given so much space, so much resources, so much gold. And honestly, it's been a bit of a nice book of the trend, if you really see that. He kind of got one gank bot lane and just like, cool, bot lane's fine.
Yeah.
Bot lane does not need to do anything else about it. So really, really good play there coming out from Wei, and I'm really, really excited to see kind of what this RNG lineup can do. We talked about the experience. They're looking a little bit more cohesive in that Game 2 compared to Game 1.
For sure, and I think particularly the cohesion between top lane and jungle was a big factor too, because Ala just couldn't end up doing anything in that game. So, Game 3, we're going to have to see, are we willing to blind pick that Jax again, Ala? Are we willing to give over something like that Akali again, even as well? Tenuan had a fantastic game there. The Jax is banned on blue side by RNG. We have switched sides once again from Game 2. Now we have to see what's going to be let through. So, I mean, Milio's been banned, but we don't have Renata bans or Kalista or Varus. There's a lot of stuff on the table.
Yeah, the Cassante was taken away by EDG as well. So they're just both having a handshake saying, right, you have your OP, we have our OP, we'll ban both. But the Kalista locked in here for RNG. Didn't have a great time with it in the first game, but we'll be able to maybe have a little bit more with it here. But I imagine EDG, you want to just go Varus, Renata. Again, I feel like this Renata pick not going to the wayside is very much a Vampire doesn't play this.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a worry, because it feels like that champion's defining the support meta somewhat. We've kind of seen that for a couple of months now as well. It's not been a hidden pick at all. So we're going to have yet another game of Azir. Azir, that means, what, 6 for 6 games of Azir out of the entire day?
Right,
this champion is here to stay, folks. Hope you like mages.
Hit rate is
I'm just saying,
at
least it's not Azir Corki, right? We managed to avoid that today.
We almost had it.
Yeah, and we didn't. Importantly so, we didn't. We managed to avoid that to some extent, but we saw EDG hovering over the Vi themselves, maybe looking to take that away from Wei. He locks it in because they didn't. Now, Taliyah was played a lot by Chovy so far in the LCK, and it was banned away second round bans in Game 2 of this series. I was trying to think. In one of the games. It has shown up on the ban list, but not been picked, but it is locked in. And now suddenly, you have a Vi combo, which you can play around for mid-jungle. Last game wasn't really around the Vi-Akali combo. Now, if you're out of position as this Varus or the Azir, if you get locked onto by the cease and desist from Vi, that Taliyah shunt back as well is going to absolutely one-shot you. So you have to be very careful around mid-jungle now.
Yeah, and I do love this Poppy pick coming out from EDG. It's a bit of a flex, can go to Ala and or JJ. Technically can go to Vampire as well. We don't know what he's capable of.
Support Poppy into Kalista, yeah.
It could be a very good thing, but that's exactly why I bring it up. Against the Kalista and the Vi, very good at stopping any engage.
You know, the off-meta support I saw into Kalista was Vex, because every time she autos, you get the extra damage from your passive. You're never going to see that, but it's just funny, and I thought I'd say it.
Yeah, well, I mean, talking about the Renata not being a thing that played by Vampire, I think that's kind of definitively tells us he does not enjoy playing it. They have banned it away on their side, despite having the first pick after this rotation of bans.
That's a problem, folks. Renata is kind of the be-all and end-all of supports if it's up and available, because it just allows you to do so much. You slaughter laning phase, and your later game impact is so empowering towards your AD carries and disengage, and of course even just your bailouts, extra buffs as well. Seeing a lot of support bans now being themselves onto that ban list.
Alistar taken away here from Ming, one of his most played champions of all time.
Yeah.
And that is definitely a fun little venture back in time. But, I mean, things like the Nautilus are still available. There's things like hell, you could even go for the Braum if he's really feeling the pressure from something like the Varus. There are options there, but the Jace being taken away here from Ala, very curious to know where they're thinking this next kind of pick will go. But it looks like EDG is saying, look, we'll take away the Nautilus. We know that that's going to be Ming's go-to.
What are you playing if you think that Jace is going to be the answer into it? You might
Fiora. I mean,
at some point, I mean, Jace was an okay pick into stuff like Rumble, in fact. I think we saw a game of that from Dokler on NRG in the LCS. I think he played that the other day. Of course, Zeus has always been a long time. Zeus top rather Jace top lane user as well. But Tip, you got to be playing something that gets abused by that. Something squishy like a cannon, yeah, that does lose out to a Jace if that's what you're planning in advance. Of course, that gives you a huge extra engage threat on the top side of the map. And this was a pick that we even saw Bid close out third game with in our first series of the day.
Yeah, Kennen 100% pick rate in game 3 so far in the LPL. So that's going to be locked in here for Breed, which makes
it's
the
a sample size of 1.
Is the stat wrong or not? Is it
I'm
wrong
just not.
or not?
Dude, don't you have a stats degree?
I don't have a degree in stats. I used to do stats for operation.
That's the one.
I like stats.
I thought you were qualified at this.
I like building those stat templates.
Wonderful.
And stuff. It's very fun. Shout out to my old manager Connie over at LEC. She taught me everything I know. But the set support coming in here from RNG, that is going to be a nice, aggressive bot lane. I'm going to expect a lot
Level
of
1
attention
flash.
from Wei.
Level 1 flash from Set, because Set loves Hex Flash so much. You just all in for a flash face breaker and you see what you get. And someone like Nautilus, even they can't out-duel you at that level 1. So much damage. And of course, if you do over-engage and there's a jungler there like a Poppy, then things go from bad to worse. So we're going to see the Aatrox up top side as well. And Aatrox can get a leg over on the cannon. Now, you need to just take one heavy trade as Aatrox, and then suddenly the cannon's in kill pressure. But if you fail to get that, cannon just tends to bleed you out. Interested to see actually if this could even be something like the AD cannon. I expect it to be AP all the same, just because of the burst potential for that. But there's just throwing that onto the table, just in case they want to play for slightly more split push.
Absolutely. And look, this is very clearly from both teams, front-to-back team fights. You're looking for an engage or a flank from your top laners. You have got the big movement coming in here from both the supports to try and set things up for their team, and hoping and praying that both of your carries are sitting on the back just pumping out damage. Fissure has looked okay on the Azir. I wouldn't call it exceptional, but things like I like how both teams have a bit of anti-dash kind of synergy. You got the Poppy on the RNG side, and then, sorry, the EDG side. And on the RNG side, you have the Taliyah. So dashing in and creating those moments is actually going to be quite hard.
So what that means is often stuff like move speed is often very important too, to kind of like bridge the gap until that skill is down. So something like an Aatrox, once you pop that ultimate, you can sometimes outplay Taliyah just by walking at them instead of pressing E. Have to see if that comes into the factor. This feels like a fairly even draft. Bot lane is going to be very strange to watch in the early levels. We haven't seen a set support in a little while. It was all the rage back in 2020. That was when it really started to come around, though Set was everywhere at that point in time. Yes. Level 1's very important for this bot lane. As we said, Set could just flash and either them.
Flashy, he can get, of course, the Haymaker, get that extra shielding, so he can tank a lot more than you think. And the synergy with the Kalista is honestly incredible, because he goes in aggressively. If he goes too aggressive, you can always drag him back and bring him back in. But this is our 6th game of the day, the 3rd game of our 2nd series, and our last one of our first day of spring 2024. We are jumping in, and we're going to see who will be joining BLG at the top and Top Esports at the bottom.
Those fan chants, the Gyos, been missing them as well. Gosh, and again, just a reminder, folks, it's been 5.5 months since we've had LPL. Today is our first day of a new year, a long new year ahead of us. Very excited to see where these teams will end up beyond that point. We're starting off with obviously what we expect to be a top-of-the-table clash between BLG and Top Esports, and this is a very historic one between RNG and EDG, one of the most played matchups of all time. It's our El Clasico, it's our GT Fnatic, TSM CLG, our Telecom War, whatever you want to call it. This is the one to watch from the LPL across history. And while we've had some up and down moments in this series, not gonna lie, EDG were in a bit of a sad spot most of that game too. Just kind of see how this new school on both sides, we've seen some new players now enter this rivalry too, perform. It's just one to note down and hopefully put together into the history book for later.
And the thing is, when you look at these two teams, we were taking right at the start of the broadcast today, or right at the start of the series, it's a temperature check. How do these two teams look? How do they perform in their relative scopes? And this is a bit of a moment where you go, right, they're not a million miles away from each other, which makes this matchup a lot more contested, because again, we talk about this more and more, you only get one shot, and this could be a playoff contending or sea and summer kind of matchup.
You see that Ming was really looking to try and again go forward aggressively at the level 1 mark, but a good ward in the brush and some good spacing by Liev means that they lose out some HP on the level 1. They get the wave control, but that's all going to be it. So no fireworks just yet in the bot lane, whereas in top lane, it's Kennen. He does this. Ranged top laners, and this one's actually functioning as a top laner throughout most of the game as well, unless as opposed to something like a Lucian or a Vayne, which can sometimes struggle to form that role later on. He's going to just pin Ala back for the moment.
Wei making some early moves down towards this spot side, but just making sure that Tang Yuan is in a solid position to not get caught out should JJ find himself. Because again, you love saying this.
Full build Poppy, man.
Full build Poppy,
yeah, level 3. That's all you need for a game. Let's see what he can do here.
Oh, Tang Yuan walk towards the Poppy there for a second. Will flash now straight away, but they're going to go in onto this. Just pop down a little bit more damage. Don't know if JJ really thought he was going to get anything out of it, but a flash is a flash, so that's still a win.
Again, it's the power of the full build Poppy. Love it. You see that champion, and there's if it's not a 1 or a 2 hovering next to their name, you're in trouble. So getting some value for it. Of course, Poppy jungle is something that the LPL, I'm going to say, even specialized in last year. We had some really good Poppy jungles. Wei was amongst them, and we see this now, the wall charge around the blue buff. We're going to take a good chunk, and now suddenly the Ignite put down onto Vampire.
Oh, he had to flash away if he gets hit by the center of that Q. You know he's going to go down there, get an extra little bit of empowered damage, but this is the set Kalista combination. So dangerous to really come up against, and Ming... I think he cancelled it. I think he actually had it going, but he cancelled it with the movements. That's a bit unfortunate, but he now knows.
I think it just disappeared based on the timing of it, because he did press the Q to give himself like the extra reset with the left hook, right hook. Didn't quite manage to go through that, but still, that means that at least safe from a dive, I think, at EDG's bot lane now. Because on red side bot lane, it's kind of hard to protect that. He comes back for more.
Give me that.
I'll get you next time.
It's one of those things where you're just going, I don't care if it doesn't make it worth anymore. I need it. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, let's have a look. 1, 2.
No!
He cancels it. I told you. I told you he cancelled it.
Oh man,
I made it up for it.
I need to see it with. I wanted to see it with the team vision to see if it just. Whatever.
True.
It's fine. It's
However,
fine.
I will say, if you're new to the LPL, first of all, welcome. But secondly, caught myself off for a second.
Wow, Tang Yuan is down here early.
Yeah, Tang Yuan is down here very early, but they're jumping in on top of this one. Wei has to flash out of that. Yeah, went way too deep without having any kind of full thing. But if you are new to the LPL, our observers are savage. They will not let our players away with anything.
No.
Last year, we had so many times where a top laner specifically, or most top laners, I'd say, would miss the cannon, and the observers would zoom in just as they missed it. It was really like, I don't know what they had against them, but they will not let you away with
you
anything.
call them savage. I call it holding our players to high standards. You know, we are not beyond putting our players through public ridicule. Apparently.
Apparently we're very much up for that.
Okay, right. So we've seen a bit of a back and forth. Nothing really ever emerging anything so far, but Grubs have just spawned on top side. So Kevin, they are under threat fairly well. Looks like they are not going to put up much of a fight this time.
Not this time, because a bit of a roam, an early roam coming out from the side of RNG. They had already got the Kalista up there as well, so really no way you can contest that, sadly. Sorry, not the Kalista, excuse me, the set, but here's a bit of a shuffle, and they're going to use the Poppy combination as well. Tang Yuan will sacrifice his life as the rest of his team go out that, but that's going to be our EDG, I should say, getting themselves their first blood of the entire series.
Yeah, it's a play in multiple parts. The flash taken away earlier by JJ, and suddenly Hook, line, and sinker in the mid lane. First ult of the game from Fisher works out very well. Good start for him, given that game 2 was a difficult game for Fisher as well.
Really well done. They'll get themselves a little chicken prize as well, making sure they can get something more than that. It's actually good to get that for the side of JJ. He was falling a little bit behind in the LCSs, but like you say, once Poppy has that first 3 levels, I don't know.
Everything else is secondary.
I would also say maybe Ionian Boots, just so the cooldowns are pretty good, but after that, as you say, everything is secondary until 6, and then that's pretty good too. But with the priority now being shifted back in favor of RNG, this toing and froing is definitely going to lead them into an early dragon as well. So that's 2 objectives, and yes, EDG got a kill, but it doesn't lead to an objective.
No, and it's we haven't had the game blow open just yet, and I think as opposed to last game, there's no one matchup which has been tilted so far out of control that it's actually game losing, like it was in the top lane matchup from game 2 with Breathe getting so far ahead. And of course, I guess in game 1, and I suppose it was top lane again, thinking about it. Although for most of the day, it's been bot lane. So, gold is just about even. Objectives over to the side of RNG, as you rightfully pointed out. Where's the game-breaking play going to come in? When was that going to be? Feels like both these teams getting towards the point where they can start really pulling the trigger hard. I think once you get level 6 on Wei, we know exactly how good he is at finding angles. It's really whether JJ can be there in time to answer a good play.
And level 6 here for LWX. They don't have level 6 on the bot side, so if they wanted to go aggressive with Ming to flash in, and he maybe could have looked for something.
Like, it feels so alien not seeing a set support flash almost 7-8 minutes into the game. I'm just not used to that. If he doesn't have Hex Flash, I feel like something's gone wrong.
Might look for something here. They are just trying to maybe just push this one up. Don't have their jungler in the vicinity. Have decent wards though, covering the most of the bottom side of the jungle of EDG, so RNG not going to be too worried about everything, but Wei with his ultimate is huge. That is where I feel like we're going to start to see the shift in the mental of both these teams as he looks to try and make a play around the map.
And that's why it's very important. You see 2 pink wards in top river. There's one being put down by Arla in the Pixel Brush, which is, well, the new Pixel Brush. Pixel Brush is technically gone now. It used to be the one a little bit further into the river. And there's one just near the mid lane kind of jungle entrance as well. Between the both of them, it's quite hard for Wei to find himself into the river. So with that one ward cleared, it will give him a bit of ingress into ADG's side of the map.
You can see just how much respect Allah has to give right now. He does not have vision. He does not know where this Vi is. And if he gets caught, this is where the snowball can happen.
Oh dear.
Here we go. They're going to pop down both ultimates. They're going to go over the wall. There is the cease and desist. And there is the kill. Allah's tried to flash away right at the last second. But RNG on the board.
Pour one out for the Aatrox. That one is sad. He has himself Merc Threads now, but he didn't have that before that play, I'm pretty sure. I'm actually not sure about that one. I just said pretty sure, I'm not sure. Anyway, he has them now. It wasn't enough from there. He's losing a huge wave to turret. He doesn't have teleport. There are 2 plates down there. And this laning phase domination pick of the cannon, which transforms into a teamfight carry, is very well and truly off the ground. We might be seeing a similarity to Game 2 where the top lane falls out of control now.
And again, it was down to Wei finding an opportunity. And this is where this game gets a little bit funky. Now we're going to have a 3v3. There we're going to go in. There's the face breaker coming in. They're going to have the Talia popping off as well as they look to try and maybe re-engage. And this Vampire gets knocked up right as LWX flashes over to make sure you get the damage down, putting in all these spears, rending your soul. And the revenge is sweet for LWX.
Yeah, that ain't the scary kind of Vampire. That's the one that sparkles. It's not going to help out his team too much there. Once again, finding himself in the death column early into the game. He was first blooded twice earlier in this series. Sadly not able to make a particularly large impact to that fight either. That was a huge Talia ult. Now suddenly RNG, they're starting to find these game-breaking advantages across the map.
Leave just kind of staying bot side, really not really able to kind of get into this one. You can see him kind of just sitting there. This is always going to be a mismatch.
Tough. It's really hard to get that, though. It's quite easy to accidentally ping one side of those 2 characters and not get the stun because you don't have a target either side of you on the Facebreaker. Tanks up the Poppy ult as well. His job was already done. Honestly, great play out of that set. Big value, especially with the Kalista ult re-engaged too.
Oh, they're maybe looking for LWX. Vampire will need to hit a hook, but extra movement speed from the heal summoner from LWX does put him out of harm's way. But Leave, having that extra time on that bot side does lead him to have a much better time of picking up these plates solo. With JJ just trying his best to be a bit of a nuisance, to take away some of these camps. Vampire needs to be careful, otherwise he will be turned to dust very, very quickly. This Kalista is still no joke.
Absolutely not. Has the tier 2 boots, so the dash range is increased. The chase down potential very, very strong. What this does mean, though, because Ming was going up and making a nuisance of himself, he's going to buy time for the grubs to go down on the top side of the map.
That's going to be 6 grubs now. That's a lot of Kevins.
It's a lot.
Like, I mean, if you had 6 Kevins in the same room,
what would be really
you would think that's weird.
That would be really strange.
Really weird.
I think anyone named any name 6 times. Well, I mean, it would be quite
separate
funny.
individuals.
So, like I said, it would be quite funny if you could name them like Jeff, Jeff, and Jeff, but all spelled differently. Are there 6 different spellings of Kevin? I don't think there are.
Really,
maybe you could have like a Q, like Kevin with a Q.
A Kevin with a Z, but the Z is silent. I'll let you. I'll let you figure out where. I'll let you figure. Yeah, I'll let you figure it out. I'll let you figure out. It's just silent. You don't need to know where it is. It's silent.
That's terrible. Imagine if this is going to be in my head forever now, where if someone just introduces it, it's like, oh, I'm Alex, with a silent Z. Where is it?
It's like an old Vine. It's just like, you know, I'm Alex with a B. What?
It's like I'd like a boneless pizza. What? Yeah. What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's not incorrect. I also would like a boneless pizza. You're looking at this incorrectly. That's just kind of how it is. But Ala taking such a beating right now up in this top side, and there's just nothing he can do. We saw this in the first series as well with Bin on the Aatrox. If the Aatrox falls behind, he just gets bullied.
And I'm trying to remember, was this the counter pick of the Aatrox into the cannon as well? I believe it was
no,
picked into the...
Aatrox was the counter pick into... oh my lord, I can't remember. It was something that gets countered by Darius.
Oh, Udyr. No, I mean, in this game, anyway.
Yeah.
But either way, like, this matchup has just gone horribly, and EDG on the red side feels like maybe they could have given Ala a better top lane matchup. We know how good he is from a lead. He is one of our better top laners, but sadly for him, he's finding himself in an awkward situation. He can't teleport in. He doesn't have the HP. Breathe can.
Yes, Breathe can, but can they get anything else out of it? Vampire just going to be left to die. Wei goes all the way into the back line. They'd even cut them off. Nicely done by Tangyuan to make sure that Wei did not get caught out. I mean, Ala just can't really join that. I completely agree with that call, but it does give up that dragon over to the side of RNG. And again, this is something that Ala's just kind of have to accept. He's too far behind. He needed this free time.
However, I think this actually works out in Ala's favor. It's not a game-breaking fight. This wouldn't be great, though, if Leaf gets called. That's cheap. That is cheap. You can't look like that.
And that is just the way this series is kind of turning right now. You can see these cogs moving for RNG. Game 1, bit one-dimensional. Game 2, they picked up a couple more dimensions, looking a bit more fuller about themselves. And they're just starting to feel just more and more in control, similar to game number 2.
They have. So, because Breathe teleported away from top lane, it gave Ala, honestly, a big route back in terms of gold in those plates as well. Problem is, Leaf dying on bot side means that you lose a lot of plates on bot side and waves there too. It felt like they could take a mini victory, a consolation at least. But going back to the replay of this one, again, we were highlighting on how Breathe could enter the fight, but Ala couldn't. How does it happen down here, though? It's a hook in from Vampire. Look, one of these supports has a cholesterol, the other one doesn't. Vampire, he's just out in the middle of nowhere. Very hard situation for him. It's the nature of the Nautilus support. When you're in a fight, you're either winning that fight with your hook or you are dying horribly. And sadly
you go in or you go out. You can choose one of the two, but
they had no vision on where they'd gone. It was very soon after they shown him bot side jungle. That feels a bit cheap.
That's just unfortunate. Leave not taking his namesake and not leaving. Just really not putting himself into that regard.
Yeah, let's make like EDG spot lane and get out of here.
And split. Anyway, no, that's Valorant. Again, this is really good play though from RNG. It does feel like they're more comfortable with this style of play, and this is very reminiscent from 2021 RNG, where they did win MSI, where they were able to kind of create these moves with Ming and Wei holding hands, roaming around the map and making plays.
I think one of the big evolutions from that time, though, was back then it was Xiaohu kind of chaperoning Wei as well and playing some mid-jungle. Wei was kind of, I'm not going to say he was mind-controlled or he was the one being piloted, but he has very much become his own leader archetype. He's really evolved into that position and had a really good impact on his team. He's been very important to them. Jade stops channeling that ultimate. It's going to go on cooldown, and RNG will be able to defend their bot lane tower.
Yeah, I thought Ming was going to flash maybe just to try and maybe catch out the Azir, but Fisher holds on to his, and they are able to back themselves away. First items being completed by most carries in this game, but this gap in the top side is just getting enormous, and it's only going to get harder and harder because now you have to start maybe prioritizing a little bit of magic resistance, because you look at things like the Taliyah, the Kennen. These are things that are going to shred through your health bar, and as an Aatrox, you're not going to be able to respond to it because you're going to be in melee. You're not going to be in melee range.
Might be a bit different if you're playing, a K'Sante with a Koenig Rukun or something like that. Where actually, if Kennen ults, you can press W and you'll probably be okay. When you fall behind in something like an Aatrox matchup, which of course we saw in this game, really, he's managed to claw back some of it, don't get me wrong, but you are going to be one-shot along with the rest of your team. No one on EDG can really deal with that. You don't have yourself any exhaust on the side of EDG either to mitigate some of that damage. It feels like this is going into a very dangerous territory now where you pretty much you have to hit the Poppy ultimate onto the cannon to eject them from the fight, because if they ever get on top of you, that's game over.
Yep. And I think that for RNG, 2-for-1 sale. They lose their top tier 1, but they're not really caring about the Aatrox right now. He's a little bit irrelevant and honestly may stay that way for a very long time. Get bot tier 1, get mid tier 1, which we always talk about is so important, especially with the way the new map is fanned out.
Yeah,
having those extra avenues to kind of take over space and control vision is so key.
Yeah, because the way that mid lane turret is kind of placed now, it's harder to walk into the enemy jungle from mid lane because it kind of covers one of those entrances more than it used to. Taking that one down very much helps you kind of get more vision. Oh my god! Owie!
Yeah, Poppy ain't full build no more.
No.
Poppy need items. Poppy need magic resistance.
Poppy need hospital. Poppy need hospital.
Poppy needs a helping hand, but and already getting that Rift Herald down. Try and get another tier 2, and this is just good, small decisions that are leading to much bigger advantages for RNG. They knew they could have left that bot lane going. They played towards that weak side, and they moved that, having that Rift Herald in the back pocket to play towards a much bigger advantage.
So, talking about those big advantages, itemization is going to be a very visible part of that. Second item hit already for Breathe. He has the Storm Surge, and as we were just saying, there's no exhaust, no real way to stop him getting into the fight, as opposed to, or rather just the big Poppy ult. That's a lot of wards. Breathe doesn't have flash, but I don't think he needs it with those ward angles.
It's up in a couple of seconds though, and that's the thing. They haven't swept these out at all. This could be a monumental shift in the way this game is going, but now they might just try to bully him again. Stop bullying Ala. He doesn't need it. Ala realizes that he knows that the bullies are coming.
He gets to keep his lunch money like this time.
This one. Yeah, he didn't get to lose his didn't get his Pokemon card stolen off from this time, but he will be moving himself right the way back. You can see them just being corralled together. EDG, you don't want to be here as a 5. If you get caught by this, you're just going to be screwed.
Breathe just got his flash back up. You can see EDG trying to hug this one brush to see if they can get a hook out of the Fog of War. Now, if they can blow Breathe up, that's a different story. I don't know whether they have the damage for it. Don't think they have the damage to do it before he gets his ult off either way. Way's looking for an engage. That's a Weaver's Wall.
Fissure. They've separated Fissure, and they're going to go straight in now. There's going to be the Haymaker across 3, but I don't think Ning's going to be able to stay alive for this much longer. They're holding the Kalista ult. Never mind, they couldn't use it. Kalista got punted out of there, and that's why EDG were able to take out the set. He couldn't go in and get back out because the Kalista couldn't save him.
However, they are not going to get themselves the Dragon. Ala just about manages to stay safe as well. Vampire, very low HP. I was trying to remember which one of them went very low. Vampire did a great job of keeping Breathe from directly following up with that combo.
Again.
I don't know if you can go for this, folks. Breathe still has flash, still has ults.
WX and Breed just keeping Ala away. They actually get themselves out of the pot.
Okay, maybe they can.
They can, because you can't really go for a fight like that. They do bait out the Azir ultimate, but unfortunately for Breed, he just gets clipped by it, so he can't go for a flash engage. And all in all, that's a fantastic win for EDG.
Honestly, fair play. I am surprised that RNG were not able to reposition for a Dragon fight, even with the loss of the one member before that fight came in. It felt like they had all the tools to blow open that one. And maybe they just don't want to give the chance of a 45 going awry for themselves. I would have gone for that fight. I think it would have potentially been the blow-open fight. Yeah, I would have gone for it.
I could take you in a fight.
I really want you to look at how Vampire plays this towards the bot side of the fight. Yes, ends up getting the start of this fight, but look how well he deals with the cannon as soon as this second fight comes, part of the fight comes in. Because he's put in place by the slow, with the auto attack route and stuff like that, he gets out with just enough HP and stops Breathe from comboing up with the rest of his team.
Yeah, and a good little move as well from Ala, just kind of putting himself between the Nautilus and the wall, so if a Shuriken does come in, which it did, he was able to tank that up for his teammate. But very, very good knockback as well. You can see the Keeper's
Verdict.
Keeper's Verdict.
Judgment. Keeper's Judgment.
No, Keeper's Verdict is correct. You were correct. You were correct.
It's been a long day, folks.
It has been a very long day. But the Keeper's Verdict just basically deciding, well, the set's dead now. There's nothing they can do. They can't get reset onto this, and that is why it was such a good fight there for EDG, which brings them back into this game a little bit. It's not done and dusted just yet, but for now, RNG still, you feel, have the advantages. They just need to be a little bit, honestly, I'd say a little bit more aggressive. I feel like they should have went for that fight.
Yeah, it felt like that was the real point of power when they had to. Oh, this is not where you want to be. He is very far away from his team.
He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. Now he does. He dead.
That is a big mistake. And again, this is exactly what we were saying before. RNG, it felt like they had the point of power, but that is a big blunder. Now, suddenly, your jungler's off the map. It's not to the point where I think that EDG could look towards the Baron. I don't think they really have the ability to take that down before someone like Breathe would get that final teleport on. But they can get vision around the Baron, and that might give them an angle to find the actual fight, which could break up in the game for them.
This is the big thing. It gives them resources, gives them a kill back over to Leave. Leave can get a couple more items to become even more obnoxious of a long archer, hitting people with piercing arrows, but also gives them time. You had to reset. Wei is now only coming back onto the map right now. It meant that everybody on the side of EDG... As Ala pops out the ultimate there, not going to be able to get anything out of that, but it does mean that EDG have got that time to reset, push out top, get themselves recompose, and potentially look to try and get something going for them a little later on.
I was actually going to mention in regards to this side lane matchup too. So it's post 20 minutes and we have the buffs which will transfer to the entirety of the team. So we talked about Azir earlier being able to apply red buff. I mean, Kennen is a big auto attacker. Getting the team-wide red buff, he typically doesn't get that because normally it's given over to the AD carry. Now, if he gets to get a red buff auto to slow down the Aatrox, I think that really puts him into a lot of threat range he might not be expecting. So pay attention to just how many of these small red buff autos from characters who aren't used to that buff might come in handy.
Might indeed. G now walking into darkness though. Breathe now realizes there is no ward on him. He's on a perfect flank. Baron has been started. EDG, they're looking for this Breathe. They know he's not in the Baron pit just yet. They need to make sure that they're not going to get caught out by the Slicing Maelstrom, but they might just lose the Baron. They don't seem interested in it.
The Rend is stacking up to a huge amount at this point. Wei is losing a bit of HP from tanking this for so long. Weaver's walls cutting them off from the angle.
Yeah, they don't get the Keeper's Verdict either. And this is going to be Breathe looking for a little bit of a move. He finds Leave, and that's going to be a kill going up to them. They need to fix the fight though. They get the Baron, but can they get people out of there? The Ignite will tick down Breathe. No! He's on nothing. The flash forward, the shutdown. The Aatrox picked up that kill. But do you want this kill? Wait, I'm not quite sure you wanted the fight. You need to get the hell out of there. Should be able to get himself away as the rest of his team go for a Fisher, look for a bit of an engagement, won't be able to get it. Now the rest of his team shall pay for his moves. They did not think he would die so quickly, and eventually JJ will flash away and maybe get out with his life as Smite comes down to slow him, but he pops down the Q. Another Q. Q misses. It's a jungle v jungle BS to the flash forward. The steadfast presence.
Come on.
And now he misses another one. He needs an empowering auto, but he's not gonna get it. The Baron does go to RNG, but my God, they're making it hard work for themselves.
They are a bit. They do get themselves a Kennen ultimate, but it's not necessarily the one which ends the game. It was, you know, it gets onto a couple of people, takes Leave out of the fight, of course, but it's not the crushing ultimate which we're sort of expecting from a Kennen being this fed. RNG, nonetheless, though, they walk away with the Baron. Good use of the Weaver's Wall to make sure that Leave and the rest of the crew can't get into damaging positions. It feels like the problem is that RNG don't quite decide whether they want to peel off or turn for the fight. You know, LWX and Tanyuan, they're not really comboing up. Of course, Breathe is full sending it into the enemy team. But because they split, it means that the fight gets a lot closer than it had any right to be.
And again, Ming goes forward, but then kind of looks to LWX. Oh my God, he hit the turret to drop it up, but gonna have to go back straight into this and see if they go for a fight. There is no, there is a Slicing Maelstrom, but RNG do not gonna pull the trigger on that. But LWX isn't really comboing up with Ming on this right now. Ming's going forward, and LWX kind of needs to be in position to drag him back out.
Yeah, a little bit. But either way, RNG, I feel like they've done the hard work. They've gotten so many individual leads that they can kind of get away with it. Now, that's not necessarily what you want for the finished product of this team, but this is the very first series of the year, despite it being against their arch nemesis in the LPL. Of course, if they won here, they extend their record very slightly over them too. Something like, I don't know, 73 to 62 all time. They've played so many games. But either way, it would get them a series win against them, which puts them onto the board, which I'm sure will be very, very well appreciated.
Absolutely. And again, this could be a playoff hopeful in EDG. Could be kind of a postseason run for RNG. They need to pick up these wins. So for RNG, this is a great start for them. Of course, want to win every single game you can, as we get a nice Keeper's Verdict there from JJ, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get anything else out of that. As you can see, the Keeper's Verdict just stopping any kind of engage as the set went flying. And that means that it's a good defense coming out from EDG. They're not just falling over and folding down. They are still in this series, even if it is by their fingernails.
It is. RNG have, I think, unexpectedly struggled to force fights at this point, especially with the Vi Talia. You've got the set with the Kalista safety as well. You would have thought they'd just throw in a couple of curveballs out there and see what happens, because they have the extra stats. Feels like they're playing a little bit reserved when they potentially don't need to be. You're getting to the point now where EDG do actually have second and particularly third item even on Leave, who's kept himself up to decent amount of relevance. I don't exactly think Leave's going to be in position to, 1v5 a team fight, because the thing about Pokevar is that you're very good at killing the first target or finishing off the, the first combo that's going towards in your team. You're not really going to be stacking up in the same way that Lethal Tempo does with your on-hit, though. You can't find that pocket to do huge amounts of damage. I mean, in this case, going on-hit into a cannon would be bad. It's just Leave, even with 3 items, isn't going to be your savior. You need to find yourself probably some good macro plays to get someone isolated to stop RNG from really making the use of their full 5v5.
Take a little breather. No one really pushing for anything exceptional right now. We are seeing both teams just happy to farm it up. Again, Breathe, absolutely massive. The Terminus picked up here by LWX, so he's going to have a nice little bit of armor shred and a little bit of survivability as well. The light and the light and the dark. Auto attacks on that, and of course they alternate between each auto attack, so it's 1 for 1 as you keep going. So great synergy.
Can I just say that Terminus, it joins the ranks of the items like Chemtech Chainsword and stuff like this, which just sound like they're out of Warhammer 40,000. I don't know where the aesthetic is very much that of like, yeah, I mean we're definitely heading towards that kind of area of things. There is a theme towards it. Storm Surge also wouldn't be out of place.
No, not at all. But now you can see just taking away all these buffs. RNG making sure they have absolutely everything to come into this next fight, which could potentially be in a minute 30 around this dragon or around this Baron. Still waiting to see what they want to go for. JJ just looking to be a nuisance on top of Ming, but Ming very safe knowing that no one else is really kind of following him. And we wait. We wait to see what the next big move will be.
We have done some waiting this series. RNG, even when they were in the lead.
The first series.
Yeah.
It's like, when you get it's like you get the best bit of an ice cream. It's like, like the sauce and the toppings, then you get to the rest of the ice cream. It's still good. Like, it's ice cream.
It's like, you need to...
but I like the chocolate syrup.
Do you have a favorite? You know the Cosmopolitan? Is it the... What are the like the pinky chocolatey? What are the 3-colored ice creams called? Cosmopolitans, Neapolitans?
Neapolitan.
That's the one. That's like, the other one's a cocktail, I think. But either way,
Cosmopolitan is a cocktail.
Yeah.
Back to beer. Why are we doing this? Some Freudian slips in there. Yeah. Again, it's you get your one as we kind of move forward and we get to see kind of what things are doing, but it is it's a little bit of a different pace.
I mean, the thing is, when EDG were in the lead, it felt like they actually could force a lot of those fights, particularly through Ella's Jax. RNG have been very reserved, even when they've had that lead. It feels like they're very wary of letting those leads go, which it's okay for the first series of your split. Like to see less reservation when you have those points of power. I think the mark of a good team is not just understanding when, what a winning fight is. It's also being able to use the breadth of your strength as well and kind of play the margins well.
Haven't spotted out that ward, and Wei won't spot it on this one either. They don't know. There's a little bit of vision just crept in there around that Baron pit. So, Breed, level 16, 3.5 items. He's looking absolutely massive. I will say for Ala, he is up to 3 items right now, and it's level 16, so he has fallen. He did fall behind, no doubt about it, but he is
fine. Not again.
I've seen this movie before. He needs to stay alive. He had to flash. He had to go for that, because if he doesn't, if he gets caught and he dies there, that's Baron, and that could be a huge game-ending fight in favor of EDG.
His jungle item, honestly, really helping him out there. The Ghost Walker, giving him the extra movement speed, allows him to get away from the collapse of EDG. He does lose his flash. Maybe that means he can't flash ultimate onto someone like Leave to help with the combo now.
I mean, you go for this because you know the Q in is not going to be able to be followed up by a flash, and now do you look for something else? A flash away by Fisher as they look to try and burn down the set. Finally gets hit in, but here we go! Here we go! Slicey Maelstrom lands onto 4, and they are melting these health bars, but can they take the fight back? That's the question. Tanyuan is still very, very healthy, as is LWX. Yes, you killed off 2 on the side of RNG, but it does not matter because they were not the carries. Ala, it was a very valiant effort, but it was not enough. RNG get themselves a 3 for 2, and they'll get the Baron.
There's the fight. They finally had it. To be honest, you could see a little bit of why they were scared of flubbing an engage before this, because Fisher got some insane damage in a minute turnaround against RNG. Leave, stranger things have happened. In fact, I think
I've seen a Baron taken by a Janna Q.
Funnily enough, I think I've seen Leaf steal a Baron like that, even if it was an LGL. He's had a history on that champion trying to take away those objectives. Right, let's see how this went again. This is after, of course, Wei had used his flash. EDG felt emboldened to go elsewhere. I want you to really look at how much damage Fisher is doing in the spaces that he does. Breathe gets onto the carries, but this ult back and the ult onto Ming deletes Ming's health bar with just that. If you actually allow Fisher to stand and auto attack, then that's a big problem. They just about get away with it, but even then, that's a couple of people dead, which I'm pretty sure they weren't expecting.
Yep, I mean, look, EDG have weathered a hell of a storm. RNG, though, are still in the lead, 8,000 gold up. Now they put themselves on the Chemsol point, and they are starting to move forward. They need to do something with this Baron, though. They need to start taking down these inner structures.
They would really like to do that. It's taken them a while to dismantle EDG in both games, despite feeling like they have game-breaking advantages. This is going the distance. LWX is on his way to a Jack show. That has been the 4th item of choice for the Kalista. You don't really need extra damage items after this point. You need the ability to keep getting those auto attacks down. So Jackshow giving that ramping resist through a team fight can very much help you with that one, especially with the Terminus as well, which does the same thing but on hit instead. We have two waves being played around by RNG. Ming walking up does have the cholesterol again if things get too spicy. EDG, if they got anything to play with here, it looks not that applicable for a big flank. They have one teleport ward behind them. Cholesterol
and the
doing
Talia
enough.
one. Weaver's Wall down, Fate's called down, and I mean, it's moments like this where you're thinking for RNG, like you have this game in your hand. Oh my lord, I feel like if JJ walks up, literally one more pixel he sees and he flashes. Well, he didn't have flash, but he definitely would have looked to push in on top of that. So it's a longer game. Neither of these teams, again, this is the last game in this best of 3, last game of the day. You want to start with a win. You don't want to be starting off again, especially if your schedule starts to look very poorly. You don't want to be hitting up 0-3, 0-4, 0-5 before you start picking up wins.
Particularly for two teams which have changed a lot this offseason too. You would like to go in with a bit more way.
Oh, he's looking for something, but I don't know if he really wanted it. The Chain of Corruption doesn't land, but it doesn't have to. Way! My bro, you've been doing so well in game number 2 on this buy, and this one, he's just not picking the right engages.
That was an awkward timing. The Hex Flash completed before the damage would have cancelled it. So JJ manages to bait way into his death somehow, somewhere along the line. EDG, what are they? I mean, they can't really do anything about this. It's not like there's an objective to go rush. One of the big things which has come in, I've noticed in the last 2 fights, when Fisher deleted Ming's health bar, and then of course there towards Wei as well. Once you get below a certain health threshold, I think it's about 35%, you do an extra 20% damage or so with the Shadow Flame, because it crits on very low health targets with your magic damage and tree damage. It just really helps you finish off those targets like we've seen in the last couple of plays.
The point is very valid.
Yes.
It's very good.
Yeah.
That's a Guinzoo's on Varus.
Oh.
So I don't want to say that it's not great, but I feel like you need to fully commit to lethality in this situation.
I mean,
unless this game goes another 20 minutes and he completely changes his build.
So. I can't remember if this works like this, but does Muramana apply twice on stacked Rage Blade? Because that'd be some decent DPS. I think the problem with their finding is that Lever's got enough damage on the first arrow, but they're really struggling for a second DPS source beyond that, which we kind of called from draft, right? Because you can kind of do well against the Callista. Breathe doesn't have flash for this fight. Wei's in the back. He has flash and he has ult, but this is a safe retreat so far from EDG. RNG not pulling the trigger. They've been struggling to pull the trigger again.
They are Breathe on a very long flank. You can see they're trying to just shepherd them towards the cannons. They don't have to use too much. Here we go. They're going to get the TP coming out here from Ala and the Shrima's Legacy. They'll get the Fate's Call. That's good. TP and the passive out from Azir. You take that, you walk away.
Yeah, Ming takes so much damage though. We're playing around fine margins now. This has reached late game. You have an incredibly powerful Azir, and Fisher, you know, this is his first starting split in the LPL. As we said, he played 2 games last year, subbed in and played against Xiaohu, and it was not a great experience. Aloe is going to find Breathe, and he's going to survive, but he's not particularly happy about it.
He's going to survive, but with a death cap now picked up, there's just so little magic resistance being brought up here as JJ is now spotted out, and Breathe maybe thinking he'd go for Ala, but without any healing reduction, which has just become a non-picked up stat nowadays, it's just not a risk you can really take. The Aatrox can survive so much, especially with that Sterix.
One of my worries now, though, is, yes, you do have a Zhonya's and something like the Talia, but if Breathe goes for a very big engage and doesn't catch Leave, or if you're on a flank and actually Leave or Vampire hits a hook or a CC onto you, you are going to explode. You don't have a stopwatch, you don't have a Zhonya's in full. I don't care how much damage you've got to be able to survive to do that damage at some point. And actually, the last time he went in for a big ult, I mean, that first Baron play, that was quite dangerous for him, in fact, especially when you've got so much damage now being built up on Leave and Fisher.
Here's my next question.
Yeah.
Do we finish first, or does LEC start first?
We
LEC,
might be cutting it
starting
close.
soon-ish, I think.
Oh, Flash just about missed out on Tenuan. Popping that Zhonya's. They were trying to cut the time short.
They were. They heard me talking smack.
As soon as you mention it is the classic. As soon as you mention it, action starts to happen. EDG have got themselves into a decent position for this. There's no flanking ward to teleport to. Arrows are starting to rain down. And it's not like Ming has himself any sustain.
They're looking for a bit of a move. The Chain of Corruption, though, doesn't land onto anybody. They move back.
Fisher.
The flash back in. Fisher They may be able to get him out alive. No! Deleted! Tang Yuan and Bree just comboing up very nicely now. Wei looking to try and jump onto lead. They need to try and get this AD carry out of it. A flash by Tang Yuan as he looks to try and jump straight back onto the Varus. That's it. That's got to be the game because you have no wave clear left and all of your carries will be dying. Ala is trying to keep his last breath going for as long as he can, and he's doing a fairly good job, but they may just barrel up mid.
Oh, it was a disastrous shuffle from Fisher. It went into the minefield, the unraveled earth from the Taliyah. He stuns himself late game in front of the entire enemy team. He loses almost all of his HP before he can Zhonya's, and what was looking like a tense late game scenario is decided by one egregious error from the new mid laner of EDG.
Really unfortunate there that's what these games are built on, those fine margins, but can they defend it? It's the two tanks. Thank you, boys, but they will be going out of this game. RNG will be starting off their 2024 with a win, and it's ever so sweet when it's against an old rival.
And it is one of the most storied matchups in LoL esports history. RNG walk away with a 2-1 victory after getting hammered in game 1. It's a very impressive comeback from them. Of course, both these teams came in with a lot of changes. We didn't know where to pin them, and they were fairly evenly matched. I have some worries about RNG and how they were easily, or in this case, not easily, they were finding it to pull the trigger, but at least they walk away with the win. And of course, you only get to play each team once. It's an important win to take.
It is a very important win, and again, not the cleanest. We can definitely see positives for RNG and negatives, and the same on the other side for EDG. But they were made work for it. It took a while, but eventually RNG get themselves the win, and they are up to 1-0 in the split. It's a good start, but you gotta continue as you mean to go on. And for EDG, it's definitely a discovery period for them. They are trying their best to figure out how this roster is going to function, how they're going to actually make this work for them. I saw a lot of good today, but there's still a long way to go for this team.
Yeah, there was the good, the bad, and the Ala, who was both at the same time.
All three. It's always Ala, but he was all three.
You know, I think last year he was actually very consistent. I know in the past there have been some years where Ala has the 7-0 or the 0-7 player. We saw that in the series today. I'm worried if he's going to lose some of that consistency that we saw from him last year. So now we have ourselves a bit of an updated all-time results between these two. +2 to RNG, +1 to EDG. It's still pretty even.
It's
We've got up to
now instead
so
of
now
10.
up to 135 games all time. So getting that one racked up. It's a lot of games.
That's probably why it's a lot of games. Everything goes bloody 3 or 5.
What I'd be really interested in is actually the game. Which rivalry in the world has the most game time all time? If there are late games like that.
That's not what I'm looking at. But we can have a look at our results if you're only just joining us. You missed all the action, but don't worry, we'll get you caught up. It was a full day of bangers. BLG will stick in first, mainly because B becomes before R, and EDG will not be last because E comes before T.
An alphabetical power. We saw, a lot of very good learning experiences here. BLG pulled out some different stuff. The Brand Jungle in game 1 was a very entertaining game, and of course, even in the back end of that too, we're seeing some different plays, different picks, and some different successes.
Yes, absolutely. And we can have a look at our standings as we have come into this one here. It's not that filled up right now. Still a lot of teams yet to play, but we are starting to make our way in. But we've got ourselves a little kind of a cool little graphic as well.
RNG fans, stop the count! Stop the count!
If you're on this page, it's good. You're in the blue. If you're on the next page, it's red. It's bad. Because remember, only top 10 make it to playoffs, and already Edward Gaming and Top Esports, they're down in the dumps.
Yes, this will become much more important as we get more games populated into our league, but this is going to be, of course, very important to keep track of.
It really, really will. And of course, we are not going to be on tomorrow. We are going to be going back to what will be our regular schedule, which is Thursday to Sunday. So our next broadcast is going to be Thursday. These are the games that we are going to be covering. This is going to be Weibo Gaming versus RA, and then LNG versus TT. They are going to be very, very big games. Again, very unsure as to where LNG and Weibo really find themselves with the changes they've been able to kind of bring in now in the offseason.
You know, and there's some questions about Rare Atom as well, which I wouldn't have said last year, but actually in Demacia Cup, they looked like they were very coordinated in an early season before teams have got their footing. There's a chance to take a scalp here.
Yes, really, really, very much so. And again, I think for a lot of fans, a lot of Cagewell fans, the Weibo fan boat, we'll see if it continues. It was more of a the shy kind of thing. But yeah, it was salute to them. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Nymera, for bringing me to the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. And of course, thank you to all of our back-end staff. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll be back on Thursday for more matches, but until then, we'll see you then, and we're going to go to the LEC.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一刻，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们有请 Scott 选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打的有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路。
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。